Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores.
The Cleveland Browns select.
The NFL Draft begins tonight at 8. Round-by-round coverage, interviews, and insight from around the NFL. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. In Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Weather Seal, who specializes in storm damage repair for roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. Call 330-920-4494. Visit WeatherSealHomeservices.com. Cavaliers continue their opening round playoff series tonight. Going to be in Toronto for Game 3. One guy who seems to have struggled in the opening round is Jalen Tyson. However, head coach Kenny Exton feels he's done better than some might think.
You know how in the NFL they grade I give him a B+ in grade in what we're asking him to do. And I know people, man, he got that offense, like the offensive rebound, he crashed, he got the lefty, he missed it. I think it was a 7-point game when he hit that corner three. James throws it across, like, hit your corner three.
Cavs currently lead the Raptors 2 games to none thanks to back-to-back wins at Rocket Arena. Also, the Cavs enter the contest 12-game postseason winning streak against Toronto, dating back to the 2016 Eastern Conference Finals. Elsewhere in the NBA Plus night in the East, it's going to be Game 3 in Atlanta. The Hawks play host to New York. That series tied at 1 game apiece. In the West, Denver at Minnesota as the Nuggets and Timberwolves knotted up at 1 game apiece. Browns wrapping up their voluntary veterans minicamp today, and the team also getting ready to get to work tonight. NFL Draft gets underway in Pittsburgh. First round this evening. For the moment, the Browns with picks 6 and 24. Guardians off tonight. Return to action tomorrow night. Going to be up in Toronto, taking on the Blue Jays. Guardians looking to bounce back after losing on Wednesday to Houston 2-0 and dropping 2 of 3 to the Astros. Gavin Williams going to be on the hill tomorrow night. 3-1, a 2.12 ERA. NFL Draft gets going tonight. We'll have it for you live. Coverage via the Browns Radio Network starts at 8 right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
If the Cavs won a playoff game, but nobody in Cleveland got to see it, doesn't count.
And then Ken decided to take some pot shots at the broadcasting school I spent a lot of money to go to.
It's actually true. It's the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Do you have that countdown clock up and running?
9 hours, 57 minutes, 27 seconds.
One more time.
9 hours, 57 minutes, 22, 21, 20 seconds.
And that's when the NFL Draft will begin tonight, and our team right in the middle of the entire project. In fact, you might think that the 6th spot in the draft might be where things start to get really interesting. Welcome, everybody. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin, Kayla Coljohn behind the glass today. The fabulous Matt Corrali taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092.
What a team. All-star team for an all-star night here. Big NBA playoffs. And, of course, we've got the NFL Draft. I think we should talk about that. And we really haven't spent any time on it.
No, not at all. Oh. When can we talk about the 2027 draft?
Oh,
that'll be depending on what they do at quarterback in like the next 2 days.
2 months ago.
That'll be fun. We got a show today.
Oh.
And 11 o'clock, Brittany Groli from The Athletic, who wrote the piece that we touched on earlier about Paul DePodesta. She's going to join us, and there's some stuff in there about his time with the Browns that's really pretty fascinating.
Especially early.
Yeah, she was able to dig into some stuff. It's really good. She's going to join us at 11 o'clock. Andrew Siciliano, Browns play-by-play man, coming up at noon, and our own Daryl Ryder coming up at 1 o'clock.
What a show. What a show.
We're ready to go.
Jeff, I realize that if I want to intimidate people here in our office, all I need to do is not dress like a slob. It's amazing to me.
You've worn a collared shirt
every day
a
this
dress
week.
shirt 2 days in a row. Not every day.
I was off Monday, but I did.
Well, I didn't know
Tuesday,
that because you weren't
or was
here.
that Tuesday? Tuesday I was wearing a dress shirt.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's another dress shirt morning because I've got a couple things going on before.
I'm Andy Baskin. I've got big
door.
things to do before I come to work.
Jeffy, I find it interesting that people have no idea that we wore suits to work every day.
I know.
For 30 plus years, and now all of a sudden we spend a couple years here.
Put on one dress shirt, and all of a sudden everybody's like, what?
"Oh, look who's the boss! Do you have an interview today? What are you doing? Why are you doing this?" And I was like, "Again, Jeff, it's mind blowing to me. What do we have? 15 years here." behind the radio
I have
mic?
so many ties, it's ridiculous.
Right, how many
and
years
I
do we
gave
have now?
half of them away.
Are we coming up on 15?
Yes, Andy, we are.
In the 15 years that we've been on the radio,
it's drafted. Nobody cares.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Let's get to work.
I know. You get to work. But, I mean, of all those years that, you own normal clothes. Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Yesterday, I threw out a couple of times, and you said, oh, you're not going to say it today?
Yeah, why didn't you say it yesterday?
Because today is draft day.
Oh, okay. Excuse me there, Kevin Costner.
As with every good mock draft, as with every good draft plan, you keep thinking, you keep tweaking, you keep going, you keep evolving. And I have determined what it is I want this team to do in the draft.
Oh, good.
It took me a while. There are a lot of great options, Andy. That's the biggest thing of this. I think there are a lot of great options here. But after a lot of thought, after a lot of reading, after watching a lot of videotape of some of these guys, I've come up with what I think the Browns should do in the first 2 rounds of the draft.
Okay.
After that, it's kind of a crapshoot.
This is what you want them to do. You, Jeff Phelps. This is the Jeff Phelps GM. This is what they should do.
That is correct.
Okay.
And yet, with this, there's still flexibility involved because I think, you have to go with the flow a little bit. You ready?
Yeah.
In talking with numerous folks here on our show, reading numerous smart people, tons of mock drafts and everything else, I think, and you're going to like this. You ready?
Yeah.
I think if David Bailey or Arvell Reese or Jeremiah Love are sitting there at 6, you take them.
You're going to take Love? You are going to take a running back at 6.
Yes.
Jeff Phelps.
Yes.
Wow. I can't believe that.
If one of those 3 guys is sitting there, I take them. Now, coming up later in the show, we're going to do our own little mock draft. And I will tell you at that time, I'll give you a little preview. None of those guys are expected to be on the board at 6.
Of course not.
If one of those 3 is there, I take them. No questions asked. Okay?
Okay. I like where we're going today. I like the way this has already started. Jeff Phelps thinking out of the box and coming up with a plan that absolutely, positively won't make the majority of the fans crazy.
If Sonny Styles is sitting there and Caleb Downs, but especially Sonny Styles, I have to trust Andrew Berry and his scouting department. But I'd be tempted to think about it. Sonny Styles is a freak, and Caleb Downs is a hammer in the back of that defensive backfield. Caleb Downs is going to be there, I would think. But it's going to come down to, at that point, how do they evaluate those guys? Can you imagine having a stud player at safety in Caleb Downs to go along with Grant Delpit? Along with your corners, Denzel and Tyson Campbell, and Carson Schlesinger at linebacker, and Miles and Mason Graham and Malik Collins and whoever else they bring in at defensive end, because they will. Andy, that's a defense. So that's something to think about. But I would consider Styles and Downs, but if they have them evaluated very closely to the top wide receiver in the draft, whoever they think that guy is. I don't think a receiver is going until 5 at the earliest. Mm-hmm. So then here's what I really come up with, okay? Because, again, I don't think Bailey, Reese, or Love are going to be on the board. And Styles and Downs, they're a little bit of a luxury to me.
Okay.
I think the Browns must come away from this draft with one of the top 3 wide receivers in the draft if they can't get Bailey, Reese, or Love. So I think they must get Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson, or Mekhi Lemon, who are basically considered the top 3 wide receivers by most folks.
Okay.
Then at 24 and 39, and I'm assuming, look, because we can't predict trades, if they stay there, if they move, whatever, the plan doesn't change for me. Again, if those Bailey, Reese, Love, take him at 6. Done. If they move around, still, I think you need to come away with one of the top 3 wide receivers. If they trade down with Dallas, you better get one of those guys at 12. One of the top 3 wide receivers. And then with 24 and 39, in either order, Andy.
Okay.
Next best wide receiver and best offensive lineman still on the board. So in other words, 2 of the first 3 picks, I want the Browns to take wide receivers, 2 of the first 3, and an offensive lineman.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm digesting everything you just said.
After a lot of thought, a lot of research, a lot of reading, a lot of watching this team be inept in the passing game. That's what my thought is.
They've been inept in the drafting game too, with the exception of last year. I think we get the caveat we get the caveat there. So I want you to clear your mind and promise me we should take the Browns' oath of drafting. Thank you. State your name.
State your name.
Will not freak out when the Browns trade the number 6 overall pick tonight.
I won't either.
Okay, I will not do that either.
But they still need to come up with one of the top 3 wide receivers in this draft.
Which they absolutely will have the opportunity to do.
Tate, Tyson, Lemon. One of the 3.
But a part of this oath is you have to say to yourself, I will expect the unexpected. I will understand that there might be a running back they're going to take when they have no business taking a running back. There is a tight end they might take when they probably shouldn't be taking a tight end. They'll be taking an edge rusher here. Your fixed thoughts on the fact that I know, and the rest of the world knows this team needs wide receivers and offensive linemen, yet they will jump off of the logic that all of us have.
Do they
expect it?
Do they need, and I'm serious here, do they need offensive line men? Or do they need an offensive line man?
I think they need offensive line men because the depth is very shaky.
I don't know that that's the case. Because they went out and they traded for one, brought in Titus Howard. Mm-hmm. They signed 2, Jenkins and Zion Johnson, and they re-signed Tevin Jenkins. DeJuan Jones is back. You could go out and play football right now with that crew. You still have
play football.
That
doesn't mean
you still have Zach Zinter. Luke Whippler's coming back from injury.
Yeah,
it's about time Zach Zinter step up and be the guy. He's a 3rd-round pick. You can develop that guy. I think they need to go out.
It's 26 already. I mean, they drafted him in 24. Like, when are we going to see some dividends out of Whippler and Zinter? Whippler, we've seen a little bit more.
They've both been injured a little bit. Andy, I'm not predicting them to be starters. I'm not even predicting them to be contributors, but they are there, and this front office drafted them. So
normally,
come on, Andrew.
Until last year,
not
Jeff,
you, Andrew.
I know. Yeah. I believed in your theory. I believe that if the Browns drafted you, especially Zach Zinter, a 3rd-rounder, you're good for 5 years, 4 years at the worst. Especially if you were a wide receiver.
He's big, he's strong, he played well at Michigan.
But Jeff,
maybe there's something there.
Jeff, if you think there are better offense, now I'm very hesitant to do this at 6 because I don't need at 6 with an offensive lineman. I need someone who could probably start at left tackle, and then I got to figure out what I'm going to do with DeJuan Jones. We're not walking away from DeJuan Jones right now. You're not. You just aren't. So,
but if you're going to get an offensive lineman, aren't you thinking left tackle?
Of
Which
course
would mean
you
you're
are.
not starting DeJuan Jones.
Or you're
not going to sit the guy.
Is Titus Howard 100% starting at right tackle?
More than likely, he's played limited snaps at left tackle in his career. In fact, you want to know how many? 245.
Well, it's 245 more than I have, so I give
Elton Jenkins has played 524 snaps at left tackle.
Jeff,
they weren't brought here to play left tackle, though Titus Howard probably could.
Let me just say this. Is anyone going to bat an eyelid if Jeremiah Byers isn't here, if Kendrick Green isn't here?
Who, by the way, was lining up as the starting center during minicamp.
I'll be honest, if Whippler or Zinter aren't here, if KT Leviston, like of all those backups, we've seen Leviston's been pretty okay.
He's played.
Tyree Phillips, Jack Conley, like if those names aren't on the roster.
Zinter's been out there.
No one's going to fret if they're gone.
Absolutely
and why
not.
not bring in a couple more offensive linemen and build some depth there? But I don't need to do it at the top of the draft.
And,
I'll tell
and
you
I
that.
don't I don't mind a couple of offensive linemen. But my thought, I think the Browns need to get one of the top 3 wide receivers on the board in the entire draft. And there is a problem with that. I'll tell you what that is. Do you agree with me? What do you think? What do the Browns do in the first 2 rounds? I say one of the top 3 wide receivers in the draft with their first pick, wherever that ends up, and then the next 2 picks, next best wide receiver on their board, and the best offensive lineman on their board. Andy will have his thoughts coming up next. We want yours, 216-474-0092. What a day here on Baskin and Phelps. Let's go!
consistent, obey reduced speed limits, stay alert, maintain a safe following distance, and put those phones down. If you can't move over, slow down. It's the law. We want you and our work crews to get home safely at the end of the day. Safe actions save lives. A message from the Ohio Turnpike.
The best playoff coverage in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It's draft day, folks. Tonight, Browns sitting at 6-24. Will they be there? I don't know. We'll find out. Might be trading down. Never know. Could trade up, especially from 24. I laid out in the first segment what I want them to do. And I just thought, okay, there are three guys that if they are there, if they drop, and I think they would have to drop, you must draft them. That's David Bailey, Arvell Reese from Glenville, and running back Jeremiah Love. If they are there, they are the type of player that you can just add to your football team and know you're going to be set. And then I'd think about Sonny Styles and Caleb Downs, but I think I would lead more Carnell Tate, depending on the Browns' evaluation. If they think Sonny Styles is going to be a beast, maybe. Caleb Downs is going to be a beast, I think. But, boy, they need wide receiver help like crazy. So my overall thought was, if those big three aren't there, they need to come out of the first two rounds with one of the top three wide receivers in the draft by everybody else's evaluation. Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson, Mekhi Lemon. And then the best offensive lineman they can find when they pick next, or the best wide receiver. And then whatever they don't take with their second pick, they take the other with the third. I'm Jeff Phelps. This would be Andy Baskin.
All right, so I'm approaching the draft like this tonight. First of all, I've already eliminated Mendoza, Bailey, Reese.
You just don't think they'll be there?
They're just not going to be there at 6.
And you know what, Andy? I agree with you. They're not going to be there.
There's 3. So I like in my thought process, Mendoza, Bailey, Reese, done. Forget about them. They're not coming to the Browns unless the Browns decide to move up. And I don't know,
which I wouldn't do if I was them.
No, unless they love Fernando Mendoza and we're ready to make another Deshaun Watson trade.
Raiders won't do that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe if you gave him a Deshaun Watson trade, although even it wouldn't be that bad because the contract wouldn't be as bad because it'd be friendly because he's being drafted, and he'd have to be on the rookie wage scale. But the more I look at it, I believe history tells us that they are not going to make a pick at 6 tonight. That they will trade that. You have to go back to 2018, Jeff, and Baker Mayfield for the last time they've actually had their natural pick in the first round, and he was number 1 overall. So history tells you don't be surprised if they trade the pick, and I'm okay with that, especially if they think they can get the player they want, and hopefully they fill a need. What I think drives us nuts, and we talk about worst case scenario, is let's say the Browns decide to trade out of 6, they come back. I'll even say Dallas at 12, right? And because I think that's what sane people think, right?
That seems to be the key landing spot for a trade down.
The hard part about the Cowboys, though, is they don't have a second-round pick. But
they do have the 20th pick in the first round.
Are they going to give us both of their picks?
Well,
No,
I've
I don't
seen
think.
trade scenarios where 12 and 20 come to the Browns, and the Browns cough up 6 and 39. And then I've seen trade scenarios where the Cowboys send something else to the Browns, like a 2027 second-rounder, to move up to 6 from 12, and the Browns get 12.
So, but are you thinking, if you put yourself in the Cowboy shoes, which we never do in this.
They seem to want Sonny Styles.
Yeah, okay, so and that'd be
from every mock draft you see.
And so that's where you've got to go. And what I mean,
noise.
if they stayed at 12, I've seen a bunch of mocks say Caleb Downs at 12, if Downs makes it to 12. I don't know. The beauty of this draft, this is the first draft in a long time that we always get into the quarterback thing. Oh, who's taking this quarterback? Who's taking that quarterback? And we're waiting for them all to go in the top 10. That's not this draft.
Not happening.
And, Andrew Siciliano, who's with us later today.
That'd be at noon.
And he'll probably say it again today, too. But he said this to me on Tuesday, that, after Mendoza, it's a free-for-all. It really is. And, I'm even leaning to say that Bailey and Reese are 2-3. But even that might be a crapshoot. Who knows? Because Reese or Bailey could end up falling, or something crazy could happen, or someone makes a trade. Now all of a sudden, everything gets jumbled. This is one of the most fascinating drafts we've had in a long time, because you just really don't know what's going to happen after one. So let me just I'll say this. I think probably one of the smartest conversations we had was with Sal Palantonio, and that was last week, or was that early? Yeah, it was last week
from ESPN.
And Sal had 5 guys that make an instant impact. They are matchup nightmares for other teams.
One of them was Sonny Styles.
Yeah, and so if any of those 5 guys land,
one of those will, Andy.
Well, they'll have the opportunity to grab one of those 5.
Yes, they will.
If they stay at 6. If they don't, there's no guarantee that any of those 5 guys will be there. When
but some of those guys are guys that might make you think, is that the guy that the Browns should bring in? Like Kenyon Sadiq.
Kenyon Sadiq
like Caleb
is
Downs.
Sadiq,
like Sonny Styles.
Sadiq is the guy I would love. Sadiq, to me, is the guy that fits the MO of the Browns for taking a guy they think is a big impact and can do a little bit more. Like, I think they think they'll get more for their money with Kenyon Sadiq, depending on where they draft. I don't think they're going to take him at 6. I think that's kind of a reach at 6. I think he's a little bit farther back. I don't know that he's much farther back than 8. And I don't know why.
I do. He might be on the board. If he gets past Kansas City, he might drop to Tampa at 15.
I've seen a couple where he's been higher than that. I've seen him in that 8 to 12 range. How's that sound?
Okay.
And so
what do you want him to do?
What do I want them? I want them to take it. What I really want is a player at 6 that will have an impact on this team and that can help them score, be it wide receiver or even Jeremiah Love.
Okay.
That really, if you ask me what's my core feeling on this, take somebody who can get in the end zone. That is our biggest problem.
When did it get named the end zone?
Because I wanted to keep my job past today.
Oh, okay, good.
So someone's got to get into the end zone. Do that at 6, and then let everything else fall into place.
The one reason I say I want them to get with their first pick, unless those guys are there, one of the top 3 receivers by everybody else's rankings, because I don't trust the Browns to evaluate wide receivers. They haven't given me the reason to trust them on that. Nate's in West Salem. Nate, thanks for calling.
Hey, Nate.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Happy play. This is not draft day. This is happy playmaker day.
Nice.
Today's the day.
Your lips to God's ears, and let's hope that they're actually listening today, because we all know they need a playmaker. Is that what they're going to do with the number 6 pick?
I don't know if that's what they're going to do, but they need to take Tate at 6, and they need to move up from 24 and take Tyson. Come out of this with a new 1 and 2, put Judy as the number 3 and Elijah as the number 4 wide receiver, and come out with some playmakers and get this offense from 16 points a game to 25. Happy
Nate?
playmaker day!
So, Nate, you're on board with my thought. Get one of the top 3 guys, and then try and get the next best guy on your board.
Absolutely, and trade up. This is not the year to trade down. This is not the year for 2027. This is the year to get playmakers so that whoever is playing quarterback this year has some weapons to go to so we can actually evaluate them. We can't evaluate them with scrubs. Line is fine.
When you say trade up, are you saying trade up from 6?
No, trade up from
I'm just
24.
making sure. Okay, yeah. All right, I'll buy that.
Nate, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Kyle is in Wadsworth, home of the Grizzlies.
Hey, Kyle.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, man?
The previous guy, I like his idea of trying to get Tate and trading back up for Tyson, too. 2 playmakers at receiver would be ideal. I think it's going to be hard to pass on Downs if he falls to 6.
Mm-hmm.
I think Downs is an elite guy who's going to give you all 3 levels of eliteness, young eliteness on defense. And it's going to be hard to pass that up. You got guys at 24 that could fall, like Omar Cooper. I think he's getting severely overlooked at receiver. I know he's no Tyson or Tate.
He was great at Indiana.
He was fantastic, and I know Mendoza won Heisman, so it could be a product of that. Who knows? But I don't think Tate is much better than Tyson. And if Tyson didn't have these hamstring injuries, we might be talking about Tyson as a top 5 pick.
Right? He's fun to watch, isn't he?
He's amazing. He's explosive. I mean, I would like ideally to trade back with Dallas to 12, try and get there first next year, which is the Packers first, and hope Tyson falls to us at 12. Get some assets for next year, take Tyson at 12, and then at 24, just take the best tackle. Hopefully Blake Miller or Caleb Lomu are there, right?
Okay, so, Kyle, thank you very much.
Let me ask you a question.
What?
Do you think Andrew has a trade in his pocket right now?
Yeah.
I do too.
Yep. He always does. He always does. I think the idea of Caleb Downs is intriguing, at least. And think about what Todd Monken watched with the last 3 years with Kyle Hamilton in Baltimore. Now, that was on the other side of the ball, but Todd saw what Kyle Hamilton means to that Ravens defense. Maybe Caleb Downs can be just as impactful, but I just think the need at wide receiver, if you have these guys, and again, it comes down to evaluation, if you have these guys so close in your ranking, I mean, this team is just, it's putrid at wide receiver. It is. And Andrew Berry hasn't shown the ability to draft a wide receiver who can actually play in the league. I like Cedric Tillman. He hasn't been healthy enough. And we haven't seen enough good play from Cedric. Donovan Peoples-Jones might be the most productive guy they've drafted. He's not, I don't think he's even on a team right now. But he was solid when he was here for a while. But that's not enough. You drafted Anthony Schwartz and passed over Amon-Ra St. Brown. Sorry, I know you can look and spin the wheel of regret. How did you miss that? You know, and other teams passed on St. Brown, but you're looking for a wide receiver in the third round, and you took Schwartz over Amon-Ra St. Brown. That just screams red flag. And that's why I keep thinking, just these three guys seem to be everybody's top picks. Get one of them. Get one of them. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal. That's right, Weather Seal Home Services, Northeast Ohio. Oh, man, did the recent storms leave your home damaged? So many friends on the east side. Oh.
have it for you live. Coverage via the Browns Radio Network starts at 8, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Make plans to join the most knowledgeable lineup in all of Cleveland media for NFL draft coverage.
The Cleveland Browns select.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up at 11 o'clock, Brittany Groli from The Athletic, the lady who wrote the really in-depth, really interesting piece about Paul DePodesta, the international man of mystery. She's going to join us. Can't wait to talk to her.
Nice. You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., our show from 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now. In fact, Jeff, remember I was telling you, like I would say to our smart speaker, I would say, play 92.3 The Fan, and it would go to like some random station, and it would drive me nuts. And so I'd start yelling at it. I figured out a trick. I would say to it, name, play WKRK-FM, and it does it every time correctly.
Well, how about that?
How about that? A little trick for you. For some reason, you're getting hung up on your smart speaker. Nice. Play WKRK-FM works too.
6, 24, and then 39 in the second round. Those are the first three picks for the Browns. Andy and I have laid out what we want to see done with it. I want them to come out of this with one of either three guys who I don't think are going to drop, and those would be three of the biggest names in this draft.
I just think it's hard to stick names on what you think the Browns are going to do at this point. I did though. No, I know. I did too, sort of. Sort of. I sort of did. If
you can get David Bailey, Arvell Reese, or Jeremiah Love, just draft them.
Yes. Yeah. I'll tell you what.
I think they'll all be gone.
I'm okay with the Sal Pal theory of Love, Sadiq, Downs, or Bain, or Styles. I'm okay. I'm telling you, I'm not hesitant on Sadiq. And by the way,
we have a tight end.
Why can't you have two tight ends? Well, especially if you think this tight end is a receiving tight end that you're going to use. David Njoku's not here anymore. You need
how much
another
did they
one.
Use David?
Well, we have a new head coach right now.
I know. You don't.
Should they have used David more? Yes. Could David have hung on to a couple more balls every once in a while? Yeah, too. But that's okay. He came here when he was 19, and he got, although he still hasn't landed with another team. So, or has he? Did I miss something over the last couple of days?
Harold Fannin is a solid guy that they seem to really like.
Yes.
Let's not put him in the Hall of Fame yet.
Yes.
But I don't think you need to add another tight end when your wide receiver group stinks.
But I'm not looking at it from wide receiver.
You're looking at it as an offensive weapon.
I'm looking at it as a weapon. Can you get my 16-point per game team into the end zone? Are you a receiver? Not tight end, wide receiver, it doesn't matter. One of those two positions, along with a running back, or I'll leave it at running back, can catch the ball and go. Can we please get in the end zone? I'm tired of watching 16-point games. It's been too long. And I don't care who the quarterback is on this either. If you have a playmaker on the other side who can avoid the first attempt to tackle them, you're going to have a chance. That can be a running back, that can be a wide receiver, or that can be a tight end. And if you believe, and they believe, that Sadiq can catch the ball and go and get to the end zone, boom. The guy's got speed. He's got a lot of things going on. And I know that if people think if they draft him at 6, they've overextended themselves because they probably could have fell back. That's why I kind of feel like they're going to trade 6, and maybe he could be there as an opportunity for them a little bit later on in the draft. I might be the only guy in Cleveland saying it. Don't care. If it happens, I'm not going to be mad.
I would rather have Carnell Tate, Mekhi Lemon, or Jordan Tyson.
Here's a fun one. What if they're gone? Although if they're gone, that means that Bailey Reese.
Good Lord. That means Bailey Reese and Jeremiah Love coming to Cleveland, baby.
That's right.
Sam's in Lakewood. Hey, Sam.
Sammy.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I agree with you, Jeff, on the fact that we need to take one of those 3 wide receivers. And I would go as far to say, even if those other guys that you mentioned were available, I think we need to take one of the wide receivers. I'm going to tell you why. I believe that wide receiver is one of the 3 most important individual position groups on a football roster. And we have allocated 2 first-round picks to wide receivers since we came back in 1999. And the reason that I believe that wide receiver is one of the 3 most important position groups on the roster is what I saw when the Bengals took Jamar Chase. I was sitting in my fraternity house basement in Miami University, and I watched Jamar Chase get taken. And I watched all the Cincinnati guys go crazy. They weren't positive. They were, not happy about it because they wanted Penei Sewell. And then, a year later, they're in the Super Bowl. And watching that was pretty rough with them. So I think that if they take one of those wide receivers, we can, really make a difference. And hopefully, I'm not saying they're Jamar Chase or anything, but you never know. So that's all I have to listen.
What was the name? Did you say you were in your fraternity house or just a regular house down there at Miami?
I was in a fraternity house.
Because every house in Oxford has to have a name on the outside of it.
It does, yes.
Along with the red brick. All right, Sam. Thanks, buddy. That's funny. Dan's in Cleveland. Hello, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Good morning.
Morning.
Jeff, I wanted to especially mention you because I love your analysis of what we need to do today. And what we need to do is the picks that Ohio State has, along with Tate, the 4 guys. Now even you're coming. The last couple of calls from a month ago, I said I would wanted to consider Love. Now you're on the Love thing also if he's available.
I don't think he's going to
so
be
wait,
there.
you're agreeing with him. I've been with you on this Love bandwagon since you called in the last time.
May I add?
You're giving him all the credit.
The way
Come on, man.
Okay, I'll put you on it too then.
All right, thanks. I feel better.
Okay, but
I was jealous.
The way the NFL thinks, they may take Bailey or this Rubin guy. You don't know until you get there tonight, okay?
Yep.
So these people could slip. So what do you do if you have Tate and Love? Now, I'd like to remind you on Love the way I'm thinking, and I know you're going to probably laugh at me, but back when we drafted Paul Warfield in 1964, he played 3 years for Ohio State at halfback.
Yeah, he was a running back.
They brought him to the Browns to play corner. Then when they saw him, they moved him with Gary Collins to wide receiver, and the rest is history. With a Love, you have an option for Monken. He could play running back with Junkin if Junkin's healthy, but you could put him out at a slot also, and he could become a receiver. These guys are dangerous people that can go 60 in 1 second, as
and
you
Dan,
know.
that's one reason that I would say if Love is there, you take him. I've read folks from Notre Dame saying if you wanted to, you could turn him into a Pro Bowl caliber wide receiver. Just line him out there.
Yeah.
Because he's that good with the ball in his hands. And that's why, after further review, and again, the draft isn't until tonight, keep looking, keep learning. And that's why if Love was there and I'm the Browns, I would take him. Jeff is in North Olmsted. Jeff, welcome to the show.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes,
Hi
sir.
there.
Listen, so, as I was telling the gentleman who took my call initially, I want to walk away with one of the T's. It's either Tate or Tyson. I understand if Love is there, you've got to take him. But here's the thing with me, and this is why it's driving me insane. I understand there's trade options. If Dallas comes up, I want both of their first-round picks. I do.
I would agree.
I agree. I want both of them. I do not want to go one pick and then give me a second or swap. No swaps. Give me both of them. That's how bad you want Reese. Move up and get him and give us what we're asking for. Be a real draft day boss this time. But what I'm really thinking is, listen, this is the first time in a while we've been in a position where we have the ability at 6 to get whatever playmaker we want. If we don't walk away with one of those players, it is our own dang fault because there is no reason you pass on. And I understand with Tyson might have the higher ceiling than Tate, but Tate to me has the higher floor. And why I say that is you know what you're getting right out of the gate with him. I don't care about him being a 4.6 40 because at the end of the day, The 4-3 burners typically are the guys that are just getting by defenders and hoping that they get the ball in their hands. They don't have the hands and the ability that a guy like Tate has. I like him. He's a pure route runner. But one way or the other, if you don't walk away with one of those guys, it is your own darn fault. I don't care what happens at 24. If you get a lineman, great. But I just want playmakers regardless. If you come away with both of them, that would be even better.
Jeff, I agree. You have three guys that all of the draft people think are the top three guys in this draft at wide receiver.
You don't pass on that.
You got to get one of them. Have to get one of them.
Have a great day, Jeff.
All right,
Thanks,
Jeff.
man.
Appreciate it. Andy, the group has been so void of big-time talent. You know, Jerry Judy's a competent pro. I don't think there's any question.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry's not the guy that you think, okay, this guy is going to kill it for us. He's just not. I like Cedric Tillman. I do. I've said that since he got here. We haven't seen enough of it yet. Could it be there still? Yeah, maybe it could. I like Malachi Corley, who they brought back. I think Isaiah Bond is interesting. Those are a lot of question marks around four guys who are your top four wide receivers right now. Go get a guy who there are no question marks. The only question mark would be with Tyson. Can he stay healthy? The question mark with Tate is, okay, can he become Jackson Smith and Jigba? Can he become the number one guy? Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that. And with Mekhi Lemon, I keep seeing the comparisons to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Fine, I'm sold. Thank you very much. Chuck's in Willoughby.
Hey, Chuck.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
Good, Chuck. Good to have you with us.
Hey man, I'm intrigued about Sadiq for a number of reasons. You have Fannin on one side who just broke out as a rookie. You know, he exposed defenses. I think if you get Fannin and Sadiq in the same offense with some running game, I think that's up Todd Monken's right up his alley.
Keep talking, Chuck. Keep talking.
I mean, Sadiq he's an athletic freak. All right, he's 6'3", 250. Just plays the ball like crazy. I mean, he's a wide receiver with a bigger body. That's basically what he is. I mean, you look at Megatron. When Megatron came in, he was big, he was strong, and people couldn't defend him. I think if you put these two guys together in this offense with a running game, with the new offensive line, I think he can do some damage.
Hey, Chuck, let me read a couple of things from Lance Zierlein, the NFL analyst for NFL.com, on his draft profile of Sadiq Bey. Kenyon Sadiq. I'm a big Sadiq Bey fan, by the way. I think he's a heck of a forward. He compares him to Trey McBride. Well, okay, that's good. No question. He says this about his strengths. Built like a bodyguard with a compact, well-defined frame. I think that's funny.
Mm-hmm.
He said capable of running a robust route tree. I think that's funny.
Yep.
And then he says vandalizes defensive seams with impunity against man coverage. Is that beautiful or what?
I think him and Fannin together. I mean, it almost reminds me when I grew up. It was Ozzie Newsome and
Funny
Webster
you should
Slaughter.
say that. Funny you should say Ozzie because you know he's going to end up in Baltimore, right?
No. Chuck, thank you very much.
Sadiq will end up in Baltimore.
Paul DePodesta is not involved in this draft for the Browns.
Yeah, I kind of noticed
unless
that.
he left some notes in the desk.
Oh, that would
or
be
the
cool.
computer.
Good
Didn't
luck.
delete the file.
Good luck, Andrew. Here's a couple Hershey Kisses. and let me
Brittany
tell you some
Groli
more.
wrote a tremendous piece about the role that Paul DePodesta played or didn't play here in Cleveland and why it might not have worked. And she's with The Athletic, and she's next on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey.
Athletic joins Baskin and Phelps next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Ready on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Brittany Groli from The Athletic is going to join us momentarily, and we are going to talk to her about a great article that she's written about Paul DePodesta. That's coming up momentarily.
92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code SAUCE, S-A-U-C-E. S-A-U-C-E. SAUCE is the code word. At 923thefan.com before noon for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. Love me some Mr. Hero. Download the Mr. Hero app. Get a regular BOGO offer for just signing up. Receive monthly coupon offers. Order online and earn your points while you enjoy your favorite menu items. Download today in the Google Play Store or the Apple Store. Again, today's code word, SAUCE, S-A-U-C-E, 923thefan.com before noon. It's all from Mr. Hero and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Earlier in the week, we were talking about an outstanding article written by Brittany Groli from The Athletic. It's Paul DePodesta's Rockies move, Moneyball at a midlife crisis, or Colorado's best bet. Along with all the baseball in there, there's some really, really intriguing stuff about DePodesta's 9 years with the Cleveland Browns in a role that we still don't know what the heck it was. Joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, the lady who wrote that article, Brittany Groli. Brittany, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me, especially in the middle of we're about to kick off the NFL draft here.
I know.
Well, we have a draft without Paul DePodesta. We're wondering if the Browns are actually going to be able to have it.
Are we going to shut down? Are we not going to be able to have a draft this year? Are we going to lock up?
Did he leave notes in his computer, or are there papers in his desk?
What are we going to do?
Well, I don't know. You talk to some Browns fans, and they're like, "Well, now that he's out, we're going to win the Super Bowl." So I was forward to that
yeah,
too.
we talked to those people.
You have been talking to Browns fans.
So you had a line in there that made me just think, wow, I can't believe Paul actually said that. And it was when he left baseball, came to the Browns, and he's sitting in a Browns meeting, and he's thinking, uh-oh. And his quote to you was, "My competency as an executive fell off a cliff." What did you think when he said that to you?
Right. Honestly, guys, in the over an hour I spent with him, I was pretty struck by how honest he seemed to be, because he didn't, as you all know, talk much about his time in Cleveland when he was in Cleveland.
No.
And I was really curious what happened and what
so are
led
we.
to that move, right? And how that happened. And I think the fact that the role was so shrouded in secrecy that he reported directly to ownership, the fact that, as he said, he also said in another quote in that story, like, it was going to be years before I was even semi-productive.
Yeah, up to speed.
So, right. And I think that's important. Like, I think he was sold to fans maybe in a public way as like, this guy is from Moneyball, he's going to save us. And he internally, that was never what he thought. He thought, let's go to the NFL. Let me spend some time here. Let me see if these systems can work like they worked in the NFL. But he knew that years like 0 to 5 were going to be a very sharp learning curve. And I don't know if fans knew that, right? I think people thought like, hey, he's going to come and we're going to win. And first off, the Oakland A's didn't win a World Series when he was there. What the Haslams wanted were better systems in place, better decisions. And when I talked to people that were there at the time at the executive level, the NFL was way behind baseball in terms of integrating analytics and making sound decisions. And a lot of draft rooms were just, who are we going to pick? Let's just throw a dart, on the wall. And I think that was what was intriguing to the Haslams was, let's go somewhere where they've used numbers to their advantage, where they've been able to get extra wins out of the data, which is, really what Moneyball and the Oakland A's did. It wasn't let's win a World Series. It was how do we take in a sport that's not fair and make it a little more equitable? How do we find the inefficiencies in the market? That was what Paul DePodesta's job was. It certainly wasn't to save the Cleveland Browns, and he didn't save the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, there's a number of things. Like, I think some people thought, okay, well, he's coming here to do this, but I think the majority of people were like, Oh, man, we just got the Jonah Hill character from Moneyball, and he's not really going to look at talent. He is just going to plug in numbers, and now we're going to – for a team that, is all about analytics, they just double down on the analytics. But the weird part about it is that analytics has this really bad name when really there's so much more to analytics, and it's about when to fly a plane to go somewhere. And Paul Brown, really kind of wrote the book on analytics before it became someone who sat behind a computer and just even had a playbook. And so when they brought him in, there were a lot of question marks about what he was going to do. After you were done, what did you actually think his job was while he was here? Because I think we're all still trying to figure out what exactly did he do?
I think it was to put systems in place internally. Okay. And somebody I talked to after the story came out that's in Cleveland said the same thing, that they will use some of the modeling and systems he put in place in the draft. They will use some of the things that he did. Let me give you an example. Didn't make it in the story. When he hired Stefanski and Andrew Berry, he brought in, typically, when NFL teams conduct these searches, they keep it very close, the amount of people that are in there. Well, when DePodesta did this before, I think, the 2020 season, he brought in everybody from equipment manager all the way up. There were hundreds of people involved in this process. And DePodesta said, this is going to be not just the GM of the team, not just the coach of the team. This is going to be everybody's GM. We all want to feel like we take part in this. We all organizationally want to be on the same page. And that's what he did. And you look at the fact that they had their only playoff win with that pair, Stefanski being coach of the year. I know he's not there anymore, but that's something that they're going to do in the future. These systems in place that Paul did, that, listen, it's hard to get credit for these tiny decisions behind the scenes, right? It's hard to get credit for cap space or putting infrastructure that was missing in place. And that's a lot of what his job was. He was not the key decision maker, though he did have some input.
You had some quotes from the former Browns executives, and you gave them anonymity so that they would speak openly, that I thought were fascinating. One, the Haslams got off mid-ride. In other words, they didn't let Paul see it through. They pulled the plug after 2 years. Same thing. Not sure the original plan ever got to see the light of day. And then the overall summation, his process, no one better in the NFL, probably the most advanced in football. I think it failed because they didn't weigh it enough. Did he sit there for the last 7 years and think, what are they doing? Because they didn't let me do what they hired me to do?
Maybe. And to his credit, Paul said nothing but nice things about his time in Cleveland and with the Haslams. But what's funny, guys, is when you do a story like this and you tell people, I will grant you anonymity, I would like to just know what you think. I went in eyes wide open. I expected people, based on what I had heard or, the perception about Paul in Cleveland, I expected people to crush him, right? I expected them to be like, this guy didn't know anything, get him out of this sport. He's just this numbers guy. And I talked to people who worked under him, people who, only were at that executive level position, people that were, on the team. I talked to so many people in so many different areas about him, and nobody had anything bad to say. Everyone said what is in that story, that I don't think he really got the opportunity to do what he did in Oakland here. And I think one of the reoccurring themes I got from the Haslams is they're constantly changing their minds, and they're constantly saying, we're going to do it this way. And then the team doesn't do well. It's been a year or two and down the road, and they're like, ooh, let's change our mind and do something else. They're constantly throwing stuff against the wall, looking for a way to turn this team around. And I think they're still doing it. I think they're in the process of doing it again. And I think that's unfortunately kind of led to some of the issues with DePodesta. I think he was an easy scapegoat, as somebody mentioned. He didn't live there. He was a baseball guy. He went to Harvard. It was very easy to say, what's he doing? This is all messed up. But a lot of people don't think. They think that hiring John Dorsey, all of a sudden a guy who really didn't value anything Paul did, kind of really muted the impact that Paul had. And also, in the NFL, guys, it's hard to sell to fans, we're going to be bad for 5 years. This rebuild might take 7-8 years, whereas in baseball, that's just kind of something that happens. So I think there's a lot of blame to go around. There were a lot of problems. But, yeah, certainly I was so surprised in talking to people in Cleveland how many people said, great human being, smart human being, did not get the ability to really do what he wanted to do. And that is startling, especially when, like I said, you are letting people speak their mind freely. You are not using their names. 9 times out of 10, people use that as an opportunity to be negative or bash someone.
Yeah.
I couldn't find anybody that said a bad word about Paul DePodesta.
Brittany Groli is joining us. She's from The Athletic, and she has a great piece out right now about Paul DePodesta, his move back to baseball, but great insight into his time here in Cleveland. Did you get the impression that the Deshaun Watson trade was his idea? He was asked to pull it off. He was asked to research it, or where did that land in the entire situation?
I don't think it was his idea. I think kind of reading between the tea leaves, because there was such a small amount of people that were directly involved in that. I was told there were a lot of cooks in the kitchen. I think it was a case where they were told to research it, where it was looked at as, hey, we're going to look for inefficiencies in the market. What about this guy who's available because of some other issues? I think when they put it through a model, they thought maybe at worst, if he's league average, it would still be a good deal. It would still pay dividends. I think you can run that through the model 1,000 times and never get the scenario that actually happened to them. But DePodesta wears it. I think they all should wear it at that time. And I think you don't guarantee a contract without ownership saying, hey, this is what we're going to do to get him to come here. Because as you guys know, and as reported at the time, he didn't want to come here. He wanted to go to Atlanta. And so in order to get him, they had to do that. And that, I was told, was all Haslam's, as it should be, right? It's going to be their money. They have to determine, let's do it. But that's something that I think forever is going to be tied to his time there. I think I have a quote in there that said, Paul hit on a lot of dollar bets, but you miss on 1,000, and that's really what you're going to be remembered for. That, the Browns fans are always going to think of him and his time there with Deshaun Watson. And, it's obviously a terrible move. It was a move that set the organization back for years. There's no equivalent in baseball to that. It's hard to find a move that would single-handedly tank a franchise the way that one did. But, yeah, I don't think this is something where he said, we have to have this guy. This is my idea. This is what we're doing no matter what. That's not the way it works. That's not the structure that was put in place at all. I am betting, again, this is my own speculation, that he was brought this and said, how do you think this works? How can we make this work? And he presented them with the data and with some of the things that would go into this decision.
Did you get the feeling that he was doing more than just football for the Haslams, that he was just kind of a bigger picture in this Haslam Sports group as well? That's why they bought other teams and they have other things going on. Did you feel like he was just more than the Browns and more than football? Did you get any inkling on that?
That's a good question. I don't know if he was doing more. I didn't ask him if he was doing more than just the Browns. I think years 0 to 5 were such a blur that there was no way he was doing more. Like he really had to, and he really had the mindset of like, I got to figure this out. I think he went to the NFL was like, oh my God, I know nothing. My competency fell off a cliff, as we talked about. And all of a sudden baseball kept calling him back. And he's like, I can't go back. Like I'd be a failure. I got to figure this out, see this through. And I think, even though there were disappointments with maybe how some of these things were implemented, I think he wanted to see it through because he was just hoping that at some point there that the Browns would turn it around. And they did have flashes, right? They did have the playoff win, and they did have flashes where you were like, oh, maybe they are. And it just was never able to consistently they were never able to consistently turn it around, and that eats at him. Like I asked him, do you quantify that as, you did what you wanted to do in the NFL? And he said not at all. It was disappointing. It was frustrating. I am like you can tell it still bothers him that the stint in the NFL went the way it did.
Brittany Groli joining us from The Athletic. Did you get the feeling from Paul and everybody you talked to, had the Haslams not diverted the plan, had John Dorsey not been hired, had Sashi Brown stayed in place, that things might have worked out differently and worked out better for Paul here?
I think so. I think people that were brought in at around the same time Paul was were kind of sold on this plan, and then the plan never happened. And I think the natural course of human thinking is, well, what if we had done it this way? That was all laid out, that we sold the ownership on. And they specifically told the Haslams, like, you cannot get off the ride early. This is going to be ugly at times. You got to stick it out. And obviously they did not stick it out. And so I do think that the natural mind goes to, could we have done this? Could it have been better? I don't know. I'd make the argument that, of course, it could be better because it probably couldn't have gone worse, right? Like, you probably would have been a little bit better. Would you have been a healthier organization? I don't know. I think Paul learned that a lot of the data and analytics and things that, work in baseball don't necessarily transfer over. Though in a broader sense, I think some of the systems and some of the information of let's make an informed decision. Let's bring everybody in for this manager. Let's make sure everyone's on the same page. I think a lot of that stuff is important, but I think you'll never know if the Moneyball plan would have worked in Cleveland because they never gave it a fair shot.
Brittany, is that what you want? I mean, because your piece is excellent and it talks more about that and the Rockies too, and all that stuff is in there. But I'm just what do you think Browns fans needed to know about Paul DePodesta when it was all said and done?
Yeah, I think people needed to know that, I think he was kind of enemy number one in Cleveland, right? Because
although he was so hidden that it kind of it really wasn't.
We didn't know him, Brittany.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't think that he was enemy number one. But if we wanted to blame analytics, he got the blame.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I wanted to know. First off, I wanted to know from people in Cleveland, what did he do? Was he responsible for how this went? And I was really, like I told you guys, I was so surprised with how people responded. And I wanted people to know that, he did not come in with this, I'm going to turn this organization around in 3 years, watch this, or even 5 years. He came in with, the mindset of, no, I want to learn how another sport works. And I think my skills can transfer over, but it's going to take years before that happens. And I don't know if he was billed as some kind of savior. And I asked him, he never did media, really. He was very reticent there. And he said that he felt like everything he said was going to get twisted into what does this baseball guy know about anything? So he chose to get away from the spotlight because when the Moneyball book came out, when the movie came out, everything became about Paul DePodesta. He had a really bad experience, a failed 20 months as GM in LA, where everything was about him, and they called him Google Boy. And I think that, along with going to a new sport, he was like, I wasn't the GM. I wasn't the coach. I shouldn't be the one that's talking. I am just the one that is here to try to help stuff behind the scenes, that is here to help put better systems and better decisions in place. And so I think I wanted people to know kind of what he did and what he didn't do. And I just thought that there was a lot of unfair criticism. Some of it is valid, certainly the Watson deal and, the fact that he didn't accomplish what he wanted to accomplish. And those are fair criticisms. But I wanted to kind of conceptualize for fans what he did and what he didn't do. And also the fact that not one person is responsible for what has happened in Cleveland over the last decade. I think when you look at organizations that can consistently struggle, this is true in any sport, it is always at the top. And I hope for Browns fans that the Haslams find a plan to commit to and that things pay off because that city deserves some winning.
All right.
Had DePodesta stayed in place, do you think Kevin Stefanski would still be the coach here?
Maybe, because I think they had a pretty good relationship. I think he tried to hire him once before he ended up hiring him. And, that was the other thing. I think what was just most disheartening was he gets there and, right away, they hired, I think was it Hugh, right when he got there?
Mm-hmm.
And so right away, you're making moves that kind of directly go against what you said you were going to do. And I think that was probably really frustrating, not just for him, but for people that were brought into this process as well. So I think probably Stefanski would still be there, though I don't know. I wasn't intimately involved with the Browns at that time. I'm not on that beat. I don't know, if the fans just need a pound of flesh, sometimes that's kind of what happens in baseball. Someone has to go, whether they are a good coach or a bad coach. They have to go because the organization needs to scapegoat someone. They need to say this is not acceptable. Stefanski was that guy. I think, you would be foolish to think that it was all Stefanski or all DePodesta. Like I said, I think a lot of those problems originate from the top. And I do think that if they had gone back and done DePodesta's plan and hired Stefanski years ago when he wanted to hire them, that, maybe they'd be on a little bit of a different trajectory. I do know that Paul feels like the organization is a little bit healthier because of him internally, because of some of the systems and some of the processes. Now, you're not sitting there saying, oh, that great move they made to clear the cap space, that was Paul DePodesta. No one's writing columns about that, right? So you can't – so we don't really know about all the good things that he did. So that was the other reason why I kind of wanted to explain what happened in Cleveland, because I think, unless you get up on a soapbox and say, that was me, look at that, and that's just not Paul's style, you're only going to evaluate him based on the Browns' record and moves like Deshaun Watson, which is not just necessarily the whole picture.
Brittany, great to have you with us. Outstanding insight.
Thank you.
The story in The Athletic, Paul DePodesta's Rockies move, Moneyball at a midlife crisis, or Colorado's best bet. Great Browns information in there.
conversions, they got you covered. Want to remodel your current home? They've got you covered. Want to furnish your current home? They've got you covered. They are the absolute best. How do I know? Because they remodeled my home twice. They'll build on your lot or one of their own lots. So check them out today. 7976 Mayfield Road in Chesterland. They are the complete solution for Reno builders and remodeling.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
I talked to so many people in so many different areas about him, and nobody had anything bad to say. Everyone said what is in that story, that, like, I don't think he really got the opportunity to do what he did in Oakland here. And I think one of the reoccurring themes I got from the Haslams is they're constantly changing their mind. And I think that's unfortunately kind of led to some of the issues with DePodesta. I think he was an easy scapegoat, as somebody mentioned, like he didn't live there.
And didn't come to town as often as I think most people would have liked him to. That was Brittany Groli, who wrote a great piece in The Athletic about Paul DePodesta returning to baseball. But huge part of what she wrote was about the Browns situation here. And her thought about the Haslams changing opinions on things. Patience was not something that they had a lot of early on. You can ask Rob Chudzinski about that.
For sure.
They finally ended up with some patience when it came to Hugh Jackson. When
he was here, baby.
And that wasn't going well. Yeah. I thought what she wrote was great, and I thought what she talked about with us was outstanding. She was really, really good.
The only thing we didn't ask her is I wonder if she just kind of stumbled into the story, because I think she
went to write she's a senior baseball writer.
Yeah, I think
for The Athletic.
She went into it to go write a story about the Rockies, and I think
it was just on DePodesta.
Yeah.
And part of DePodesta's story now, a huge part. He spent a decade in this unknown role in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a big part of it. And one thing that she points out in the article, when he was in Oakland, he was just the analytics guy, when he went to the Dodgers. And then she said that everybody out there called him Google Boy, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Well, what was he when he was with the Indians then?
So he was he was a young go-getter.
Oh, yes.
He's just a young go-getter, sir. And so when he came to the Dodgers, he was just the Moneyball analytics guy. And then when he came to the Browns, he was the baseball guy.
Right.
And he said, I'm kind of going back. Now I'm the football guy.
Right.
Now I'm back in Colorado. It's really interesting.
I
did think that the fact that she said, I granted anonymity and nobody bashed him.
Yeah.
She thought that was fascinating. I agree. And a couple of those quotes that I read off to her that I thought were really fascinating. The Haslams got off mid-ride. They pulled the plug after 2 years. Not sure the original plan ever got to see the light of day. And if that was after 2 years, what would he do for the last 7? He was able to get Stefanski on board.
Yeah, I asked her if he had a bigger role than just the Browns. If they thought, hey, we've got this great analytics guy here,
and we're buying the Milwaukee Bucks, and we want a soccer team, and we want to build a stadium,
and we're trying to figure out. Because I had heard some things about maybe Paul was doing a little bit more, and that maybe he was just helping them, beyond just football, and that he was more of a Haslam Sports Group advisor than just a Browns guy in that situation.
I would assume that was the case, right? I mean, if you have a resource like that, I would think you would try to use it.
You?
Yeah, I would think you would
knowing
try
that
to
he, especially in the corporate world, remember, because wasn't he on, was it like Sears? He was on somebody else's board of directors while he was doing the Browns, and there were other things going on. But he knew what he was getting himself into when he got here, and he knew that part of the gig would be to live in California and then come on in and do whatever he wanted to. I thought it was interesting that she thought that everybody hated him here. I don't know that everybody hated him here. We didn't know. They were thought partners, right? That everybody was kind of in this together. Probably the most visible thing that we saw from Paul's entire tenure when he was here was last year, because everyone was trying to read the body language of him and Andrew Berry when they picked Shedeur Sanders, and they were all trying to figure out what those guys were actually thinking when they picked Sanders last year. I didn't not like him. I don't know that there was just enough there to come up with
we knew enough to have a big opinion.
Right.
We
assume, though, if something seemed like it was based in analytics, that people would point the finger his way.
I do think it's interesting that
if he did have a big role in the draft, we'll know this year, right? We'll know because you're going to judge it. You'll be like, well, this is the first year that Andrew didn't have DePodesta around. At least the visual of that. I mean, who knows what Paul did last year in the draft? We just don't know.
And that takes us back to tonight, because this is the first draft without Paul DePodesta, even though Britt said, some of the folks in Cleveland telling me that some of his DePodesta's concepts will be used tonight in the draft and some of the things that he laid out. Also the first draft for Andrew Berry without Kevin Stefanski. So what does Andrew Berry, if that means anything? He has Todd Monken in place of Kevin Stefanski. So what does that mean for tonight in the draft? Is the Browns right now sit at 6-24 and then 39 in the second round, Andy?
I'm looking at this and I'm trying to think, are we misreading this? And I keep going back to the Watson thought on this about this franchise isn't scared to make a big deal. Everyone in the world that we've talked to, now again, this is complete hypothetical, all right? Just play along with me on this one, all right? Will you play along with me on this?
Sure.
What if, because no one has said a word about Mendoza, and you have got to believe that the Raiders have got some phone calls from somebody, right?
Sure.
Somebody has got to call them. So let me throw a hypothetical at you, okay? What if the Browns thought that Mendoza is the guy? Because clearly everybody in the world thinks he's the only quarterback that's of value in this draft. And I don't even know what Mendoza would look like in any other draft, maybe even next year's draft, where he would be picked. But if you really, really, really wanted to make a splash and wanted to go for it, what would it take to get the Raiders to move off of Mendoza? What would it get? What would you need to give up? So let me throw this at you, Jeff. You tell me what you think. What if the Browns called the Raiders and said, hey, listen.
And teams have called the Raiders about that number one pick.
So again, this is about a one quarterback draft, and this team needs a quarterback. What if the Browns called the Raiders and said, we'll give you this year's 2 first-round picks, we'll give you next year's first-round pick, and we'll throw in Shedeur Sanders? Would you move off that if you were the Raiders? We're talking about 3. Again, this is a franchise that's done that before. 3 first-round picks. They've not used their own natural first-round pick since Baker Mayfield in 2018. So you can't put it past the Browns to not think about trying to trade away first-round picks. What if the Browns traded away both of their first-round picks this year, next year's first-round pick, and maybe threw Shedeur Sanders in there and said, we'll do that for Mendoza? If you were the Raiders, would you even listen to that phone call?
Well, no. However, the Raiders were the team that was seemingly the most hot on Shedeur Sanders last year.
Yes.
That was Pete Carroll. They do have a quarterback that they can start and play this year in Kirk Cousins.
Yes.
And they have holes to fill. They don't need a running back, and they don't need a tight end.
No.
If I was the Browns, It
seems like a lot for the Browns to give up.
It seems like a lot for the Browns to give up.
But it would go by really quick because
it would answer the question, who's the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns?
There'd be no question.
Would you give it a whirl, folks? Would you try to make a move up to number 1? 216-474-0092. Andrew Siciliano, Browns play-by-play man, coming up at noon.
Hey, everybody.
YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
With the first pick, the build-up to the NFL Draft is here. And we're on top of the latest news and rumors ahead of Round 1 on April 23rd. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, man, we got you covered all the time. Check out the post-draft edition of the Fan Off-Season Special, Tuesday night with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder. They'll break down the Browns' moves over this draft weekend coming up and look ahead to the remainder of OTAs and minicamp. That is all in the future for the Browns. And again, that future gets started tonight with the draft. They'll be talking about that. That is the Fan Off-Season Special right here on 92.3 The Fan, streaming on the Odyssey app and YouTube live.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. Good to be with you here on Draft Day. Andrew Siciliano coming up at noon. Daryl Ryder, who Andy just talked about, coming up at 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to have all kinds of stuff on the draft. Andy floated a thought. Raiders have been receiving phone calls about the number 1 overall pick. You know, that's what teams are supposed to do, right?
That's what happens.
That's the idea. And John Spytek, their general manager, has said, yeah, we've had phone calls, and those teams know where they stand.
Mm-hmm.
So where they stand is probably this. Yeah, we're not interested. Wait a minute. You want to give us what?
Yeah.
Well, keep going.
Yeah. So I just threw this out. What if the Browns said to the Raiders, here you go. We'll give you our first 2 first-round picks this year. We'll give you next year's first, and we'll throw Shedeur Sanders in. Because you had said that, the Raiders were kind of hot on him last year.
Raiders were the team that was generally thought would make a play for Shedeur.
Yeah. Do you think that would be a fair deal, and do you think that would move the Raiders?
If I'm Fernando Mendoza, I would just, cry.
Would you?
Yeah. You know why?
Why?
Okay, let's see. I'm going to the Cleveland Browns.
Yep.
Who won 3 in 5 games. Great franchise, great town. Love it. And I'm throwing to who? And you're able to draft what? Because you traded your first-rounders for me? And the offensive line, what? Middle-of-the-road veterans did you bring in? Great. Can't wait. Thank you very much.
And by the way, I have a chance to learn a little bit in Vegas before I actually have to get out on the field.
There's Mr. Cousins and there's Mr. Brady.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would cry if I were Fernando Mendoza.
I don't know if I would cry. I'd probably know that I'd be the week 1 starter.
He's an emotional guy. He will cry.
Although here he could learn from Deshaun Watson.
He's staying home from the draft because his mom with travel because of her illness. It's a big boy move by Fernando.
Who was the last Cleveland Brown to stay away from the draft?
It worked out real well.
Yeah, Joe Thomas spent a little time here, ended up in Canton.
Just couldn't get a hold of him because the walleye were hitting.
I don't know. Was he going for walleye? I don't even know. I thought it was rainbow trout. Would you do it? I don't. Here are 2 things. One, I just don't think the Raiders would do it. I don't. I think the Raiders are kind of settled into the fact that they want Mendoza.
Yeah, I think so. Too.
I think that's the
put him with Brock Bowers, put him with Ashton Genty. They brought in Jack Besh last year as a second-round wide receiver, who they still have high hopes for. I think they think that Mendoza is the guy, and you brought in Kirk Cousins, and that's just a perfect scenario. Greg's in Shaker Heights. Hey, Greg.
What up, Greg?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, I'd make the deal in a heartbeat, except
For who? For the Browns or the Raiders?
Oh, for the Browns.
Okay.
I would trade Myles Garrett.
Oh, you'd throw Miles in, too. I didn't even throw Miles in.
Myles Garrett, Shedeur Sanders, and just 1 first-round pick. He wanted to go last year. He wanted to get traded last year. So I say let him go.
I don't know if they would do that with Miles. Do they need Miles and Max Crosby? That could be fun.
That would be. Wouldn't you like to have that pair?
Is Max healthy?
Healthy enough.
You're hoping.
Ravens got out of the deal. Smart move, Ravens. If you wanted to get out of the deal, you said, yeah, didn't pass the physical. Greg, that's an interesting thought. Thank you, Cool Ray's in Bedford. Hey, Cool Ray.
What up, Cool Ray?
What up, Draft Day?
There you go.
Woohoo!
So I wouldn't make the deal, and if they made the deal, I would fire somebody before he even said deal.
Which team?
For real,
Which team though? Us or the Raiders?
If the Browns even thought about that before he even brought me to the table, he'd be out the door smoking. Let me tell y'all something about this, and I mean this. All I've heard since Shador got here was, he got on the field, was trade Shador because he fell to the 5th round. And let me tell you how I feel about this.
Well, you're not going to get anything for him in a trade, so you wouldn't. I don't think you would trade him.
Here's my thing. I really believe this. And and we are old enough. I think the first pick of the draft has been watered down so bad over the years because the quarterback play has been so bad, and every team is looking for a quarterback. It's been watered down. Y'all, this draft he's the worst of the best quarterbacks that's coming out. Who is his competition? Mendoza is the worst of the best. Is the best of the worst quarterbacks coming out. He has no competition. That's why they're trying to get into next year's draft for the quarterbacks. Like, real talk. So we want to get rid of Shador, or that's the talk.
No. I just throw hype. There's no were. I'm just throwing hype. And the only reason, hang on, Cool Ray, the reason the Raiders come into play on this was because it was believed last year that they like the Raiders. Again, hypothetical. This is all hypothetical.
The Raiders like Shador.
Raiders like Shador.
Let's be honest. We are old enough. If this was our year's draft, that's wave coming up, Mendoza wouldn't even be the number 1 pick, regardless if he's a quarterback or not. It would be that running back, the best player in the draft. It's just now everybody's looking for a quarterback. And that's where the number 1 pick has been watered down so bad that it doesn't matter if the quarterback's great or good or not. It's like the best player in the football league coming out in college isn't even getting picked number 1. It's just no matter who's the best quarterback, it's going to be number 1.
Well, and Cool Ray, that's the way the NFL works. You don't have the quarterback, you don't have a chance. That's the general thinking in the National Football League. Very few teams go deep in the playoffs, win a Super Bowl, if they don't have at least, I would say, a top 15 quarterback. You got to have somebody who's at the very least competent and can play the position. And if that's all he is, he's got to be on a loaded team. Bill's in Parma. Bill, been a while. How are you?
Hey, Bill.
Good. How you guys been?
Good. You all right?
We're good.
Doing good. I always enjoy your work.
We enjoy your phone calls.
Well, I appreciate it. You guys got me thinking about concerning this trade. If I was the Browns, I wouldn't do it. They're rebuilding. They need to go through with it. This is typical for teams that are losers. The other day, I think Barry said we approach every draft like we are an expansion team.
That's his thought.
Yeah, and they play like an expansion team. And boom. Yeah, sorry. And Jeff, we got to hit the road.
I guess we do, Bill.
Yeah, but nonetheless, if they stick with the plan, they've got the defense where they need to be. Even last year, real quick, Mason Graham, good draft pick, not complaining too much, but at that level with what they needed, which was an offensive lineman, that to me was almost a wasted pick. And so this year, here we go again, and they still need offensive linemen because whoever you look at Tim Couch, I think Tim Couch, God knows what he would have been, but he had nobody in front of him to protect him. And within, I don't know, however many years, he was out because he was damaged goods. God bless him. But real quick on DePodesta, a friend of mine was international scouting director for the Braves for a long time.
Ding.
And he said, and these guys like DePodesta are what he always called the 1, 2, 3 magic guys. And they come in, and DePodesta, he acts like he was so innocent. I came in, they hired me. God, I don't know why they hired me. Well, he's a Harvard guy. He spun that, and then he also had a big sales pitch. And this is what you get from guys like him because the best thing when the scouting director was there, he said, you need great scouts, and you need a great scouting director. And the Braves had that when he was there. But anyway, hey, listen, you guys, great job.
Thank you.
Bill, thank you very much. Bill in Parma. Number to join us is 216-474-0092. Siciliano's coming up at noon. Dan is in Bath Township. Hello, Dan.
Hello, Dan.
Hi, guys. Love the show.
Thank you. That's nice of you to say.
I have what's going to sound like a far-fetched draft, but, hey, it's mock, right? Mock draft day.
Right.
I'm keeping my first-round picks on a trade.
Okay.
I'm going to trade Myles Garrett to the New York Giants for their 2 first-round picks.
5 and 10?
Yep. And I might not seem far-fetched if I have to throw the 39th pick in. I'd probably do that, too. I look at this draft as a lot of B players in the first 3 rounds, but there's probably 8 A players that are going to make a difference. And the majority of them are on defense. So I can trade a 30-year-old best player, arguably in NFL history, defensive line, for maybe a Bailey or a Bain. One of those guys are going to be available in that 5th pick. I can get a Styles, hopefully, with the 5th pick. I can get a Downs maybe with the 10th pick.
Or a Carnell
and
Tate.
Then, yeah, or one of the right. And then I can pick Tate with the other one. Yep. I got 4 stellar players in those, in that
Problem there, Dan? New York Giants, I don't think would do it.
Well, yeah, right. Well, they're getting the best defensive player in pro football for a couple more years, maybe.
You already said, though, 30-year-old best player in football.
I gotcha.
And with Harbaugh coming in with the 5th and 10th picks. And, Dan, thank you. I think that's a big opportunity for the Giants right now. Big one. Anthony's in Stowe, home of the Bulldogs. Anthony.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I agree with you. I don't think the Giants would do that. But again, the only trade that I would like to see tonight, if we trade, is trading Myles Garrett for 2, maybe 3 first-round picks, maybe 2 this year, 1 next year, 1 this year, 2 next year, whatever it may be. Guys, we're not going to be competing for a Super Bowl in the next 2-3 years. We have an opportunity to trade this guy right now and get peak value for him. And I really believe we could turn the franchise around by the time we move to a new stadium if we start loading up. We had a pretty good draft last year. If we hit the same kind of draft this year and put some offensive weapons around a quarterback, which we have never done, we've never given our quarterbacks some true offensive threats, build up that line, grab a couple of defensive players in exchange for the picks you'd get for Myles, I think we would be on track. Guys, having the best defensive player in the league doesn't mean anything when you're winning 2 or 3 games. We got to start stacking for the future. Have a great day.
Anthony saw you on TV, by the way. Nice job.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. He was up there on the TV.
I am blown away by the fact that we bring up a hypothetical where they would be trading away, other than Shedeur, that they would trade away players who aren't on the roster.
And it led to people calling in and saying trade Myles.
Yeah, instead.
Wow. Andrew Siciliano calls the Browns games on the Browns Radio Network. He's going to join us next here on Baskin and Phelps. His thoughts on tonight, his thoughts about any possible big deals, because I can't imagine the Browns getting out of maybe even tonight without making a deal.
Blue Jays for a weekend set that starts on Friday at 7:07 in Toronto. The radio voice of the Browns, Andrew Siciliano, joins Andy and Jeff next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah. Playoffs tonight. Win an autographed Evan Mobley jersey, courtesy of Window Nation, where you can save up to 50% off of new windows. Plus, get them 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com. You need to enter the word rebound, REBOUND. REBOUND. That's rebound by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. And this is the gentleman who calls Browns game for us on the Browns Radio Network. He's on the Make It Right Call Kyle Right hotline. He's Mr. Andrew Siciliano. Hello, Andrew.
Good day to you both. Happy draft day to you and yours.
Happy draft day.
Will it be a happy draft day at about midnight?
What would make you happy, Jeff?
You know, Andrew, I threw out early on. I would be all in on this. Get one of the top 3 wide receivers. I said if Reese, Bailey, or Love are there at 6, just take them. Just take them.
Yep.
I don't expect. I don't expect any of them to.
They're not going to take Love at 6. I'd be stunned if they took Love at 6.
I'd be okay with it, but I'd be stunned as well. But I'd be fine with it because boy, does he look great. But
yeah,
get one of the top 3 wide receivers in the draft, and I don't care if it's at 6 or if you trade down. You get Lemon, Tyson, Carnell Tate, and then with your other 2 picks, assuming they still hang on to them, get in either order. Best offensive lineman on your board, next best wide receiver on your board. Well, let's take care of this wide receiver situation.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I apologize for the motorcycle that just went by. I would.
Was Mike Holmgren on it?
I agree with you on the wide receiver part. No, it was not. That's funny.
Okay, thank you.
Look, I've said, and I'll say it again, I'd be thrilled with Carnell Tate at 6, and then you can pick whatever offensive lineman you want at 24, not to discount that need, and call me later.
I'm with you.
I don't know that
Yep, I'm with you.
How it is going to go down. Let's try to pick some of that, or pick through some of that what you just laid out, Jeff. Number one, I don't think they would take Jeremiah Love at 6. Also, I don't think he's going to be there, so it's a moot point. But if you go back to last year, let's use last year as the example. They had Ashton Genty on the board at 5, and they took Mason Graham. And I think that's a window into their thinking and their overall philosophy in that they're just not going to take a running back in the top 10. But I don't think he's there. Yes, sure, trading out would be nice, but somebody's going to have to come up. If one of those guys is there, then yes, they're in a better position to get out. I spoke to Arvell Reese yesterday for my Yahoo show, and I rolled that out there to him. I said, what do you think? What would you think now that you want to fall? But if Glenville's own Arvell Reese was there at 6 and you had the opportunity to play across from Myles Garrett and his face lit up, and he said that would be pretty cool. But I don't know that he's going to be there either. So I think they're going to have to choose between Tate, Tyson, and whichever offensive lineman is there.
Is there? Let me ask you this: do you think the Raiders are getting any phone calls for that number 1 pick, or does everyone believe there's no way they're moving off it?
I think if they had received phone calls, that's in the past. I think they've made it very clear to everybody this is what they're doing. Now, would that prevent a GM from going Project Hail Mary here?
Yes.
With a couple hours to go before they actually start? No, somebody could do it. I just can't see it happening.
Okay, let me throw the Hail Mary at you because we were just kicking this around.
Yeah.
Look, quarterback is a tough position to find in the NFL, and it feels like the Browns need one. What if the Browns gave the Raiders both their first-round picks this year and their first-round pick next year and threw Shedeur Sanders in because we knew that the Raiders had talked about him a year ago? Would that be enticing enough for the Raiders to even think about it?
I mean, I think they would certainly listen to it. I don't know organizationally if that's what you want to do for the Browns.
Gotcha.
You, yes, need a quarterback, but I like Fernando Mendoza a lot. But are you so convinced that he is absolutely the paradigm shifter? He is the game changer. He is the one to resurrect your offense and take you to the postseason, that you're willing to give up that much draft capital, especially talking about here next year's number one? You're really willing to do that? I don't know that I would be willing to do that.
Okay.
I don't think I would either.
Yeah, I don't know that I want to do that.
I mean, it's draft day. This is what makes it fun, you know?
I get it.
Yeah.
I need more picks, not fewer picks.
I would agree with that completely. Yeah. Can the Browns take care of the wide receiver thing in the first 2 rounds? Would you be afraid if they kicked it back to the 3rd, 4th round, something like that, Andrew?
Their history at 3rd round or 4th round for wide receiver has not been good of late.
No, sir. You're correct.
It's just that's not a shot. Just look at the history.
Just a fact.
I still think Cedric Tillman could be a steady, consistent contributor. He's got to stay on the field, though. He knows that. Talked to Ced earlier this week, and obviously 4th year is a huge year for him, final year of his rookie contract. But this is, I don't want to say it's a top heavy. There's no Jamar Chase in this wide receiver class, but you might have, by the middle of the 2nd round, 10 guys taken by the end of the 2nd round, maybe better said. So there are certainly wide receivers here. I know everybody and their uncle is mocking Casey Concepcion to the Browns at 24. I don't know that he's going to be there. He's not a big X, guys. He's an inside guy. He's a slot guy. He's certainly explosive. His hands are somewhat questionable, but he's not, you know, I don't want to say he's Elijah Moore. He's a sturdy guy, and he's got crazy explosiveness, but he's not some big outside threat.
I'd like you to thank me and congratulate me for not screaming when you said his hands are questionable and he's not Elijah Moore.
I meant in terms of physical profile.
I know. I know.
More inside than out.
You're scaring
Elijah
me,
Moore.
Andrew.
No. I was not in any way talking about hands. Elijah Moore was a guy who, size-wise, you would think would have to play inside.
Yeah.
But we often played him outside, and there's always that. No. He's not a slot. He can actually play outside. His effectiveness was not great outside. Casey Concepcion's a shade under 6 foot tall. He's not slight in any way, but he's not Deebo Samuel.
Would you think a team, whether it be the Browns or anybody else, would be, if they need a left tackle, would they be better off taking one of these guys who's been primarily a right tackle with versatility, or maybe picking up one of the guys who has played primarily left tackle, Caleb Lomu, just for instance, who might need a little more development? Because the switching guys around, to me, sometimes gets a little shaky, Andrew.
It can, and I know that AB said last week that tackles are tackles left or right. His point that he makes about that defenses move guys around is absolutely dead on. Heck, Myles Garrett played some middle linebacker last year, for Pete's sake, right? When he lined up over the center and he was standing up and he was playing basketball. So you can't just say your left tackle has to be your premium blocker and that's it, and your right tackle is your mall guy. That's not the way it works anymore. But the issue with this draft, with these right tackles, is that a lot of these right tackles actually project inside. Spencer Fano likely plays inside. He could play wherever, but he could play inside. CeCe Maui-Noah, most people think, is eventually going to be a right guard. I had Daniel Jeremiah on my Browns podcast, my best podcast, available with Jason Gibbs, a couple of days ago. You should see it right now at ClevelandBrowns.com. And I asked him specifically, can Spencer Fano play left tackle? Because as an underclassman, he did play left tackle before Caleb Lomu got there, and they flipped him over to the right side and they gave Lomu the left side. And he said yes. He says he has left tackle feet. That's DJ's quote there. So you could potentially play him on the left side. Or you can go draft Blake Miller, Strongville's own, and play him on the left side. But I don't know that he's there at 24. Perfect draft, I would say give me Tate and Miller. The board could fall that way. I don't know that that's going to happen, though.
All right, let me throw this one at you, considering you said it the other day, and I thought it was very poignant. It's Mendoza and then anything after that. I think that's pretty close to what you said. Do you believe Bailey's locked into 2? Do you believe that Reese is locked into the top 4 spot?
I think Reese is in the top 4.
Yeah. Love, too?
I don't think he gets by 5.
Love?
I think they're both in the top 5. However, look, if you put all the talking heads on and all the mock draft experts, and I don't know if you guys saw what GMFB, Good Morning Football, did today. They did a mock draft of those who do mock drafts. So, like, I will take Daniel Jeremiah in the first round, and you'll take Nate Tice from Yahoo in the second round. And they had their headshots on. It was actually pretty good. It's 50-50 on Reese and Bailey. There are people that are pounding the table and saying it's definitely going to be Reese, and there are people pounding the table saying it's definitely going to be Bailey. I asked Arvell point blank yesterday. I'm like, come on, do you just know and you don't want to tell us? Because, you wouldn't tell us. Why would you tell us? That's kind of, ruining the whole bit for your new employer. Because I don't know.
It was worth a try, Andrew.
He goes, I don't lie. He goes, I really don't like lying, so I would tell you, but I don't know.
I'm wondering where Pete Prisco went on his mock draft, because he's one of the few that has the Browns taking Ty Simpson at 24. Thoughts?
I don't see that happening. I don't. I think it really is. The groupthink is it comes down to the Jets and the Cardinals. I would say the Cardinals over the Jets. I don't want to say it's a wasted pick for the Jets. Wasted is too strong. And I hate to tell any young man that having, their selection of the NFL draft is a waste for the organization. But the Jets have 3 number 1 picks. They have 3 first-round picks next year. And they're going to pay Geno this year. Unless you are absolutely, unequivocally convinced that Ty Simpson is the guy that you want to sit behind Geno Smith. And then next year, he will be better than the quarterback that you could take with one of your 3 first-round picks, or make a move to get with a combination of those picks. I just don't see it. Logically, franchise-building model. It doesn't make sense.
Andrew, who's the most likely guy of anybody here, not named DeJuan Jones, to be the left tackle next year? And if they go out and they draft a guy to be a left tackle, what becomes of DeJuan Jones?
Well, you need depth. You don't need 5. You need 10 or 11.
Valid.
And I think if you look at the way injuries have gone, not only for the Browns, but for all 32 the last couple of years on the offensive line, it is a contact sport. Those are 5 guys that get hit every single snap of the game when they're on the field. You need more than 5. So DeJuan Jones could be your swing tackle. I don't know. Is there a world, and it's a crazy world, in which you play Tytus Howard on the left side? Yeah, but I think that's the longest. I think it's a very long shot. So right now, I don't know who the left tackle is. I know KT Leviston was the left tackle this week on Tuesday when the media was there for the first day of the voluntary walkthrough, but no position group is healthy nor with full attendance right now. So I can't say with any degree of certainty that the left tackle is on the roster. However, good thing you don't have to play a game on April 23rd.
How about that? All right, Andrew, last question, 30 seconds. Give me your worst-case scenario for the Browns tonight.
Worst case? Well, I mean, there's always like the Julio Jones nightmare. They just keep trading out and trading out. You don't take anyone you like. I think, and now people are going to kill me for this opinion, on paper, I think that trade made sense. You just didn't draft guys, sorry, Phil Taylor, love you, that turned out to be franchise cornerstones, right?
Correct.
It didn't turn out that way. But on paper, it made sense. And that's with any trade down or any trade up for that matter. A lot of them on paper make sense, but then you got to pick the right players. And that's always the trick. Last year, I think it worked for the Browns. Mason Graham, Quinshon Judkins, and this year's one. I mean, on paper, that's a win. That's a home run right now.
Okay, you still didn't give me your worst. You didn't give me your worst. I want to hear you say Ty Simpson at 6. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear you say they take kicker.
Well, no, I don't think they should take Ty Simpson at 6. I do not.
Okay.
And they're not going to. I will be. There's no way. I just cannot. There is no possible way. That ain't going to happen. And if you want to run this back, if it were to happen, I will eat it. But it ain't going to happen. I'm sorry. There is, and the explanation why is, even if you were in love with him and you were convinced he is the quarterback of the future, you don't need to take him at 6 because no one will take him in the top 10, period. I think it starts at 16 if the Jets truly did want him, but I think that's too rich for the Jets. The Jets have 33 and 44.
With you, brother.
Oh, it's going to be fun.
Thank you, Andrew.
Have a good time tonight, and thank you for being with us today.
Gentlemen, I love coming on with you, as always. You know that. And I look forward to seeing you guys this weekend.
All right, buddy.
See you soon.
Andrew Siciliano joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He just talked about who they're going to take at 6. He says, not Ty Simpson. We're going to do our own mock draft. Coming up, who do they take at 6? But there's some little caveats here based on a little research from mock drafts of all the folks who are the alleged insiders. We'll lay it out for you. Want your phone calls? Want Andy's thoughts? It'll be fun. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
50% off windows and siding, plus no payments, no interest for 2 years. Call 440-236-0222. Empire Window Company. You deserve a fair price.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs playoff coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Unless things change, and of course, it's the NFL draft, things change. But unless things change, we will hear from the Browns tonight, first and foremost, about what? It's 8 minutes per pick, 40 minutes, 45 minutes into the draft tonight.
45 to 9? What do you think, 15?
About 8:45.
Between there and 9.
Yeah, somewhere in that range, because, they always do a tap dance before the first pick.
Yeah, I bet they don't make that pick till 20 after.
20 after 9?
20 after 8, right?
Oh, you mean the first pick?
Yeah.
I'll bet it's about 8:15.
So that'll push us back.
So unless things change, and they might, the Browns will be picking at 6. And I thought, all right, what fun thing could we do today? I couldn't come up with any, but I came up with this.
Oh, great. Way to sell it, Jeff. We had a great day planned for you. We're going to go to the amusement park. We're going to go to the beach.
I thought you would
like a 5-star dinner made up for you.
Exactly what I was looking for with my little smart guy comment.
Yes. Here you go.
Folks,
here's half an hors d'oeuvre.
I would love for you to participate in this if you'd like to call in. And you know the number, 216-474-0092. Who will the Browns draft at 6? Not who you want them to draft. Who will be there? How will that happen?
Are we throwing trade out?
For now, yeah.
You got to throw trade out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I did, Andy, you could make the argument that I was bored last night.
Of course you were.
I sat on my couch, went through 14 mock drafts.
Jeff, we have a lot of things to get done in this house, and you're going to sit around and play games with your mock drafts? I mean, the lawn,
we're putting vinyl planking.
Oh, the planking's got to get done.
In our basement.
By the way, we need that too.
My wife's done all the work so far. I haven't done a bit of it.
Any chance she wants to come over to our place? We'll hire her.
I took 5 mock drafts from NFL.com.
I'll give you a week off from me. That'd be like the greatest pay ever.
It's valid. 3 from ESPN, including Mel Kiper, and 6 from CBS Sports.
Okay.
And I went through and I listed the top guys, and wherever they were picked, I put that number, and then I added up those numbers, and I came up with a consensus top 5.
Okay.
And what does the consensus top 5 mean? At least in the minds of, and not just 1 or 2 or 3, in 14 mock drafts combined, these are the 5 guys that seem to be the most highly thought of fellas overall. So let's play through this. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
With the number 1 pick, your Las Vegas Raiders take Fernando Mendoza.
Okay.
He was the only unanimous choice for his slot. At the number 2 pick, the New York Jets take the defensive end from, or linebacker, depending on what they want to do with him, from Texas Tech, David Bailey. And of the 14 mock drafts, Andy, 13 of the 14 had him going in the top 5.
Okay.
So they don't think he's coming to the Browns.
Okay.
With the 3rd pick, the Arizona Cardinals will take Arvell Reese from Glenville. And 13 of the 14 mock drafts had him going in the top 5.
Okay.
So he's not sliding.
Okay.
Tennessee at number 4 gets Jeremiah Love. And 10 of the 14 mock drafts had him going in the top 5. 10 of the 14.
Huh.
So they don't think he's getting to the Browns at 6.
Okay.
Well, here's where it starts to get interesting.
Okay. Who are you
With
taking?
the 5th pick,
Yeah.
the guy who, if you added up all of his draft positions, it came out to 89 in the 14 mock drafts.
Wow, look at you use like a point system.
Oh,
too.
I did. Andy, I put effort into this crap.
Wow, I'm good. I'm impressed.
Sonny Styles, Ohio State, going to the Giants at 5.
Okay.
And now here's the catch. Only 6 of the 14 drafts had him going in the top 5. But let's assume then that Fernando Mendoza, David Bailey, Arvell Reese, Jeremiah Love, and Sonny Styles are off the board.
Okay. All right. So
You're the Cleveland Browns. You're sitting there at 6. Mansour Delane, the corner. Caleb Downs, Spencer Fano, Reuben Bain, Jordan Tyson, C.C. Malanoa, even though his name is Francis.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well go by CC if your name is Francis. And Carnell Tate are all out there and available. Pick one, Andy Baskin.
Oh, did you say Kenny Sadiq? Did you say his name?
I didn't. You know why I didn't put him in there? Because he wasn't rated as highly on all these
I don't
mocks.
care about your ratings. He was there.
I know. You're allowed to pick
Did you put
anybody you
Lemon?
want.
Was Lemon in there?
No, because these guys, the ones I listed off, were the guys that were the next. Well, they were the next 7 guys most highly rated on all these mock drafts.
Mm-hmm.
So you can take anybody you want.
And Caleb Downs, was he in there? Is that what you said?
Well, he was rated 11th. If you want to know the truth,
so he was there.
If you added up all their mock drafts position, he was 11th.
So I have my choice. I could take Lemon.
You can
I
take
could take
anybody
Sadiq,
you want.
I could take Downs.
You can take Tyson.
All right,
you can take
here we go.
anybody
ready,
you want.
Ready? Here.
Who are you taking at 6, folks?
Oh.
And Fernando Mendoza, David Bailey, Arvell Reese, Jeremiah Love, and Sonny Styles are off the board. 216-474-0092.
All right. I'm leaning towards Sadiq. I'm leaning towards Lemon. All right. With my selection, your
sixth pick
for the Cleveland Browns, I have contemplated all these names, and I am taking Carnell Tate. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have lived up to your expectations on what you wanted. A playmaker, wide receiver, number 1 guy, makes absolutely all the sense in the world based on the players you told me that are already gone, and there is no way I have faith in the Cleveland Browns to just do the right thing.
And after putting together all of that, 14 mock drafts, seeing who the consensus would be gone.
Yes.
Who the Browns will not have a chance to draft tonight.
Okay.
With the 6th pick in the NFL draft.
Yes.
I will select wide receiver, Ohio State University, Carnell Tate.
Hey! Again, welcome to the Common Sense Hour here on Baskin and Phelps, where if this is the way it played out, that's exactly the way it's going to be. And hardly any of us have faith that the Browns will actually do that. None of us. It makes way too much sense. Your team that can't get over 16 points a game has a guy that can catch a ball, get into the end zone, and change an offense. And you know what? They're not going to take him. What was the
I'd like
the
to write
point
it down.
total?
It's 12:29.
Yes.
On April 23rd, Baskin and Phelps agree
that if the scenario plays out based on the way it's supposed to.
we agree on anything.
That's true too.
That's worth noting.
What was the common sense answer?
The common sense answer?
Consensus.
Carnell Tate.
Okay. Wow. Why do we have to make this so hard?
Now, and here's the thing. I found it really interesting. The top 4 guys, Mendoza, Bailey, Reese, Love, they were all considered top 5 picks by at least 10 of the 14 mock drafts. Then it slipped a little with Sonny. But Sonny was in the top 5 in 6 of these 14 mock drafts. After that, Tate was in the top 5 in only 2. Maui Noah was in only 5 of the top 14, or 5 of the 14. And he was the 7th in this little exercise. Jordan Tyson was 8th. Reuben Bain 9th. Spencer Fano was 10th. Caleb Downs 11th. And Mansour Delane from LSU, the corner, was 12th. What would you do at 6, folks? Mendoza, Bailey, Reese, Love, Styles off the board. Jim's driving around town.
Hey,
he can't
Jim.
wait to make his pick.
Oh, you guys got to know who I'm taking. When you said Carnell Tate and Jeff started laughing, so did I.
Really?
I mean, it's so obvious. I told Dan when he picked up the phone, he said, "What do you want to talk about?" I said, "The draft." He says, "What do you got in mind?" I said, "If I could take buses over to Pittsburgh with about 1,000 people, I'd be chanting Carnell Tate's name." But after that, the offensive line is a question mark. Maybe we could package some people together, some picks together, and go back up a little higher in the first and get one of those defensive guys. It's a thought, but we need linemen too. But I don't see where any of the linemen are really worth the 6th pick, maybe 24.
I just have a hard time, Jim, with the idea of an offensive lineman there who they say is a right tackle with flexibility.
You have said that, but before I hang up, I want to give you guys props. The segment with Brittany on DePodesta was Pulitzer work, dude, for sports.
Wasn't she good?
For her, yes, for her.
Well,
Jim,
read
she
the
was
story.
good.
Read her story. I was fascinated by it. I was like, really? Because those are just things we just didn't know, and we assumed, but we just never really heard it from him.
Nobody knew. He just was like a hidden figure, but it was an interesting segment, I got to tell you.
Thank you, Jim. We appreciate that very much. She was outstanding. If you missed that, by the way, it was our interview with Brittany Groli from The Athletic, who wrote the piece on Paul DePodesta. If you missed that, you missed any moment in our show, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I think if Carnell Tate's on the board there, Andy, and those other guys are off the board, again, the only one that I would think about is Caleb Downs. And Sal Palantonio put that thought in our head, I think, more than anything else. But Carnell is really considered a highly ranked wide receiver here. If by chance they liked Jordan Tyson more, as Mel Kiper does, okay. Mel has Jordan Tyson 7th on his big board and Tate 8th. So, what's the difference, right? 7, 8. He likes Tyson a little bit more. But he says about Carnell Tate that he put up big numbers, showed why he's a top prospect, big plays on a regular basis, 17.2 yards per catch last season, a precise route runner, great hands, displays outstanding body control, and he'll also happily block, which coaches love to see.
What was the point differential between Styles and Tate?
I like the fact that you bought into my whole little point differential thing.
Well, I like it, yeah.
It was somewhat substantial.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Here's the way the point thing went. And again, the points were where these guys were selected in these mock drafts. So if somebody had him at 10th, that counted 10 points.
Okay.
Mendoza was 14. He was unanimous.
So the lower the better.
14, yep, 14 mocks, like golf.
Okay.
Bailey was 39. Reese was 44.
Wow.
Love was 72. 89 for Sonny Styles, and 102 for Carnell Tate.
Wow.
But Maui Noah was very close with 105. Maui Noah was weird because some mock drafts had him going like 4 and 5, and a bunch had him going 14 to the Ravens. A bunch.
I think Sadiq's going to end up with the Ravens.
I know you do.
I just can smell it.
Our buddy Dane Brugler from The Athletic. Who,
you know why? Because they do what you expect them to do, and they win. Isn't that crazy how that works?
Yeah, they do. Dane Brugler's number 1 wide receiver in this draft, but he has him as the 10th overall prospect, Carnell Tate. And he says, a day 1 NFL starter and potential Pro Bowler. Just sign me up. Let's not overthink this, right, Browns fans?
Correct.
You get the 6th pick, folks. Who's it going to be? It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin.
week long on The Fan. Draft Week is powered locally by Smiley One Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, let's be honest. Along with the draft, we're going to find out tonight whether the Cavaliers are going to the second round of the NBA playoffs. They're up 2-0 on the Toronto Raptors. Game 3 tonight in Toronto. No NBA team ever, any series, not finals, not first round, not ever, has been down 3-0 and come back to win the series. So if the Cavs win tonight, they're up 3-0. Only a matter of time before they end up winning that series. Do you expect them to win tonight, Andy? Because you know what they say.
Yes, I do.
Series doesn't begin
until you win on the road.
Until a road team wins a game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Until a road team, yeah. I guess the same.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen the script on tonight's game. Close game, first half closer than we've seen before. Close game through the third quarter, and then the Cavs work their way out, and then you rip the heart out of the Raptors. So they need to do. I think the game is going to be closer than 2 games that we've seen, but I think in the end the Cavaliers win it, and the next thing you know, the Raptors wake up and they're like, sour. I've seen this script before, haven't you?
Yeah. Well, it's real tough. It's real tough when you're down 3-0 to even mount a good effort in Game 4.
No, it's bench guys that are playing for their lives and playing for a contract the next year.
Yeah.
Are you with me on this? What if you could write the format for tonight's game?
I would expect this to be the certainly so far. It'll be a much better game than what we saw in Game 1 and Game 2. And not that those were atrocious or anything, because they weren't.
No.
And Toronto gave it a shot. But if Toronto is going to win a game, it has to be tonight. And if they're able to do that, well, then we'll see. But again, Brandon Ingram was 3 of 15 last game. Dean Wade, congratulations. Good luck doing it again. And I don't mean that about Dean. I think Brandon Ingram's a big-time scorer, and Dean did a great job against him. And Dean was the main guy on him in Game 2. I don't expect that to happen again. I'm guessing that Ingram will be very good. I love Scotty Barnes. He's got a great all-around game. And R.J. Barrett can hurt you. Will anybody else step up and hurt you? That's what Toronto needs to have happen tonight. Interesting that Detroit bounced back big time against Orlando, held the Magic to a season low. I think it was 83 points.
It didn't feel like much of a game.
No. And so Detroit had a blip. My guess is they win that thing in 6.
It's all right. Keep playing.
And then you'd be looking at a Cavs and Pistons matchup in the second round. And that's a what if. But I still think that that's what's going to end up happening. And that, Andy, will be a heck of a series if they can get there.
Yeah. Do you feel uncomfortable saying that that's kind of where we're at right now, that we should feel confident that that's where we're going, just even though it's early?
I think the Cavs are going to beat Toronto, and I thought that before the series started.
Right.
So I'm confident the Cavs will get there. And I'm more confident the Cavs will get there than the Pistons will get there. Does that make any sense?
Yes. Yeah, that makes more sense. I
think the Pistons have a shot of being knocked off by Orlando. I don't think Toronto's going to knock off the Cavs.
Are you surprised that, there's a couple, the Eastern Conference is 1-1 except for us, right? Pistons Magic 1-1.
There are a lot of
Knicks Hawks 1-1.
Good...
Celtics Sixers 1-1. I look at it and I'm like, I didn't expect this.
There are a lot of good teams in the NBA, and people don't want to realize that. And honestly, I think last year, with the Cavs being so good in the regular season, I think made most Cav fans kind of forget that. A real dangerous team can be a 3 seed, can be a 4 seed.
True.
And, the Cavs are a 4 seed. They're a real dangerous team in the East. When LeBron was here, we saw, didn't really matter where they were in the regular season, even where they were seated,
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember, where were they seated when they went when they won? I think they were
That's a good question.
Were
I don't
they
even
2
remember.
or 3? I'm trying to remember. In 2016, the Cavs were. I'm trying to remember. I'm looking. You can talk while
Way to go, Google boy.
Google.
Oh, I thought that was Paul DePodesta.
Yeah, sorry. That's me. I'm Google boy.
Do you expect the Cavs to win tonight?
I do. But it's not going to be – I mean, if they don't win tonight, I'm okay. I'm not going to freak out. But the one thing they can't have happen tonight is getting blown out. Like, they can't – whatever they do not get blown out tonight because that would give Toronto a life.
A little momentum.
Yeah, if it's a close game or Toronto's got to spend every amount of energy they possibly have, that's kind of a win for the Cavaliers too because I think they bounce back and – having home court advantage makes a difference in there. And so there are just a bunch of little scenarios that I think we've all seen throughout the years on how these NBA playoffs will, they work themselves. And tonight feels like the Cavaliers and Raptors, it's a close game. It's a good first half, maybe a good third quarter, and then the Cavs squeak away. Then Toronto gets a little bit desperate, and they miss some threes, and blah, 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 blah. Next thing you know, the Cavs win. The Cavs win by like 7 or 8. It's over. It's over.
If I had to bet lunch on it with you, I would bet that the Raptors win one game in Toronto.
And maybe that's the next one.
Yeah, I don't see this as a sweep. I think if the Cavs win game 3, they also win game 4. So if I had to choose,
by the way, the Cavs were the top seed that year. They won.
Were they?
I forgot. Yeah, I totally.
If your lunch and your money's riding on it, Andy, I'm probably taking the Raptors tonight, only because of only because of what my head tells me about NBA playoff history. I mean, this isn't like a 1 against an 8 or a 2 and a 7. This is a 4 and a 5.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
it's funny. The best series should be 1-1.
It's supposed to be a good series,
but
yeah,
everyone else is 1-1. We're not.
Yeah. Ted's in Stowe. Hello, Ted. Welcome.
Hello there. Hey, I am wondering, I think, Jeff, it was you that just got done saying that if the Cavaliers win tonight and go up 3-0, they are guaranteed to make it to the next round. We don't say those sorts of things in Cleveland. I tell you, there's no way. What a bozo thing to say.
Ted? Oh, you called him a bozo. Oh, man. Man.
Oh, my
Ted?
gosh. We don't say those sorts of things in Cleveland,
Hey, Ted?
Anything can...
Ted,
yes?
did you hear what I said before that, though?
I don't know. I just turned on the radio.
Well, we
so
appreciate you
did not.
turning us on. Thank you. No team in NBA history has ever had a 3-0 lead and then lost a playoff series.
Oh, I heard that, but that doesn't mean that, we're going to do it. Yeah,
Ted, come on. You got to believe.
Don't jinx us.
Don't walk around with that cloud over your head, Ted. Come on.
No. I'm a Cleveland fan, over 60 years. There's just no way you can say that kind of stuff on the Cleveland radio.
Ted, I lived on Charing Cross Drive in first grade.
You did?
I did.
In Stowe?
I'm sorry? Yeah, in Stowe.
Oh, yeah?
I went
Wonderful.
to Woodland.
Oh, you did? Oh, wow. I volunteer at Woodland once a week doing a math activity with them.
Oh, this is great. Hey, let's meet at Floyd's later. I got to get a haircut.
I ran into the gym wall and broke my arm in 2 spots.
What kind of pie do they have?
Woodland Elementary.
What kind of pie do they have over at the diner tonight? Do they know, Jeff?
Ted, keep up the good work there at Woodland, and don't worry. If the Cavs go up 3-0, they will win the series.
Boy, you're saying it again. I don't know, boy. Knock some sense into them there, will you?
All right, Ted.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Ted. Oh, boy. Cleveland. We'd lose.
Oh, boy. Always us.
Although the Guardians, Indians were up 3-1 on the Cubs and lost.
Was it the Mayberry Diner or was it the Bluebird Diner?
It was the Bluebird Cafe. No, Bluebird Cafe was on Gomer Pyle.
Oh, Bluebird Cafe.
I think it was just the diner.
It was just the diner and the Mayberry Diner.
Yeah,
probably.
You just went in and you ordered the special. I'll have the special. They never said what the special was.
It was meatloaf. It had to be, didn't it?
Not always.
It's always meatloaf.
Not always.
What was the special? Oh, it was meatloaf. Oh.
I'll have the special.
Oh, and then
we'll have 3 specials.
And then what would be the woman's name? That it was her pie. It was a special blueberry pie, right?
I don't know, Andy.
Yeah, of course. Well, yeah, I thought you're the aficionado on that show.
Bob is in Maple Heights. Hello, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Hey, my thing is this: if the Cavs don't find they bench, I don't know what happened to the bench. What's happening with Tyson, that's what worried me. I'm not worried about the core three. I'm worried about the bench.
You know what? I think you should be, Bob. At some point, the Cavs are going to need the bench to come up with a big effort other than the 24 that Max Strus had in Game 1. I agree with you, Bob.
Hey, you guys take care.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
In and out. Quick. Knew exactly what he wanted to say. Wow.
You know, it doesn't always lead to conversation, though, when I say I agree with somebody.
Yeah, that's just true. Otherwise.
It's like, hey, Andy, what do you think about that?
Oh, it's a horrible idea, Jeff.
You know what, Andy? I agree.
What time is it? Hey, let's.
We got 3 more hours.
Ask me some questions. I'll look them up on Google.
Billy's in Avon, home of the Eagles. What's up, Billy?
Billy.
State champs.
Hey, all right.
Nice drop.
What Strus shows up? The Indiana Pacers elimination game, 0 for 15 at home, Strus, or Game 1,
24 points.
24 points, Strus. I mean, pick one, please. Hopefully it's the latter.
Billy, as Bob just said, he's a little concerned about that. I think you are too.
Well,
Max is really helpful.
What is his playoff history? We talk about guys, true colors. I mean, Strus, didn't they get rid of him in Miami because he didn't show up in big games?
Oh, I don't know the reason that he left Miami. I will say, though.
Giggle it. Anyway, I hope he shows up.
Giggle it. Nice, Billy. But it's this. Max is a role player. Okay? Max is nobody's number 1, number 2, number 3 option on a team. And role players are usually stricken with that nasty word inconsistency.
Yeah.
And so that's, guys like that bounce around the league oftentimes. And guys like that, it's like, will you get that big? It's exactly what you were saying, Billy. Which one's going to show up? If the 24-point guy shows up, you got a great chance to win a basketball game. Great chance.
He's well rested. At least we know that.
Well, he should be.
Yeah, we play 12 games.
And hopefully he's all healed up and all good to go. Our Browns beat reporter is a gentleman named Daryl Ryder.
Oh, still?
Yeah. Well, as far as he knows.
Fantastic hair.
Yeah. Well, he keeps talking about that hair.
Oh, he's so proud of it.
Yeah. It's funny because he's had it for years. He just decided to let it grow.
Oh, a little miracle grow on your top of your head.
Miracle grow.
Things work there.
Doesn't always work.
Chia.
I'm just telling you, doesn't always work. Daryl's coming up next. Who will he? I'm going to have him play our little game.
Oh, yeah.
Who will he take at 6?
He's going to say trade.
I think he's not allowed.
No, I think he's going to say trade.
He's going to have to play by our rules. It's your name on the show.
Oh, it's your name
too, I think it's
though.
my name. He's coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
Guardians are off today, but we'll be back in action tomorrow to take on the Blue Jays. Our very own Daryl Ryder joins Baskin and Phelps next, talking all things Cleveland sports. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Groli.
Make plans to join the most knowledgeable lineup in all of Cleveland media for NFL draft coverage.
The Cleveland Browns select.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Do you think we interrupted his nap? I mean, he's got a big day.
He was with his hairstylist.
Well, that could have been. We're talking about the man who's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. He is going to be busy tonight, tomorrow, over the weekend, and beyond. He is our Browns beat reporter. He is the well-coiffed Daryl Ryder. Hello, D.
Hello, boys.
How are you?
About to go see the hairstylist in about 15 minutes.
Hey, Daryl.
It's a lot of work there, man.
You've had hair for a long time. What the hell is going on?
Not like it is now.
Just stepping it up, Jeff. Just stepping it up.
What a boy. That's my guy right there. I'll tell you what.
Also to rub it in.
That's all right.
Wow, that is wrong.
Right. I'm married,
15 years, I've never done that.
I'm married to an
him.
absolute babe. I've got 3 great kids. I'm happy in life. And
I spend. Man, who turned the air conditioning on?
I still buy 99-cent shampoo just for the idea of scrubbing what's left.
Well,
man can dream.
I used to ask my barber all the time, if I lost half my hair, does that mean I get 50% off my haircut? And he said, no, I have to charge you double because I got to do twice the work to make you look good.
Wow.
Yeah, well,
so I don't know how. I took that as a little shot across the bow.
Yeah,
got to get below the frost line there.
It's working for you, D. Okay, we'll start with this. We're going to have you play a little game we played earlier, but we're going to start with this. Do they draft at 6? Do they trade down? Do they draft at 24? Do they trade up?
I don't think that they will pick at 6. I think they will trade down. I do think they will pick at 24. Okay. So that's how I think this will play out tonight. I do think that because they've been trying, they've been receiving phone calls for 6. And so I think they'd like to slide down a couple of spots. There's a lot of buzz the last 24 to 48 hours about this run on offensive linemen that supposedly is going to take place here tonight. And obviously that's a position of need for the Browns. They need another offensive tackle. And so, okay, that's all well and good, but maybe the guy that they want, maybe he's not valued at number 6. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he's valued a couple of spots down there in the first round. So not only do they pick up extra draft assets, but they then go ahead and pick a guy they want where I guess he's supposed to go, if that makes sense. So I really do believe that that's going to be Andrew Berry's strategy going into this thing tonight. And then we shall see. There's a big part of me that thinks a left turn is coming somewhere. So we'll see what happens tonight.
I'll give
Browns. By the way, I did the math. Browns will be on the clock around 8:50 tonight, depending how fast the TV network guys gotta talk and how long before the Raiders go on the clock and this thing really gets going. But around between 8:50 and 9 o'clock, the Browns should go on the clock.
But they got to get at least one commercial break in before. So you're probably 15.
Of course.
You're probably 16, 17 minutes off.
So you're probably looking at 9 o'clock then.
Yeah, that's what that was what I say. I predicted that.
What a guy.
Thank you, Daryl. All right, so you think something big could happen? I'm going to throw you something I threw out earlier in the show. And it's just purely hypothetical, right?
Well, you got to define big.
This is big.
This is big.
Okay.
Yeah.
You like that number 1 pick?
Yeah, if you wanted Mendoza, would the Raiders be willing to take both of our first-round picks this year, our first-round pick next year? And I put Shedeur Sanders in there because there was interest from the Raiders in him last year for the number 1 overall pick.
I don't think there's any chance of that happening.
Is that not enough for the Raiders, or is that too much for the Browns?
I think the Raiders are taking Fernando Mendoza, and that's just going to be that.
I agree.
You think the shop is closed? I don't disagree with you, but, I mean, if I'm going to dream, I'm going to dream big. And if I'm Andrew Berry, would you at least call on that? Would you even say, hey, listen, I'm willing to do this? Do you think the Browns would be willing to do that?
No, because then you got to play my game that I like to play.
Yeah.
And that is which you take Fernando Mendoza, right, who is not the best player in this draft, not by a mile.
But he's the best quarterback in the draft.
Correct. And then you put him next to Arch Manning, which is the better player right now. Arch Manning, Fernando Mendoza. Dante Moore, Fernando Mendoza. Julian Sayin, Fernando Mendoza, right? I think a lot of people would say Manning, Moore, Sayin, all better than Fernando Mendoza. So you don't make the phone call. You hold out for 2027. Yeah. Okay. I just that's the lens with which I'm looking at this whole thing. Now, if you say, to go the other way, Andy, if you say, oh, Fernando Mendoza above and beyond, better than any of those guys I just named, right? Then, yeah, you pick up the phone, you make the call, you see if the Raiders would be willing out to move out and what would it take. But I don't think that that's the case. Gotcha. So that's why it's not that I'm dumping on your idea. I understand where you're coming from.
I'm just going hypothetical.
I just don't think it's realistic. I think the Raiders are staying there. They're going to take Fernando Mendoza and waste 8 minutes of our time tonight while they're on the clock doing so.
Oh, more than that. Yeah, but okay.
Daryl Ryder joining us. He's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. I want you to play along with a game that Andy and I played earlier. I went through 14 mock drafts last night and calculated the general consensus of 14 mock drafts to see who would be gone when the Browns were on the clock at 6, just assuming they stayed at 6.
Right.
I want you to pick a guy at 6 after hearing that Fernando Mendoza, David Bailey, Arvell Reese, Jeremiah Love, and Sonny Styles are gone. That leaves
it's a fun game, isn't it?
Caleb Downs, Spencer Fano, and because this is what it might be tonight, something like this. Spencer Fano, Ruben Bain, Jordan Tyson, Maui Noah, and Carnell Tate are all available.
Okay, I'll give you 3 options. What I would do, the left turn, and then what I think the Browns are going to do. Okay.
Yep.
What I would do is I would take Caleb Downs because he, to me, is the second best player in this draft class. Okay?
You agreed with Andy and me. Go ahead. Next.
Okay.
Does that make you want to change?
I'm sorry. You said Caleb Downs.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry.
Safety,
Andy and
Ohio
I said
State.
Carnell Tate.
Okay. I don't think Carnell Tate is a top 2 player in the draft class. That's why I'm passing him. I'm taking the best player available. Okay. And to me, that's Caleb Downs.
All right.
Based on the players you gave me. The left turn, hold on to your butts.
Okay.
Ruben Bain Jr.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Because they want to team him up, or he's the future?
However you want to play that out in your mind.
You're the one. I'm asking you. Is he the future, or
he's both? He's both. Gives you flexibility and potentially fills a future need. Okay. What I think they should do, and I'm going to credit Coach Riz on this one, just because looking at the offensive linemen that they brought in this offseason, right? And one word stands out when you look at them, and that's versatility. Yeah. So who is the best, most versatile offensive lineman available in this draft class, or one of them? And I think that's Spencer Fano.
Spencer Fano at Utah.
Now, I don't know, and also comes from the right school, right? It's like wide receivers, you want them from Ohio State.
Yeah.
Offensive linemen, you want them from Utah. You know what I mean? Like, you get really, or Iowa. But, and again, this is where the whole trading down thing comes into play. Is that the value at number 6? Me, I'm just like, just take the dude. Like, stay where you're at, take the dude. Let's not get cute and all that, and allow other people to dictate how your draft board will fall. But that's so there you go. If I were making the pick, it'd be Caleb Downs. The left turn would be Ruben Bain Jr., and what I think the Browns ultimately would do, that would be Spencer Fano.
Well, let me ask you this. You said, in your mind, Caleb Downs, second best player in the draft. I get it.
Yes.
I get it. He's an outstanding football player. A lot of folks think Jeremiah Love is the best football player in this draft.
Raising my hand because I'm one of them.
If he's there, you take him?
Yes. But But I'm going to tell you right now, if he's there, the Browns will not take him. I'm fairly confident that they won't take him. And a lot of it has to do with roster building. And if he's there, I could that would also trigger a trade down opportunity to allow somebody to come up and get him at 6. I'll be honest with you, I don't think he gets by either the Titans or the Giants.
I don't think so either.
I don't think he gets by Tennessee myself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how the best player in the draft can't even end up in the top 5. Like that just to me, it just is bizarre. And I realize it's the NFL, home of the bizarre, but still. But they drafted 2 running backs last year. Okay, in Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson, yeah. And so that spending 3 draft picks on the running back position, even though I consider Love running back / wide receiver, I think you're getting 2 players in one, and that's why I run that card up there if he's available. I just don't think that the Browns will do that.
Point of reference, just so anybody gets mad, this is not a point, but we were talking about offensive line. Ohio State and Alabama are the top producers of the NFL offensive linemen, with Ohio State boasting the most drafted 14 in the last 10 drafts, just because we know we have Buckeye fans listening. So
somebody used Google, Darryl.
Well, I'm just saying I don't want anyone to be irritated because I knew that.
The point that I was trying to make is that typically offensive linemen from Utah and Iowa end up being very successful in the National Football League. And if my memory serves me correctly, the Browns have a former offensive lineman for Utah who did very, very well here.
Yes.
Over the course of a decade plus.
Okay, well said.
Darryl,
how about what do we
give me a response to this question?
Yeah.
Or statement.
Oh, I gave up my question by making that statement.
You hesitated. You were getting ready to Google.
I wasn't Googling. Go ahead. Ask your next question.
There's no way Joe Bitonio plays for the Browns next year.
I don't think he's coming back.
Okay.
I think that's very clear. They're leaving the door open in case he changes his mind on that. But yeah, I don't think he's going to come back, because I think if he's going to come back, we would know already. Like he could have signed or whatever, and then still sat out the offseason program and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
We're at the draft. I don't think he's going to come back. And also, judging by how Andrew Berry answered the question last week, the door's open, but doesn't seem like Joel's going to walk through it.
What will be a successful draft positionally? You don't even have to give me names.
Well, no, wide receiver, offensive line. Those are the 2 biggest needs. That's, in my view, what they need to address. I will caution everybody, just because I think that's what they need to do doesn't mean that is exactly what they're going to do. Now, I know everyone's mocking them with an offensive lineman, with a wide receiver. Casey Concepcion is the most popular wide receiver, thought to be falling to 24 to be there for the Browns to pick, and I'd be fine with that. But I'm expecting a left turn tonight because, all of us were zeroed in on Travis Hunter a year ago at 2. They traded down a couple of spots with Jacksonville, took Mason Graham, right? I think everybody was shocked that they took Carson Schlesinger early in the second round of the draft as well. So I just because we think they're going to do something doesn't mean that that's ultimately what they're going to do. So just be prepared for a left turn tonight.
And your work activities include?
Well, we'll have all the stuff on YouTube. Obviously, we got the Browns Radio Network on the air, and then I'll be with the Morning Boys tomorrow morning, as I usually am on Friday morning, and I'm sure we will have a lively conversation about tonight's proceedings.
Outstanding, Darryl. Thank you very much. Buddy.
Thank you, Darryl.
You bet, guys.
Darryl, brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Darryl, reiterating what many have said, including me. Andy has been on it as well. Wide receiver, offensive line. I'm down for 2 receivers and 1 lineman in their first 3 picks. I'd love to see it. But what I wonder is this. Where do all these offensive line pieces fit? We'll talk about that next on Baskin and Phelps.
April showers? Are you kidding me? It's a deluge of deals right now at Nissan and North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan. Monsoon Mike downpour of deals to battle here, and we're showering you with savings on new Nissan. People are pouring in to see my sunshine on a dizzy day deal. Cloudburst Belza. The savings will rain down on you. You're going to be inundated with dollars. I mean drenched in dollars. And APRs are really coming down. They're falling down as low as 0%. That's like so much free money, you're going to be singing in the rain. So if any other dealer, anywhere else, he's raining on your parade, man, don't get soaked. Splash your way over it. And two, drop in at Nissan of North Olmsted on the North Olmsted Auto Mile and I-90 Nissan, Sheffield Village. Cause it's always sunshine here, cause the deals are so good. And there are absolutely no rain checks. Precipitate in the process at BigNissan.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. BookmanandSon.com.
If I asked you right now, is your home insulated? You'd probably say, yeah, of course it is. That's what almost everyone says. And almost everyone is wrong. Because here's what's really happening. Most homes have fiberglass insulation, that fluffy pink stuff, and over time, it settles. It shifts, it leaves gaps, it lets air move right through it, which means your insulated home isn't really insulated. Jeff Phelps here. You're paying to heat and cool air that doesn't stay put. Here's the truth nobody explains clearly. If it isn't foam, it isn't sealing. USA Insulation uses premium foam insulation that expands to fill the cracks and gaps fiberglass can't touch. It doesn't settle, it doesn't sag, it creates a real air barrier. That means lower utility bills, more even temperatures, and comfort that actually lasts. So before you assume your home is fine, ask a better question. Is it foam? If it isn't, call USA Insulation at 1-800-USA-FOAM and get insulated now with no payments for a full year. 1-800-USA-FOAM.
USA Insulation.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland sports fan, Daryl Ryder is on top of every headline. Listen to his reports on the station with the most local sports talk in town. 92.3 The Fan, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Tonight is the opening round of the NFL Draft taking place in Pittsburgh as it all begins at 8 o'clock. In terms of the Browns, they have picked 6 and 24 in the first round. While the Raiders holding the top spot, they're expected to select the reigning Heisman winner and national champion quarterback Fernando Mendoza. In terms of Ohio State, they can make history tonight. They currently have 4 players projected to go in the top 10. That hasn't happened in 59 years. You can hear what all happens tonight in the Steel City right here on 92.3 The Fan with coverage of the draft's opening round starting at 8 via the Browns Radio Network. Cavaliers back in action tonight, taking on the Raptors in Toronto for Game 3 of the first-round series. Cleveland looking to take a commanding 3-0 series lead with a win tonight. Also in the NBA, Victor Wembanyama will travel with the Spurs to Portland for games this weekend, even while continuing to complete the steps mandated by the NBA's concussion protocol. The team has not ruled out Wemby for Friday night's Game 3, which sees the series tied at 1. Guardians are out today, but they'll be back in action tomorrow to take on the Blue Jays. Make sure to tune in to the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas weekday mornings at 5 as he gets you up to date on all the latest in sports from the night before and the can't-miss clips on the Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Carali.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, and you'll get 24 months with no payments or interest, plus $500 off. Restrictions apply. Call 216-243-6648. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey everyone, Jimmy Halen here for Hitline Sports. Looking for something fun to do? Check out Hitline Sports, conveniently located off I-71 in Middleburg Heights. You can rent batting cages, play world-class golf courses on your simulator, or just grab some friends and go play some pickleball. Need a space to train? You can also rent our turf fields for team practices, training, and games. Planning a birthday party or a corporate outing? Hitline Sports makes it easy. Visit hitlinesports.com. Hitline Sports, where Northeast Ohio comes to play.
Tonight, first-round Browns draft coverage on The Fan, hosted by Ken Carman and Nathan Zagura. Hear from the Browns' first-round picks and the latest from Andrew Barry, Todd Monken, and more. It all starts at 8 p.m. right here on your radio home for Browns football.
The Cleveland Browns are on the clock.
Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
What will be a successful draft positionally? You don't even have to give me names.
Well, no, wide receiver, offensive line. Those are the 2 biggest needs. That's, in my view, what they need to address. I will caution everybody, just because I think that's what they need to do doesn't mean that is exactly what they're going to do. Now, I know everyone's mocking them with an offensive lineman, with a wide receiver. Casey Concepcion is the most popular wide receiver, thought to be falling to 24, to be there for the Browns to pick. And I'd be fine with that. But I'm expecting a left turn tonight.
Yeah, Daryl's expecting a
I
left
think we
turn.
all are.
Yeah, well, we've seen too many of them, you know?
Yeah. Again, 18 is the last time they took their natural first-round pick. Think about that. Baker Mayfield. Not wild?
And?
How
good has their draft record been, Andy?
Not very solid.
How about if you just stand pat and take a stud? How about if you do that?
I want to call
You're sitting at 6, take a stud and move on.
I want to call FanDuel and ask them, can they do odds on Browns fans saying, you don't have to be the smartest guy in the room? I feel like we have to say that every year. Oh, here we go. Browns are the smartest guy in the room. Whole world says take a right. Yeah, we'll take a left.
Yeah, we're good.
You know, you want to go to Buffalo? Best way to get to Buffalo, you drive through Detroit and back up through Toronto. Right? That's the best way to get to Buffalo from here, isn't it?
Aren't you supposed to go to Columbus first?
Oh, no.
Then turn around, go over on 70 and cut up that way?
No, you can take a left at Albuquerque, too.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Daryl mentioned offensive line. We've mentioned offensive line. Everybody's mentioned offensive line. But I wonder about this. And Daryl mentioned the word that I don't like. I don't hate it, but I don't love it, and that's versatility. I used to work with a gal in Texas, and she was older and more experienced than us, and had worked in Cincinnati, and she was just down there because her husband was working in Houston.
Oh, she's so gracious with her time.
Well, no, but she said a line that stuck with me, and it's been many years. But the
don't drink the water.
Well, that was true too. Made chemicals everywhere there, man. Oil refineries and chemical plants. The news director asked her one day if she could come in and work the assignment desk over the weekend or something.
Yeah.
And this was an experienced reporter with a track record.
That would be the person that
she was really good.
And
she looked at him and she said, "Dave, utility players don't make the Hall of Fame."
Oh my God! Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, my God. What a great line.
It was.
I've never heard that before.
And he went, okay, thanks. And you know, she's like, I'm not going to do that.
No.
Utility players don't make the Hall of Fame.
Wow.
And that's what I think about with versatility. That said, Bruce Matthews was versatile and he made the Hall of Fame. But
there's a difference between.
Well, there is. And I sit here and I look at what the Browns have, and I've wanted to do this all week, and this is the perfect time to do it because we know they're going to take an offensive lineman.
Okay.
I would think they're going to take one tonight or tomorrow. First or second round. Definitely taking one. If they don't take one in the first 3 rounds, they're definitely taking one, or in the first 2 rounds, they're definitely taking one in the third. And Zach Zinter, we're holding out hope. You can get good third round, offensive linemen. But right now, Titus Howard is your starting right tackle. Tevin Jenkins is your starting right guard. You have Elton Jenkins at center, Zion Johnson at left guard. And keep in mind, you brought in Titus Howard and Elton Jenkins and Zion Johnson, and you paid them, Andy. It's not like these guys came in on bargain basement deals.
No, they didn't.
You paid them. So those 3 guys are going to start somewhere. Tevin Jenkins is, to me, one of the wild cards here because he didn't start a ton last year. And then, he and that Wyatt Teller whole situation, whatever the heck that was all about. And then you have DeWand, who we are all intrigued by. He's a monster. He looks great at times. He's 6'8", whatever he is weight-wise. I mean, we dream of guys like that, but he can't stay healthy. And because he hasn't been able to stay healthy, he hasn't been able to develop. You tell me, I wonder if they draft an offensive lineman. And most everybody in this draft, they say, is a right tackle of the tackles, they're all looking at. Primarily a right tackle. Will fit right in as a starter at right tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you could move Titus Howard to the left. He was originally drafted for that, but Houston quickly moved him to the right tackle spot.
I know.
And he's not played a ton of it in his career. I wonder who fits where and how that works. Does Luke Whippler come back and they move Elton Jenkins out to left tackle? And then you put DeWand on the bench? And then whoever you draft, maybe you draft, I don't know, Fano, and you make him a right guard? Fano is supposed to be a terrific all-around offensive lineman. But I don't want to take an offensive lineman at 6 if he's not going to be a stud left tackle.
Yeah, but if you brought somebody in here and you're paying him all that money, I mean, maybe you do put, if you feel like you drafted somebody that might be worthy, you may not have to throw them in there with the first game. I would have wasted time on. What am I even talking
That's
about?
You? What'd you do with Andy Baskin?
No, if you're drafted 6 overall, you're playing game 1.
Especially if you're an offensive lineman.
You want to hear a weird stat? The stupid Baskin stat?
Yeah, but we're just,
it has to do with the
now
offensive.
digging into this offensive line
I know, but
stuff.
it's an offensive line.
All right,
thing
go
too.
ahead.
6 of the 11 guys starting on offense.
Yeah.
Last name starts with J. I don't know if that's just weird. I know, it was weird. But half of those guys are on the O-line. Jones, Johnson, Jenkins. That's all. Sorry. That's why, because you made me look at the offensive line, and I'm like, man, does everybody's name start with a J on this team?
Golly, everybody's name starts with a J.
Okay, stop it. I knew you were going to go romper room on me. I never should have said that. Could have put Jamari in there, too. That would give you 7. Everybody, Jones, Johnson, Jenkins on the offensive line. If DeWant, Jeff, I'm taking an offensive lineman if I can. No, I'm not married to anybody. Sorry. I'm not married to any of these guys on the offensive line. I know they spent money on some of them, but move them over.
Andy, they spent money on 3 of them. And they gave Tevin Jenkins a contract. I mean, I'm not kidding. They could go play a game as soon as Elton Jenkins is ready to go.
How much faith do you have in an offensive line that they're putting together? Again, the Rockettes have to take a couple lessons before they can look like they're in sync, don't they?
It doesn't matter because this is what it is.
Yeah, I know, but you got to give it you're still going to have to give it a little bit of time. These guys have all danced on other teams, and now they're going to have to dance together. I feel like there's a Wham song there, isn't there? Somewhere there's a Wham song. If there's an offensive lineman,
welcome to the Dancing Jays.
If it was 420 the other day, wasn't it? Again, if there's an offensive lineman you think can be here for years, you draft them at 6. and work everything else around them. And so what? Maybe I can't believe I would ever think there's a team in the NFL that has too many good offensive linemen. So what if you got to switch these guys out every once in a while? There's no law. Just because we had Joe Thomas on this team who never missed anything until he missed something doesn't mean it's the same for our team. I mean, how many times has DeJuan Jones been hurt? If you think you're going into the season with the 5 guys that now currently look like they're holding on to the starting spots, I want to see it when we get there, because you got a couple preseason games before you get there, and somebody always seems to get hurt. I don't think anything's going to go wrong with drafting an offensive lineman you feel like they can be here for 5 to 6 years. I need a team that can score more than 16 points a game, Jeff. That's I want a weapon. I don't really want. And if you feel good about this offensive line, and you can put them out there today.
No, I didn't say I felt good about it, did I?
Oh, you said you could put them out there today, though.
Well, you have a guy in every spot.
Okay, that's great.
Well, no, I'm serious. Some teams don't have a guy in every spot. The Browns actually, you can look at it right now. DeJuan Jones, Zion Johnson, there's your left side. Elton Jenkins is your center. Tevin Jenkins or Zach Zinter is your right guard. I keep bringing up Zach because I keep thinking there's no way we can bury a young guy after just 2 seasons who is 6'6" and 310 pounds and showed he could play at Michigan. And then you have Titus Howard at right tackle. You've got a team there. You've got a line.
So if you feel like you got too much, then you trade somebody out. Someone's going to be looking for an offensive lineman.
But you don't have too much, and you're going to bring in somebody. I wonder who the odd man out is.
You're labeling Zinter, Whippler, although I thought Whippler might have a chance to start at center this year before
Elton Jenkins.
Before
But keep in mind, Elton Jenkins' center is not his primary position.
No, so maybe Whippler is your starting center, and now you feel even better, don't you? And now, if you felt like Whippler could make a run at the starting center spot, and you could move Jenkins over, well, now you can feel more confident in drafting a wide receiver with your first couple picks, or maybe 2, if you felt like Whippler could move up there, and so then you could draft your offensive lineman a little bit later in the draft.
See, this is the one thing about this versatility that I do think there is some good to this. And
you sound like we're talking about the Guardians outfield where we're platooning everything. How's that working out? Well, I guess one of the best records in the American League. Yeah, okay.
But you know my point here. And Andrew Siciliano, when he was with us at noon, he was right. You're going to need 7, 8, 9 offensive linemen.
Yes.
They're going to play.
Yes.
And you hope Zinter comes along so that he's an option. You hope Whippler comes back strong so that he's an option. Katie Leviston, an option. And then they're going to draft somebody who you assume is going to start sooner rather than later. Let's just leave it at that. It's just, who plays where. I would think of the 5 guys on the offensive line right now, if you're stacking them as far as this guy's definitely starting, I would say there are 3 guys that you could say these guys are definitely starters. And it's the 3 guys they paid the most money to. Zion Johnson, Elton Jenkins, and Titus Howard. Those 3 guys are going to start. And then DeJuan.
If DeJuan's healthy, he's going to start.
Not necessarily, Andy. That's the point here. DeJuan, if they draft a left tackle, DeJuan's probably going to be your swing tackle, as Andrew said earlier, and I agree with him. Andrew Berry did say they view DeJuan Jones as a tackle, so he could be your swing tackle. And he didn't settle in at left tackle last year, even before he got hurt. But DeJuan and Tevin Jenkins are your guys who, all right, good luck. Tevin, maybe you get beat out by Zinter or whoever they draft. And DeJuan, maybe you get beat out by Titus Howard because whoever they draft is going to play right tackle. They have some pieces to move around here, and I'm curious to see how that plays out once they draft somebody, and I assume they would draft somebody tonight or tomorrow to play on that offensive line. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here.
their belt. I think when the Cavs have by far looked their best in this series has been when the entirety of the core four is on the floor together. Maybe this is just a series where talent wins out, right? And that group just is supremely talented, so they're going to take it to the Raptors. But it feels like the chemistry is good. It feels like they're working on the same page when all four of those guys are on the floor together.
Overtime with Jake Volnick, weeknights at 7. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I must tell you, I love the build-up to the NFL draft.
It's kind of a letdown afterwards, though, isn't it?
No, then you get to dig into who these guys are and how they fit and what you need. I mean, next week's going to be riveting radio right here on 92.3 The Fan.
That is true. I'm surprised you haven't.
Thinking of.
I'm surprised you haven't been drafting 8th graders or 7th graders for your fantasy league.
I already
Put
have.
them on your keeper team. Yeah. Oh, you do? You have a couple 7th graders? I'm sorry, the Ohio High School. You can't talk to them 7th or 8th grade. You have to wait. You must talk to them by 6th. So if you're going to recruit those kids, we want to make sure if they're going to be on your fantasy team, do it by 6th grade. That's legal, just so you know.
That's Andy Baskin, folks.
Whacked out we are.
That's Andy. I'm Jeff. The 6/24/39 until further notice. And we might get further notice. We're just talking about the offensive line. JJ's in Cleveland. JJ.
JJ.
How y'all doing? Good afternoon, fellas.
Good.
And to you, JJ.
I just do not want to see these guys draft a lineman at number 6, man.
I don't either.
I'm with you.
The last time we drafted an offensive lineman that high and they was good was Joe Thomas.
Yeah, he only went to the Hall of Fame. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not in this draft.
That's true.
We need, we got some linemen. What we don't have is receivers. And at the end of the day, that's when you get good receivers. You can't wait and hope a good receiver be there at 10, at 24. No, you got to go out. You got to go get him. The one you think is the best one, which I hopefully it's Cornell Tate. Just go get him, man. He's an Ohio kid, and he wants to play here probably, I think. So go get him. You can't just wait and get an offensive lineman first. If I'm not mistaken, in this draft, it's a lot of decent offensive linemen, not so many decent wide receivers.
Not upper end wide receivers, JJ.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Not where we need him to be.
Yep, I agree with
where
that.
we need him to be.
Yep.
We can't just sit and hope. Oh, we got Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders, and expect him to throw the ball to a second round wide receiver or anything like that. Just go get a wide receiver, and if you got a chance and you can move up, go get another one. Trade the 24 pick and go get another one. Worry about the linemen. Either trade some picks from next year or just get them later in the rounds and hope they pan out. Because that's what we always do. We get the receivers late in them rounds and hope they pan out. Let's do that with the offensive linemen. Don't waste a good pick, a valuable pick on an offensive lineman. Go get Cornell Tate. Let's move on to 24. Go Browns. Go Cavs. Y'all guys have a great day.
All right,
too.
JJ.
All right.
JJ's with me.
Hey, is a guy from Chicago who went to high school in Florida an Ohio guy? I'm just curious.
He went to Ohio State, and he said they're just up the road.
Yeah, that's true. I give it to you.
Come on. You're the biggest Buckeye honk I know. And
I know.
You're saying he's not an Ohio guy?
I mean, college, yeah. Yeah, okay. All right.
Guess what? We can't go into the draft without talking to the gentleman on line 2. Dick in Dayton. Hi, Dick.
Hey, Jeff, how you doing?
Good,
how
buddy.
you doing there? Hey, I just want to say something. The Cavaliers, I think, can go all the way. This is the best team I've seen, guys, and I love it, and I think that we're going to bring a championship home with Mitchell and them guys. I do.
Yeah,
and it's good to talk to you, Jeff, and
Andy. Andy.
Andy,
that's
great.
right,
You guys are great people.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you, Dick.
appreciate you, Dick.
We appreciate
Thank
that.
you. Thank you.
Enjoy your evening.
Okay.
All right.
Bye, Dick.
I'll keep in touch.
Okay, we hope you do.
Titus,
you, Dick.
Titus told me after he got inducted into the Bedford Hall of Fame that the Browns were going to draft Donovan Mitchell tonight. So
we could be talking about anything, and Dick will want to talk about something else. That's why we appreciate his enthusiasm and passion so much.
I figured he'd talk about the NFL draft. As one night he'd be like, I think I like so-and-so for the Browns. Or the Browns are probably just going to trade that pick.
Remember earlier, Ted called. And
Jeff, I think, the Cleveland Cobras are going to be very successful playing at Baldwin Wallace.
Ted got mad at me because I said, if the Cavs go up 3-0, there's no way they're going to lose. And then he's like, you can't do that. This is Cleveland. With that thought in mind.
How about just once we rip out the rearview mirror and act like champions?
Hold on. I'm teeing you up.
Okay, tee me up.
With that thought in mind, in the last break, Andy said, how about this? How about if we talk about this?
What's the worst case scenario? Because I'm telling you, every year this happens.
He said, what's going to make you mad at 6? I'm like,
what's going to drive you
Andy,
nuts?
That'll be great fun.
Great fun. I'm just telling you, do we not all think that way?
I don't.
What's going to drive me nuts at 6? I can tell you.
I can tell you.
Ty Simpson at 6 would upset me.
It wouldn't.
It would be such an overdraft of a quarterback.
You know why it wouldn't upset me?
Because they believed he was the man, and they went and got the guy they wanted.
I don't think I'd have
the
said
guy
it like
that no one in Northeast Ohio said.
But yes.
Yes, I am Ted Baxter, better known as Jeff Phelps. And at 6, the Browns, fingers on ear, select Ty Simpson, Alabama.
I don't think I talked that way.
Oh.
But your reasoning is right.
I will probably throw up.
If Andrew Berry took Ty Simpson at 6, it would mean he is risking his job on this guy. And Todd Monken completely signed off on him. And I would be willing to think, all right, well, they think they have their guy. Let's find out.
Oh, man.
You know what would drive me nuts?
What drives you nuts, Jeff Phelps?
Well, this I would just shake my head if they took Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU, at 6. He's very, very highly regarded. This has nothing to do with him. Nothing to do with him. He's a fine football player. He'll be a really good corner in the NFL. We have Denzel Ward. We have Tyson Campbell. But we all know how former Harvard defensive back Andrew Berry likes his defensive backs. And that one would drive me nuts. Well, we're going to put him in the slot. He's going to be a fine slot corner. And the response to that would be, Andrew, do you plan to score more than 11 points a game this year?
Well, the question is, where are we on the big timeline of the franchise? Where do they really want to be? Do they want to be in a good position to draft a quarterback next year? Isn't that what a lot of people are thinking? So if the big picture is we're worried about next year's draft and accumulating picks, hey, maybe they trade out 6 for someone's first-round pick next year and the year after.
Can we just add some talent to this team?
Why? It makes too much sense. Just stop.
Just stand pat. Draft somebody at 6. Make it Carnell Tate if the other 3 guys that I think are guys you want to draft aren't there, and just go play some football and try and win some games.
Jeff, there's a Pavlov's dog theory now going on for Browns fans. Expect the craziest thing to happen, and then expect it to not lead to winning.
Matt Corrali, what was the moment of this 4 hours of fun?
Well, the moment of the show, it comes courtesy of Brittany Groli of The Athletic talking about how Paul DePodesta maybe should not have gotten as much blame as he should have with his time in Cleveland.
I talked to so many people in so many different areas about him, and nobody had anything bad to say. Everyone said what is in that story, that, I don't think he really got the opportunity to do what he did in Oakland here. And I think one of the reoccurring themes I got from the Haslams is they're constantly changing their mind. And I think that's unfortunately kind of led to some of the issues with DePodesta. I think he was an easy scapegoat, as somebody mentioned, he didn't live there.
Again, if you missed that conversation with Brittany Groli from The Athletic, go back and listen to it. And you can do that on the Odyssey app. She was outstanding. And her story on The Athletic about Paul DePodesta, really, really good. Why Are We Smarter? Presented by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Kayla Cole-John.
Hello. I am smarter today after today's show because I was reading some of the comments on social media. They consider you the people's prince.
Who, Jeff?
Absolutely. Because that little golden nugget of knowledge that you dropped so nonchalantly, like it wasn't one of the biggest quotes of all time about utility players not making
that was a good one. Yeah, I agree.
Isn't that a great line?
Yeah, I thought that was a great line.
And can you imagine, the spunk to tell that to your boss? Love that. Way to go, Pat. Corrali.
I'm smarter today because here's a wild card. Smarter today because of Jax Gregory. He's back here somehow, some way, sold me more on Carnell Tate than I already was. It's incredible.
Jeff, I'm going to tell you why I'm smarter today. You want to know why?
Yes.
Okay. I'm smarter because I think people would rather trade Myles Garrett than trade the 2 first-round picks this year.
You know why? The 2 first-round picks are going to be about 23, 24 years old, maybe 22. Myles will be 31 at the end of this season, and he has other interests in life. Why am I smarter? Because of the passion of Browns fans that we get jacked up every year to talk about the draft, what might be, and we bring in all these young guys, and if you hit on half of them, hey, great draft. Way to go, fellas.
Well done.
I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening today. We do appreciate you. Make sure you are sticking with 92.3 The Fan from now until Sunday when the boys are wrapping it up on the air on Sunday. We got the Browns Radio Network coming up tonight. We will have you covered from picks they take and picks they may trade, and who knows what they're going to do, but we'll be here for you to react. That's coming up here on 92.3 The Fan, including Afternoon Drive, which is next. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you after hopefully the Browns have 2 first-round picks tomorrow at 10.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Well, it's finally over. After 12 games, yes, 12 games, the Mets have won a ball game. Now, they did only play the Minnesota Twins, who are, they were sellers last year, so it's not really a team. But anyways, they still won a game, guys. But they were gracious enough to hand off their skid to the Philadelphia Phillies. Philly now drops their 8th in a row, which kind of proves, hey, we got some trouble over in the NL. I'm Addie Bates.
What's up, fools? Main event Jey Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by DGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double.
a great guard or center. Everyone keeps talking about the Browns need to draft an offensive lineman first. And I'm like, listen, if there was a tried and true absolute left tackle or even like a high-level right tackle and it wasn't even a debate at 6, then, yeah, I get prioritizing that over one of these wide receivers.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. That's called overcompensating, folks. I was afraid of blowing everybody's ears out, and nobody heard a damn thing. Hi. We are back here at Game On in North Olmsted because the game is on. Game 3 tonight for the Cavaliers and Raptors. Oh, the game, that little ditty called the NFL Draft is tonight. At least day 1 is the first round tonight in Yinzer territory. Oh, those idiots don't know what's coming their way. And the Guardians are off. So game off for them. But live here for the next 5 hours at Game On in North Olmsted. Stop by and see us. Obviously, we were here last week for the big draft event. So excited to be back. As a matter of fact, yesterday, I was really wanting the Game On wings, but I wasn't near Game On. And then I went and got boneless wings somewhere else, and it just left me very upset. So what did I do today? I got Game On wings today. Hot garlic parm, by the way, because we're feeling hot and garlic parmy today. But that open, courtesy of Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. And we've got Mac Robinson engineering today here out in Game On. Not on the board. No. And the great Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel today. As always, follow along. Enter the YouTube chat on your own there. That's on your own volition. I can't help you make that decision. But like our videos we like to be like, and make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free after all. And Matt Corelli on the 2020s, baby doll. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How are you today?
It's good. It was a very long open.
It was a very long open.
It wasn't personal, though.
I didn't think it was personal.
Yeah.
I just thought I was. You know how sometimes people get like drunk and they make a toast at a wedding and they just don't know when to stop?
Yep.
That's kind of what I thought was happening there.
Pretty much, yeah. I feel like the information was good. I feel like I delivered the open that people deserved. We could have trimmed 90 seconds from it at any point.
Yeah. In fact, I was like, all right, do we go to break? Do we tell everyone to see each other in 5 minutes now?
Yeah.
Is that the
I'll
next
introduce you. If you just wait another 10 minutes, I'll get to you.
Is that right?
Yeah. Right before we have to throw it to break.
Hey, that's fine. I can do 4 hours and a half today instead of 5. We're okay.
Hey, today's a great day.
Today is a great day.
Not only...
Are you excited?
On all fronts.
I mean, like, we finally got here. We've been talking about this draft for months, and we finally got here. This is the big payoff that everyone has been waiting on.
The funniest part about this draft is that the lead up to the draft at points has gotten stale, right? We've had great stretches, and then we've had stretches which I've never experienced before in Cleveland in the draft, where there's like a pause in all of our interest. But yet, today, it's as interesting as any draft you can possibly have for the Browns because there is no one who can conveniently or confidently rather say what the Browns are going to do today, and that adds so much intrigue to tonight's draft.
Yeah, you can't lock it in, although we tried to, and I did yesterday. It's very hard to lock in what your choices are going to be if you want to be right, and that's kind of the fun part about this draft, although it has been a weird national draft so far because 24 hours ago we got Carson Beck momentum. Then today it's like trying to for position, and the only thing we're getting out of anyone is that the Browns desperately want to trade out of 6, which has been the same theme that they've been doing for a month now.
Yeah, I feel like there have been the same 4 or 5 recycled things from the Browns, and which is interesting. Like, I think anytime you have 4 or 5 things that keep getting pushed the way they are for the Browns, it either means one of those 4 or 5 things are going to happen or like already in motion, meaning a trade down's already been agreed to, or they already know, hey, Carnell Tate's going to be there, we're going to take him, or the Browns are going to surprise everyone and go off board. And I do think because there's been a lot of groupthink in this draft.
Yeah.
I wouldn't sleep on Andrew Berry going somewhere off board. Like our guy Rob's here.
Another
What's up, Rob?
wild card moment for Andrew Berry.
Hopefully we get a nice
What'd
Keno
you say his
win.
name was Rob?
Yeah, Rob came out to see us.
Hi, Rob.
Good luck in Keno again, one more time. But, and again, if you win a lot, cut your boy in. Not a big slice, just a slice.
College, man. I used to love getting drunk, going to bars, and just playing Keno.
Used to?
Yeah, I don't do it anymore.
Well, you should.
I don't do
You
it
should
anymore.
get back in the game.
I know. I always tell myself, like, these are the little things I tell myself, like, 15, 20 years from now, I'll go back to, like, day drinking at bars and playing Keno at, like, 2 in the afternoon and just kind of making a day of it.
Have you told Elise?
Those are some of my favorite days. No,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
scared
smart.
to. I'm scared
That's
to
smart.
right now, yeah.
Just spring it on her. See,
Yeah.
test those waters.
No, she
20 years from
knows.
now.
She knows. I've said a lot of things that at some point in life I'm going to get back to.
Yeah.
That probably aren't the greatest in life.
She's already working on plans to make sure that
She
never
knows.
happens.
She knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, our guy Rob wants Caleb Downs. I can't say they're not going to take Caleb Downs today. He's an incredible player. I did have him in my What I'm Hearing mock draft, which I posted today.
Oh, hold on, I didn't see that.
Oh, the amount of people that took it.
What you're hearing, so they're taking you as an insider in that. Then.
They did. And
oh
then
my god!
The amount of people that got super pissed about me
Oh
being
my
like,
God.
"You're not hearing anything." It's like that's the bit.
You're right. That's
Slapnuts.
the bit, but that's what makes it fun. I keep hearing. I keep hearing Downs at 5 to the Giants now.
See,
that's
You're
been the thing
hearing
I've been hearing all day long. And you're right.
Yep.
Everyone is hearing things.
Everyone's hearing things. And by the way, that was my final What I'm Hearing mock draft. At any point, I can have a different.
Yesterday was your final draft.
No, final Browns mock draft.
Today is your final What I'm Hearing draft.
Yeah,
what are we
and
going to do at like 6:50?
We could do like a final 7-round mock draft. I don't know. I haven't decided the finality of what I might do in today's show because I just get all antsy in the pantsy when we start talking about the NFL draft.
I like you doing 1 an hour, and then so there's enough people out there that are like, I thought he already did his final mock draft.
I don't think I have the stamina for one mock draft an hour.
Does it really take that much out of you?
It depends on which way you're
You're
going
not running
from.
a marathon. You're just pressing buttons on a
No.
computer.
You don't understand. You're coalescing these vapors from the air, and you're grabbing them and saying, "I think that's the truth," and you're bringing it down, and you're
Listen, I'm
dissecting
very
it.
well aware I'm driving towards the, well, you guys just talk on the radio for 5 hours. That's not a real job territory with you and your mock drafts.
Yeah.
And being like, you just click buttons.
Yeah.
Well, like you just, you just click buttons.
Wow. Yeah. I guess Oppenheimer just clicked some buttons when he blew up that atomic bomb and saved the world, huh?
That's how that ended up going down.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oppenheimer, sure, you created nuclear fusion, or at least you discovered it.
I think there was a lot
you
leading up to the button pressing. Is that the case that you're trying to make?
Yes.
There's a lot
Yes,
going
I'm
on
pressing,
leading up.
I'm leading up to pressing a
button
lot of buttons,
Yeah.
and it's tough. It's playing
not
with
that tough.
Mercury.
It's not
Mercury?
that tough.
I'm like an old Alan Jackson song. You're gonna buy me a Mercury. However,
the Hoochie Coochie.
It's a different song.
Yeah, but it's Alan Jackson, and that's the point.
It's not good, Alan Jackson. However,
well, you know what that is. You know what that is, right?
Which one? The Hoochie Coochie?
Yeah.
I think I'm familiar with it.
I mean,
Come
Alan
on
Jackson,
now.
you dog.
Yeah.
You dog.
It's in Tennessee, right?
Yes, there is some in Tennessee. Yes, yes, there is.
No, Chattanooga. Listen, the point is, you're
No,
getting
but it gets hotter.
Then,
and what do you think that was symbolic for?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Just explain it to me.
I'm not going to. You know. Once you said it's in Tennessee, you threw me for a second. You threw me for a big loop there.
Hopefully Andrew Barry's better than the last 2 minutes of this radio here. However, we do have game 3 on tonight, and I will say, because the Cavs have so sufficiently handled the Raptors in the first 2 games of the series, and because I think in the end the Raptors don't have a whisper's chance in hell to actually win, they might keep it close. Oh, I'm all on the NFL draft tonight. The NBA game will be on my phone here, or at least my laptop. Definitely, I think probably on the laptop, and then the big TV goes to the NFL draft.
Yeah.
But just don't screw it up. Don't make me switch. Don't make me turn the NFL draft on the computer and the game on the TV, because then I'll just be really pissed.
I have made a declaration for tonight. I've decided I'm going with the NFL Network feed. They gave you the announcers ahead of time. I don't know if you've seen the list of the announcers ahead of time on all the different platforms and all the different. I decided I like the NFL Network one better.
Why?
It's led by Joel Klatt. I basically do anything Joel Klatt. I'm a big Joel Klatt guy. I know. I don't know why. I don't know why I am, but I'm a big Joel Klatt guy. And it's Joel Klatt and Daniel Jeremiah. And so there we are.
Non-hillbilly Dabo Sweeney.
It's Rich Eisen, Charles Davis, Joel Klatt, Daniel Jeremiah. Yeah, not really big on Rich Eisen, not really big on Charles Davis. And then it's Kurt Warner and then Rap Sheet. So is it the greatest I've ever seen? No, but it's better than what I think ESPN is putting out there.
I mean, is it just because Greenberg's leading the NFL draft coverage?
Yeah. I used to like Mike and Mike back in the day.
Yeah.
It was a fine show, but I can't do Greeny.
I don't dislike Get Up, by the way, but I don't want it in my NFL draft.
Actually, where's Orlovsky? Because if Orlovsky, so here's the thing about this draft.
The Ty Simpson compound.
I don't see him on any of these things.
All the draft
is he with
pictures
McAfee?
here?
No, McAfee's got Schrager. I don't see him anywhere on this because so the way that last year was kind of dominated by Mel Kiper's prediction on Shedeur Sanders and his love of Shedeur, and you wanted to hear Mel as everything was happening with Shedeur Sanders. You wanted to hear what Kiper had to say.
I think you wanted to hear Mel.
I think everybody wanted to hear what Kiper had to say. Like that was dynamic television. The fact that he wouldn't let it go was one of the greatest things ever. I want to hear what Orlovsky thinks because Orlovsky's the only one that has loved Ty Simpson in a Mel Kiper, Shedeur Sanders-esque way, and that's going to be the most entertaining television. But I don't even think he's on one of these TVs.
Well, now I want a Ty Simpson fall like we've never seen before, just so I can watch Dan Orlovsky melt down. And
he's the guy you got to focus.
We
in
like
on.
Dan quite a bit.
Yeah, he's the one you got to focus in on.
But we would
tonight.
like a little meltdown
between
here.
Today and tomorrow. If Simpson starts to slide or doesn't get picked at all in the first round, he's the one you got to keep an eye on.
How do the Browns rather win tonight?
How do they win tonight? I think it's pretty simple. You take a wide receiver. You probably take your Cardinal Tate, and that's a win tonight. If you take an offensive lineman, there will be enough people that just don't love it because they don't love taking offensive linemen, and they think that part of the game is boring. I'm not one of those people, but there are enough people out there that are like that. That won't be the obvious win. The obvious win for the Browns tonight is at 6 overall. You take Cardinal Tate, you hit the double off the wall, and you send the fans home happy.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. I want to hear from you guys. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. How do the Browns win tonight, and how much of your attention goes to the Cavaliers tonight? We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We got Kelly Stewart, a.k.a. Kelly in Vegas, getting us ready for Cavaliers-Raptors Game 3 tonight, and a whole bevy of draft and NBA information as well. Lance Reisland, 92.3 The Fan at Cleveland.com, coming up at 4 today. Of course, we're going to get his thoughts on how the Browns win tonight, his take on the different prospects. Lance has killed it all draft season long for us. Excited to talk with Coach one final time before the draft today at 4, and then our own mock draft. We're going to experiment at 6:20.
Yeah.
We're going to go pick for pick. I'll do one pick. JP will do another. And then we'll see where the Browns land, and we'll see where the draft goes from there.
We have to decide. Typically, I'd give you the number 1 overall slot because I feel like that's you've earned that in this scenario.
Come on now.
But
I agree.
But if whoever picks number 2 gets to then pick number 6 for the Browns, and Heavy wears the crown. I don't know that I want to wear that tonight.
I'll wear that crown.
Okay, so
I'll wear that crown if it's a tiara.
I'll go 1. You're going to go tiara, huh?
I will, if I have to.
Like pretty princess?
If that's what it has to do.
We both have girls, is the point here.
Yeah.
We both have girls.
And it's fun. A lot of fun.
Ask me if I've worn the pretty princess crown.
Have you worn the pretty princess crown?
The tiara, the earrings, the shoes.
Well, it's a whole getup.
We've done it all.
It's an ensemble, I believe.
It makes my daughter ecstatic.
And by the way, you'll just get to a point where it just makes them laugh really hard.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. She loves it. She loves it.
Yeah.
She thinks it's a
Apparently
lot of fun.
Make a pretty woman. 216-474-0092. The question is, how do the Browns win tonight? JP gave his answer. I'll give mine in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
class-leading interior space.
Come on, guys. No cleats on a seat.
Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive, live from Game On here in North Olmsted. Guys, we're going to be here all show long. And so you can join us out here. Again, it's located on Lorraine Road. Free parking out there, very easy to get to. You guys can also win exclusive merch courtesy of Bud Light. But we got quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. We do have Kelly in Vegas, Kelly Stewart, coming up at 3 o'clock today as we get you ready for Game 3 of the NBA playoffs. But we've been talking about how do the Browns win tonight. And so it's also kind of my lock it in.
Okay, good.
So I think
you're ready to lock it in now.
Yeah, I think I am ready to lock it in. To me, it's not about where do the Browns draft, do they stay at 6, or whatever. I think whatever you do, if your wide receiver is the first off the board, and it's one of the top 3 wide receivers in this draft, Lemon, Tyson, or Tate.
Yeah.
Not only do I think that's what they're going to do, I think that's how you win. I think you can find the tackle later in the draft. And by the way, that could be pick 39, not just pick 24. If you get one of those 3 guys, regardless of if you're 6 or 12 or 13 or 9, that is a massive win for the Cleveland Browns.
That is a win for the Browns. I think wide receiver is paramount in this discussion, but I didn't hear anything locked in then. So I need a...
Oh, no. So it's how they win, and it's what I think they're going to do. I'm locking it in. They're going to take
too broad of a.
They're going to take one of the 3 best wide receivers in this draft.
That gives you too much variance there. I need
I
you
feel
to lock
like
it in a
I
little
gave you
bit.
Plenty of variance yesterday.
What do you mean? I said Carnell Tate at 6 and no trade downs.
Okay,
There's like
then
no
we gave variance
there.
to Darryl.
That's about as much of a lock in as you can get.
We gave Darryl variance,
and I
down.
refuted that the moment that it happened.
I
said we need to get
way.
more specific with Darryl in that. I'm going to need it a little bit more specific. I'm going to need it a little bit more.
How much more specific?
Give me the player at 6 or the wide receiver that they take first.
I don't think it's that simple.
You're not calling your shot then.
All right, so do I need to rethink? Do I need to rethink my lock?
Yeah, we'll give you time. I'll give you time.
But I can still stick this for how the Browns win tonight.
Definitely,
right?
100%. Okay. And by the way, we're simpatico there. I think they win by taking a wide receiver tonight. I think addressing the idea that you need to score touchdowns and you need to get in the end zone and you don't have wide receivers on this roster that can do that right now, and the idea that when you had defensive players that got in the end zone twice last year, and that would have been your 3rd highest touchdown rate for any offensive player you had a real issue on your hands.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I think they've done enough to address the offensive line for now. And I wouldn't maybe say this the same way because I'm Mr. Trenches. 9 times out of 10, I'm choosing the left tackle over the wide receiver. I don't think Fano or Maui Noah are. I don't think they're tackles. And so I'll put a left tackle over a wide receiver. I can't put a right guard or a center or a left guard over a wide receiver, especially when you have those positions covered already. And I do think, I don't get the obsession with Monroe Freeling. If you end up getting him, that's fine. Again, I'm not going to bash them. It makes sense. He's maybe the best left tackle prospect in this draft, and he's a guy with all the things that you want. You just hope you got the coach to bring it out on him.
I'd still be surprised if he ended up at 6 there, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Even Proctor. Proctor, it seems like he's heavily mocked now to the Browns at 6. I'd surprised, be shocked by that even.
Yeah, Proctor screams pick 24 to me.
Yeah.
But whether it's Proctor, Lomu, Ianachor, I think one of those 3 guys is going to be there at 24. And I don't think there's really a gap between Freeling and Lomu.
So that's the worry right now across the NFL, at least what's been pushed today. I get that sense. And this started a few days ago, Schrager on McAfee's show, on that run of offensive linemen that are be gone. But today has been the day where people are convinced now that there's going to be 7 offensive linemen, and that run that's going to start somewhere in the teens it's going to extend, and the Browns aren't going to be able to get one of their top-tier guys at 24.
So do I think there will be a run on offensive tackles? Yes. Carolina could use one. Oh my gosh, I know Detroit picks at 17 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit could need
Detroit
one.
has been trying to trade up, by the way. That's one of the few teams we've been discussing, or has been discussed today, about getting up and getting closer to the lower teens to get the tackle that they want.
So I think these are all possibilities. There's so many. There are 7 kids. Like, one of those 7 kids, I'm convinced is going to be there at 24. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But, like, listen, I think it's crucially important that that Andrew Berry plays the board this year as opposed to a year where you can just let the chips fall where they may, trade back a bunch of times, and just get what you want. But to me, that getting it right, to me, you just got to get the wide receiver right tonight. And we can negotiate if you get a guard in the second round or if you go edge rusher like a Parker or Jacques in the first or second round with that second or third pick. Like, all of that stuff is negotiable. The non-negotiable is you got to play the board right, especially if you're trading down. So if you go to 13, one of those 3 dudes, Lemon, Tater, Tyson, is still there.
That's why I do think a lot of today is about playing the board, and it's making sure that you understand what's going on and then make the appropriate moves. Because I think like the idea earlier you mentioned, like, oh, maybe there's a trade that's already set in place and we're not aware of it. I don't see that with this draft right now. Like, the way I see it with this draft is there's going to be a lot of, oh, you mean Jeremiah Love didn't go in the top 4? Now we have to go get him. Or, oh, the one left tackle we loved is still there in the teens. We got to find a way to go get him. And it's going to be a lot of that, I feel like.
So I think there is some variance up there, and I do think that can make it more hectic. I think there's already some movement in the works. I think what gives me hope about tonight being a wild card and all this stuff, what gives me hope about that is I've already heard of at least 2 things that people say. Now, you never know this time of year.
You never know.
But the people say are going to happen. We had surmised, we had talked about a potential trade down at 2 last year in the hypothetical. When that happened in the 6 o'clock hour last year?
It was around there.
It caught everyone off.
Or was it later
guard.
in the 6 o'clock hour? I don't know that we got a lot of time to even discuss it while on the air ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got seconds to talk about it.
I think it was seconds to talk about it.
And then we were both buzzing about it driving home.
I know. I remember. That's the thing. I remember being in my car and being like, "This is insane." And then, oh no, we did 5 hours. That does not matter at all because everything has changed. Everything has shifted. I think the Cardinals could have been one of those teams we're discussing that maybe there's already a deal that's done and on the move. But I think a lot of this really is, what does Arizona do at 3 if they are able to trade out, and then seeing the response out of that, because I don't see much movement for the first 5 outside of maybe the Cardinals, but it gets interesting right around where the Browns are, and then we obviously go because the teens are just going to be, it's got a chance to be wild in the teens.
So while we talk about wildness and excitement for tonight's draft, Jay Glazer yesterday on Fox put the juice into the atmosphere here.
What is the juiciest bone that you're chewing on right now that you're hearing a rumor that just won't die?
No, I know something that's going on. I just can't say it yet because I was told you can't say it. Told, we're kind of getting on the clock there. But it's an interesting trip.
All right. So if we can just start here.
What a lame report that was.
Jay is one of the guys that does this.
Yeah.
The guy who loves to be the guy that tells you he knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And then there's I'm not surprised by this. I knew this was going to happen. This is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
So just from that standpoint, we like Jay Glazer.
I do like Jay Glazer.
As much as you can like Jay Glazer.
I do.
But this part, it's kind of a Fame W thing that he does that drives me absolutely crazy.
Yeah, definitely. He's very well connected, though. And so, it's odd because I don't know why don't we treat him the same as other insiders?
Is it because he doesn't work as hard?
Is that what that is? Or is it we just feel like he's very friendly with all of these guys, like in a way that I almost feel like, you know how Rap Sheet knows
agents. Team members.
Yeah,
executives.
He's not he doesn't party with the coaches or the wide receivers or any of those guys. That's not
they
what
actually
he does.
give him information so he won't show up where they
Whereas
are.
Glazer has benefits and then goes out to these guys' charity events and is legitimately remember that show Ballers on Showtime?
Oh yeah,
and he's the closest thing to that actually exists in the NFL.
Wasn't he also in the show Ballers?
Maybe that's why the connection's easy.
Yeah.
But I think he's the closest we actually have to that. Whereas Rap Sheet and all those guys, it's a lot of agent stuff and all this. But Glazer actually knows all the coaches and players and is very friendly with all of them. It's very different.
But he runs a different race, which I think is kind of why he's not seen in the same light, is that he does run a different rate. And I do think he actually sits on more information than Rapp and Schefter do.
Yeah, because he just doesn't just throw things out there all the time.
Correct. Now, he does do generic stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're going to assume that the juicy report is true, Do you think the Browns are the team that is involved in the juice?
I don't. Maybe I'm just zigging when everyone else is zagging here today. I just don't think they're going to find the trade partner.
Man, Barry's got you on skates.
I've
never seen you shook like this. You love it.
It's not shook.
You love it.
The man's a wild card. The man is a true wild card in my eyes. But I
feel like this is your erotic fiction. Is Andrew Barry draft thoughts? Of just he could do anything right now.
Well, he could do
anything.
Your
juices going.
Yeah, it does. Well, what's funny, I think everyone thinks he's like this big, like this boring, clocks in, clocks out type human, and there's a lot going on inside Andrew Barry's brain constantly that suggests otherwise. He puts up
You've
this
just
facade.
turned him into
He puts up this
deep
facade.
throat, basically.
No, he puts up this facade of like, oh, I just love playing Settlers of Catan or whatever that game is. And is that the name of it? Is that the right name?
That sounds about right.
It sounds about right.
You're in the ballpark.
And so he loves that type of stuff, but then you have to take a step further. If you really believe that Andrew Barry treats this job like it is in fact a game. That's the part I appreciate about Andrew Barry.
I think the game might be convincing you that Andrew Barry treats this like a game.
It's a video game to him. This is not real life to him. He is so in on the joke that is the whole entire premise of all this, while having such high stakes attached to it that I just turn around and respect it. But the idea that he loves to make people like me and you seem stupid at the end of the day, and he gets his rocks off of that, is the funniest thing in the world to me.
I think you get your rocks off on him getting his rocks off on it.
This
feels like a Bob Crane situation we got going on here.
Is that right?
Before the murder.
Is that right?
Now, this being said, like 3 people got that reference, Mac. Even I don't know Mac got it, but he heard the murder part of it. Now, this being said, I actually do think the Browns are involved. Maybe not Jay Glazer's juiciness.
I think they want to be involved.
I definitely think I'm the point where
just don't know that they're involved.
I'll be really surprised if they actually pick at 6. And maybe I'm just doing. Maybe I'm zagging while you're zigging.
Here's the other part of that, though, Nick. Is like they not only do they have to find someone that matches, but they operate like the Guardians do. They have to clearly be on the winning side of a trade in order to execute a trade. And so,
yeah, but I think where they're different than the Guardians is, I think they tweak what winning looks like for specific instances like the NFL draft. Like the Guardians, just it's like, no, this is what we value the player as. We don't come off that value. I think the Browns do a really good job of understanding the value on any given year.
I listened to Aditi Kinkabwala yesterday on the PM team, and she was talking about how every phone call she has with these GMs across the NFL, every one of them, when she's hanging up the phone, reminds her, like, hey, if you want to tell people our pick is open for trading, it'd be nice. Just every one of them she talked to did that. And so, like, I think a lot of teams want to trade out, and then it comes down to, well, all right, who's going to give us the best price in order to go ahead and move up to take that 6 or whatever that is. And historically, I just don't think the Browns are the ones you want to be dealing with in that department because they're going to have to win that. And I think there would be other teams. If I was looking to trade with a team, there's other teams in the Browns I would want to do it.
216-474-0092 are the Browns. Are you, as a Browns fan, excited for tonight? And do you think the Browns are involved in Jay Glazer's juiciness? The NFL draft tonight, we're going to get to our favorite drafts and favorite draft memories to lead off Quick Hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I got a challenge for you. Because if you're looking at new trucks this month, a Ram truck should be atop your list. So pull into your Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today and start one. Because you're going to hear the difference, right? When I did this several years ago, looking for my first truck, first new truck rather, I turned over that Ram legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, and I heard that.
Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive live from Game On. I do want to get to quick hits in just a second here. We do have Kelly Stewart, Kelly in Vegas, talking NBA playoffs, Cavs-Raptors Game 3 in about 20 minutes. But our guy, Rod, calling in. Rod, how can the Browns win tonight?
Hey, I got a scenario. My son is in the Air Force in Germany, and he just called me with this, and I've never heard this one posed before. Jerry Jones is getting older, and he seems desperate to make a splash and win a Super Bowl, while he still can. What if he traded numbers 12, number 20 this year, and next year's number 1 for Myles Garrett? The Browns would have number 6, number 12, number 20, and number 24 this year, and 2 number 1s next year. And Myles would probably approve that trade because he's from Texas.
All right, so I don't think you're wrong in thinking that the Cowboys make sense for Myles Garrett, and we appreciate you, buddy. Enjoy the draft tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'd actually be surprised if it happens tonight from the cap ramification side of things, and I think it's much more likely that if there's a post-June 1 trade for Myles, especially to Dallas or to the Rams or just thinking out, Eagles, I think they really want 27, 28, and 29 first-rounders to kind of bulk up to use if they have to move up to get the quarterback next year.
Yeah, there's just not enough in this draft to want to have 4 picks in the first round.
Yeah.
That's the reality. Like, if McShay says this is one of the lowest drafts he's ever seen when it comes to first-rounders that he's graded out, I think his number was like 10. It's just not the draft. The consensus here is it's not the draft to stockpile the picks.
Especially while subtracting one of the most electric players in the NFL. Now, again, post-June 1, we'll see. Because I think all bets are going to be off, even if that's just leading up to the NFL draft. Let's go ahead and get to Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Well, JP has mentioned Yinzer's getting ready to host the NFL draft today. So many indelible images come to mind in NFL draft history. Laramie Tunsil's gas mask, sad Aaron Rodgers, Bill Belichick's dog, Mel Kiper, and Bill Tobin. Do you have a favorite draft, so a specific year, or a favorite draft moment that comes to mind?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's pretty simple. 2018. I was tasked with going to the Muni lot and getting the reaction of when the Browns took Baker Mayfield. And the Muni lot was, the Browns really tried, and they did a really, awesome thing. They set up a whole big stage and everything. I remember Nathan Zagura was the one that was, getting on the stage, pumping everybody up, and they filled the whole thing up. Brady Quinn was doing, a live broadcast from there and had the NFL Network on site and everything, and people acted like it was a game. That's how the Muni lot was that day, right? And I'll never forget being tasked with, all right, so just get the reactions. It's going to be easy, no big deal, whatever. And then the Browns taking Baker Mayfield, and instead of this being this big, uproaring, awesome, let's go, this is the greatest thing ever, people thought all day long it was going to be Sam Darnold. Mm-hmm. And they were convinced that it was Darnold, and they got themselves believing it was Darnold, and then it was Baker, and instead of an applause, it was just a big nothing burger. Just no applause, no anything, and it just just a dud of a moment. And I'll never forget that. It was incredible.
So 2012. So obviously the station launches in 2011. 6 months later, we have the NFL draft. That's the last draft that I have either not worked or been in a prominent spot on the station. So that's the last one that I was able to just hang out with my boys at. And so we did, that was the Trent Richardson draft, the Brandon Weeden draft. We were betting Irish car bombs on the outcomes of picks. And we got, it's in this little hole-in-the-wall house in Wadsworth that they've since fixed up after everybody left. and it is as drunk as I can remember getting, and it is as much fun. Every time someone would mention Trent Richardson on the broadcast, we would do the Liam Neeson from the Release the Kraken, that thing, and I didn't have a voice the next day and couldn't come into work. No, sorry. 2 days later, I still didn't have a voice.
Did you go to work?
No. And Andy was very mad at me. And you know how Andy got when he got mad.
Yeah, I was thinking on a Thursday. It doesn't set up well for people that have to work on Friday.
People don't understand how drunk I was.
I can imagine. I got it in my head.
Did the Release the Kraken give it away?
Well, I was trying to figure out what alcohol you were drinking that you would release the Kraken with every single time.
Car bombs.
Oh, you did say car bombs. I missed that part of it, but I was thinking if there was a specific. Well, I thought if there was a specific alcohol that got you to say release the Kraken, because car bombs and Kraken don't necessarily go together.
I vaguely remember, again vaguely, I believe that we were nicknaming Trent Richardson the Kraken, or somebody had nicknamed him the Kraken, and then we got to Kraken.
Omaha! Dan Orlovsky, the guy I'm keeping an eye on tonight, he spoke on ESPN today about his belief in Ty Simpson and what it means if Ty Simpson doesn't get drafted tonight.
I'll simply say it. If he's not a first-round pick tonight, then we are evaluating, in the NFL, the quarterback position wrong. We just are. And if everybody wants to live in the world where you're not going to draft a kid because he had 15 starts, God bless you. You're allowed to track historical data and lean on that. All I know is the tape says he's no question, at worst, around middle of a first-round draft pick. And if he's not tonight, I'll be the first person to say I was wrong in it. But that means we're not evaluating the quarterback position properly.
Is he sleeping with Ty Simpson?
So, no, I love this take. I think only he can make this case.
I think
and
only
make
somebody
this
sleeping
take.
with Ty Simpson can make this case.
Imagine having the gall. I just love it because he played the position, so he's got the expertise attached to it, and he obviously talks about it every day.
Didn't play well.
No, he didn't, but he still evaluates it, but this is what I love about this is that it's not that he has a wrong assessment on it; it's that the whole NFL is wrong in how they evaluate quarterbacks if Ty Simpson is not taken in the first 15 picks in this draft. It is so wild to me that this is where he went with this, but it's also a masterclass in how to do it.
Yeah, listen, if you want to say people are wrong about the talent, okay, you can have that argument. Maybe he has an elite arm talent and we're just missing on it, right? He's arguing experience, which you can't argue. The best two quarterbacks with under 18 games started in college are Mac Jones, okay, would take him here, but not by any means a top 10 quarterback or anything close to it. And Kyler Murray, who's looked at as not a bust, but certainly not somebody who's delivered the mini Mahomes mantra that people bestowed upon him 6 years ago.
Yeah, but you can see how it would not be an admittance by him that he was wrong in his assessment. It's him telling everyone that, no, 32 NFL teams don't do this the right way. And it's so bold, and it's so brash, and it's so egotistical that I just come around to loving and wrapping my arms around what he had to say.
All right, so my boy Jeremy is listening, and he said Kraken rum.
Now that makes sense.
Yeah.
I knew there had to be something attached. Usually these start with some sort of offshoot of whatever the actual brand of liquor that you're drinking or whatever's associated with it.
I just remember betting Irish car bombs, and Jeremy weighed at the time about $140, and he went 90-night. But guys, there was a boomer at the end of the night where he came back, and I'm proud of my boy to this day.
How did you do so many Irish car bombs? Irish car bombs are like
we were 27.
I know, but I like an Irish car bomb, but that's a one a night for me.
Well,
that is not a. We don't go
some
back.
Some of us
to that
go
one.
hard, JP.
We don't go. I went hard at one point in life.
I think I went harder.
I mean, how do I even prove that? There's no way to prove that. But the point is that it was always a one a night at most for me. It was never. We never did 2, 3. No, you're on to other drinks.
I did 8 or 9.
You're on to other drinks.
Given night. Yeah, like in the cabin. The first couple years of the cabin. That would just be the first night is us not realizing that Irish car bombs get you in trouble real quick, and then
Jaeger bombs was something you could do multiples of. You do multiple Jaeger bombs
because you wanted diabetes.
It was also the time. Remember that video that came out where it was the bro that was dressed up and he just go around screaming Jaeger bomb, Jaeger bomb. That's when I went to college, and so that's all it took for you. And then Jaeger bombs were just the thing for a 3-year stretch.
Yeah, they're fine.
Why did those go away?
because they're not good. Jalen Tyson is getting ready for Game 3, Cavs-Raptors tonight, and his little brother, Jordan Tyson, is getting ready for the NFL Draft. He could go as high as pick 5 tonight. The New York Giants could go to the Browns as well. Cavs head coach Kenny Atkinson has a plan to keep Jalen in the loop during Game 3.
JT's been telling me he's a top 10 pick, so I'm going with that, like top 10. That would be awesome. But I guess we're going to be playing during the draft, so we're going to make sure he gets the news somehow. I know it's playoffs, but that's your family and your brother, so we're going to get that to him.
One, I think it's super cool for the Cavs to do this and to kind of keep Jalen abreast of what's going on. Two, I will admit, it's not why I want Jordan Tyson with the number 6 pick, if that's where you stick at.
Yeah.
But having Jordan and Jalen in the same town, that would just be awesome. And they've talked about it a lot. That's just feel-good stuff. It's part of why you love sports.
Yeah, having somebody in the city that he's now going to work in would be obviously just a big boost. I'm fascinated by the dynamics of it. So it's going to be at a timeout. Whenever he gets chosen, the next timeout, somebody then is going to come over and whisper to him. And I like the weird sense of urgency attached to it. Because like his life wouldn't change if he just waited till after the game.
Yeah.
He would just be curious.
You know what this tells us? That to the Cavs, this NFL draft might be as important as Game 3, which lets anyone feeling that same way like myself off the hook of looking like a clown of thinking the NFL draft is more important than Game 3 of an NBA playoff
Well,
series.
at least we know that Tyson, or he would just get like 3 fouls in the first quarter like he did in Game 1 and just get himself removed to the bench so he could go ahead and keep track.
He doesn't have to now.
Doesn't have to now.
Yeah, this lets him off the hook.
They're going to do this for him.
Now you're going to play good basketball tonight, bring home Game 3 win. Now, if we were interviewing someone talking about this, what we could ask him is, what do you think the parents chose?
That would be a question you could ask.
And then people would be like, man, that guy must have went to Syracuse.
That's such a dumb thing to ask. But
yeah.
Somebody out there,
that sounds like something from
somebody
Syracuse.
Could. Yeah,
like
somebody
what
that
they
went to
would.
Syracuse could ask that question. And I'm sure it'd be met with a great, great question.
Yep.
Great question you asked there.
Yep.
I don't know who you'd be talking about, though.
And then all the big PDs with ties to New York would go, did you get your reset in? Because, again, radio pros, baby. That's an inside joke. Filipponi asked Aditi that yesterday, and I'm being a D.
That's all.
I had to explain it. It would be a weird inside joke if we didn't just pay it off there.
Yeah.
That being said, Kelly in Vegas. Kelly Stewart joins us in 5 minutes. We'll talk the Cavs-Raptors odds, and, of course, we'll talk a little NFL draft odds as well in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 20.
I'm Matt Corrali.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
The championship chase is on for the Cleveland Cavaliers.
What a look pass. Mitchell finds Mobley. Scoop to the hoop. Donovan Mitchell. Harden so good and low clock situation.
Confidence hasn't wavered. Our game plan hasn't wavered. We've executed and stayed on task. Even when they've gone on runs, they've scored. They've kept the main thing. And
We give them life early, right? Go down 10-2 or 12-2 run. It's really important right off the bat. You resist. What does that look like?
The series hasn't even started yet. The city's on the road. So we got to come in with an aggressive mindset just like we treated game 1 and 2.
The Cavaliers have been the best version of themselves in games 1 and 2.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on Afternoon Drive. We are live here from Game On in North Olmsted. Stop by on and see us out here. We've already seen some of our friends here, but that was a great Cavs Open there as we get you ready for Game 3, Cavs-Raptors tonight in Toronto. We do have Lance Reisland coming up, 92.3 The Fan's very own, Cleveland.com's, coming up at 4 o'clock. But Cavs-Raptors, Game 3, can we get that 3-0 series lead? If not, I owe Daryl Ryder a burger, and I do not want to owe Daryl Ryder a burger.
No, that sounds miserable.
Yeah.
And would be your first burger bet loss, by the way.
That is true, but
Never seen it happen.
I just had to get you guys out of your cowardice of being afraid of saying the Cavs were going to get the sweep here because, I don't know, it's hard to sweep people in the NBA.
It's not cowardice. It's very hard to sweep people in the NBA.
So I think we got the perfect guest to go ahead and ask about this right now because as we head out to the Kyle Wright hotline, make it right. I said that actually the wrong way.
Call Kyle Wright.
Yeah. Okay, that was not. Maybe I should make it right. Coming to you from the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, Kelly Stewart. You know her as Kelly in Vegas, picks expert. All right, she's here on behalf of Splash Sports, a peer-to-peer contest and social gaming platform. Visit splashsports.com or download the Splash app and make your quick picks today. Kelly, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Well, I got a burger bet on the Cavs sweeping the Raptors because I'm sick of people in Cleveland trying to be all cautious Johnnies about being like, oh, it's hard to sweep in the NBA. Do you feel like I'm going to be winning my burger bet, or should I start to prepare the order for our friend?
It is hard to sweep in the NBA, but not during the first round. I mean, let's just be honest. Cleveland, 14-2 all time in the playoffs versus Toronto. If they're going to sweep anybody, this is the team to do it. I feel like the Raptors have just been going through the motions, and we all know the Cavs have that second gear. I feel like they even haven't had to use it yet. That's the craziest part about this series.
Well, why does Vegas have this Game 3 so close? I think the spread is only 2.5 in favor of the Cavs. After watching Game 1, watching Game 2, a Game 2 that I think Toronto actually played really good basketball, all things considering. They had it as a 6-point game with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. What does Vegas see with this game being so close?
I think the reality is they know everybody's going to bet Cleveland, right? Again, Cleveland got the cover the first 2 games, so naturally Joe Public's going to come back and lay it on the road with the Cavs. That doesn't mean they won't win this game. They might cover if they can keep their foot on the gas. This is a game I think Toronto has to win, and that's not a good position to be in the NBA. When you start to feel that pressure so that you don't go down 3-0, that's when you tend to beat yourself. I think this is going to be a great game. I like the over in this one. I think we're going to see both teams march up and down the court. If you guys watch the last 9 games over the last 2 years, this has been really entertaining. Those games average 232 points per game. So sitting here at 221.5 has me a little perplexed. I think we're going to see a really good game tonight. Hopefully for your burger bet, the Cavs get the win. But I'm not in the business of laying road chalk, so I'm going to stay off this one because I really do not trust the Raptors.
All right, let's keep it on the idea of trust here. I'm very excited about this playoff run, but I need to see a couple things to believe the Cavs can not just get to the Eastern Conference Finals and go through Boston, but have a chance in the NBA Finals. Where are you with the Cavs as potential, for the NBA Finals, and like what can they prove to you in the playoffs to maybe increase your thoughts on that?
It's so funny because I think by far the best two teams are out of the West. Once again, Oklahoma City and San Antonio. And I'm going to be honest with you. You've got a Detroit team, a Boston team who are sitting there in the East that look really hard to beat. This is a Knicks team that's really solid. So Cleveland is kind of getting overshadowed by these powerhouse teams. Now, the Sixers made a nice little splash the other night. I was very surprised to see them get the outright win there in Boston, especially as the 7th seed. But I unfortunately don't see any of these Eastern Conference teams winning the whole thing. I think it's Oklahoma City or San Antonio to lose.
What if we remind you you're on air in Cleveland?
I know. I was trying to think of something really nice to say about the Browns because I'm already in NFL season in my brain, and I couldn't do that either.
Yeah, that's tough as well. All right.
Yeah, that one's a harder one for us than the Cavs thing.
Well, tell us how you see it tonight for the Browns at 6 overall. Vegas seems to think Fano is the leader in the clubhouse, and then they have Carnell Tate, second best odds there. How do you forecast pick number 6?
Yeah, good luck. I mean, I was looking at Mel Kiper's board earlier because Splash Sports has a free mock draft predictor challenge tonight, $10,000 up for grabs. And I was like, okay, I'm going to throw this in here. And I stumbled right around pick 6 myself. So I was like, let's see what Mel Kiper has. And he has you guys drafting an offensive tackle. And while I would agree you guys need an offensive tackle, surely you guys need a wide receiver more. I don't think that we're going to see Jeremiah Love drop that far. He's a running back. But I was thinking more slot receiver. Carnell Tate, also out of Ohio State, could be a possibility for you guys. Jordan Tyson from Arizona State as well. I think you guys have to get these explosive playmakers there. I understand needing an offensive tackle. I understand needing those core guys on your offensive line to be able to protect your quarterback. But my goodness, I feel like we've gotten overzealous with drafting the big men too early. And so I was really surprised to see that's where Mel Kiper was going. I think you guys have to go Carnell Tate.
As a big man, I would like to strike your records on drafting big men early. Strike it from the record. But I agree with you on the Browns at 6 and taking Carnell Tate or at least Jordan Tyson. I do want to know, though, because I always love when, Mel puts out his final mock draft a week beforehand, and then somebody gets to tout that they got 5 of 32 picks right, and that was the most they got. Do you have a personal best on the most amount of first-round picks you hit right in your mock draft?
No, I have vivid memories of the 2020 NFL draft where I had over 3.5 running backs drafted, and the Kansas City Chiefs, I had under 3.5 running backs drafted, and the Kansas City Chiefs at pick number 32 decided to just stab me right in the gut with that one. It's never the wins you remember. It's always the losses. I mean, that's the sports betting moniker that I went and lived by. But no, I'm not a big draft person from a betting perspective. I really feel like it has gotten to the point where those leaks that we used to get great information early on just are no more. I think these coaching staffs, the ownership, the front offices have done a really, really good job of kind of keeping a lid on things. You mentioned getting 5 out of 32 for the first round is considered a win. Not in my book.
So from a gambling perspective tonight, then, if you're not really as big on the NFL with the draft that way, are you just locked into the NBA playoffs instead?
I'm going to have it on both. I'll be flipping back and forth. I think also we've seen so many times on social media. I'm a big Twitter/X user, depending on what you still call it. And now, half the time, it's out on X before it's even on the TV. So I'll probably be perusing social media for the draft, and you're right, watching the NBA playoffs.
Kelly Stewart, a.k.a. Kelly in Vegas, on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline here. Every Saturday, all users can get Kelly's $5 no sweat on Quick Picks. That's a free $5 entry. Quick Picks are available for the NBA and NHL playoffs, MLB, and golf. You can go to splashsports.com or download the Splash app today. So obviously we got a lot of interest in Cavs-Raptors. The Hawks able to tie that series at 1-1. Where are you kind of feeling about Game 3, Hawks-Knicks, which last time I checked was about a point and a half going Atlanta's way?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because C.J. McCollum is someone's less than, if you will, I took in my quick picks tonight. I know he's been ice cold. He was kicking himself after last game, missing 4 wide open threes. I think we see more of the same. Sometimes when you start to talk about those woes that you have as a player, they keep going. So we'll see if I'm not correct on him going under his point total, but also the game. The game is the spot where I'm going, all right, I love these games in the under 215, 214.5 is the current total. So all I can think of is, you know what? It's low for a reason. I'm going under tonight. I'm hoping for a very boring game with lots of missed threes.
How do you bet LeBron moving forward? Because I feel like everyone counts him out continuously, and then he just continues to do things like he's done the first 2 games of that series against Houston.
Funny, in Game 1, I did take his less than in quick picks. I would argue maybe he's the 4th best player on that team, but because his name is LeBron, you're
Had me.
When you don't recognize a name.
Oh, still got you.
I'm quote unquote fading the guys like a Jalen Brunson or one of those more well-known guys, or I'm looking for something deeper. For example, I like Dwayne Wade tonight, over 3.5 rebounds. So those are the types of things where on quick picks you can go through and you can just start to really dig deep. But yeah, LeBron, your guess is as good as mine. As someone who's the same age as LeBron, sometimes you wake up in the morning and go, hey, why does my neck hurt? Oh, it's because I slept wrong. I can only imagine how he feels as a professional athlete. And those days, those bad days are going to come. But I think there's going to be those games where he really surprises people and steps up as a leader for the Lakers.
Kelly, great stuff. We appreciate you. Enjoy the draft. Enjoy the NBA playoffs tonight. All right, we had Kelly Stewart, a.k.a. Kelly in Vegas there. Always great there. Again, go to splashsports.com. Download the Splash app as well. I'm not really sweating this game tonight, even though.
No.
A little bit. You're Mr. Like, if they're going to take a game, this is going to be the game, right?
If they're going to take a game, this would be the game.
But you're not sweating it.
You're like, mister. It doesn't matter to me that I chose them in 5 games, and if they end up getting a sweep, even better. That doesn't bother me in the slightest
but you don't
bit.
believe in it. I'm a believer.
No, the 5 is just for comfort, is all that is. That's just to give me some breathing room. Ultimately,
Mr. Johnny, I want to be right.
If you that's the point here, is that it doesn't matter. I don't care if I'm right. That's why I don't care if it's 4 or 5 games.
Well, you should then pick them to sweep, because that's, if you don't care.
We already made the predictions. We did it before the series got underway.
We did?
I did,
Was
yes.
I there?
Yeah, I think you were.
I said sweep, right?
I think so.
Okay,
I think that's why we've been talking about it.
That was a long time ago. That was what, 5 days ago?
And it's going to shock you. In round 2, we're going to move from 5 games to then 6 games.
Oh, look at you!
I can tell you right now how it's going to work.
How bold you
are.
are.
And then in the Eastern Conference Finals, we're going to move from 6 games to then this is a 7-game thing for the Cavs against the Celtics.
Yeah. The question is, are you going to have the stones to pick Cavs in 7, or are you going to pick Celtics in 7?
No, we'll pick Cavs in 7. Yeah, we will.
I don't believe you.
What part of me gives you any sort of idea that I would do anything but that?
Your reticence to say Cavs in 4.
You're an idiot with these 4 and 4 things. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you an idiot. But you're ridiculous.
You do it a lot for somebody who doesn't mean to do it.
You're ridiculous with these in 4 things and the sweep part of this. You know what you've done that bothers me in this whole entire thing? Is that you've made my brain almost think to myself, like, well, if they did lose, at least Knicks lose the burger bet, and you have some appreciation for the idea that sweeping in the NBA is not something that typically happens and not something that can be just assumed.
Yeah, you just don't want me to take that victory lap when the Cavs sweep.
As evidenced
while I'm eating Daryl's burger.
No, it was just a great ploy by you. You've been this is a good Cavs team for the entire stretch, so you get to be the Cavs in 4 guy while trying to dismiss anyone that says Cavs in 5, as if saying Cavs in 5 is some sort of like non-belief in the team. that it just isn't.
I feel like if you really believed him, you would have taken him Cavs in 4. We'll react to what Kelly in Vegas had to say about the Cavaliers.
Such an annoying thing to do.
And we'll get to Game 3 for the Cavs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you guys didn't make it to the home show, or you did,
Arena this Friday night. Get your tickets now at clevelandmonsters.com. Monsters Playoff Hockey. Fear the depths.
Weather Seal Home Services specializes in storm damage repair for roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. 330-920-4494 or weathersealhomeservices.com.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
It is hard to sweep in the NBA, but not during the first round. I mean, let's just be honest. Cleveland, 14-2 all time in the playoffs versus Toronto. If they're going to sweep anybody, this is the team to do it. I feel like the Raptors have just been going through the motions, and we all know the Cavs have that second gear. I feel like they even haven't had to use it yet. That's the craziest part about this series.
Kelly in Vegas, a.k.a. Kelly Stewart, joining us in the previous segment, giving us her take on whether the Cavs can/will finish off the sweep of the Raptors tonight, Game 3 in Toronto. We do have to get back to the draft here in a little bit. Lance Reisland coming up at 4 o'clock. Excited to get his take on it. However, we are live at Game On here. We've already got our guy Robert here. Lenny's here. We got Rob was here earlier. Stop on by and see us, located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted until 7 p.m. You can win exclusive merch courtesy of Bud Light as well. I will tell you that we have a cornhole board over here.
That's right. Yeah.
And the first time I did it, I looked like a toddler playing cornhole for the first time ever.
Okay.
Just when again, I looked like a rock star.
Oh, then you're starting to nail it.
Yeah, it's a confidence thing.
Out of 4 shots, how many did you make?
Okay, so I made 2. And then the third shot got stuck on one of them.
Okay.
And then so I'd made too many in the same hole, so the ground was blocking it and holding them up.
Do you remember when we did a cornhole tournament together?
With Dustin.
That's right. It was the Dustin Fox cornhole tournament, but we were on the same team. And the part there's a couple things I'll never forget out of that day, obviously. One, we were playing against, like, actual pros.
Yeah.
That's not great. You don't want to play against pros. So everything was, like, actually regulation. And
guys were real intense about it,
real
too.
intense.
Yeah.
But then if you play, like, regulation cornhole, it's way longer than when you just play with your buddies. So that was not, we didn't love that.
Yeah.
And I remember I had to do a radio hit, and I don't remember for where or for what reason, but it, like, delayed our match.
Yeah.
And then I like didn't show up in time because then I was already hammered at that point, or not hammered, but definitely drunk. I think we had to forfeit a few points because of that.
I believe you're correct, and I also believe that would be an event that I had to Uber home from, and I was not ready. I didn't realize.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that one it snuck up on me a bit.
Is that right?
And so when I showed up, not with my car, because it was like middle of the day when the thing was over.
That's right, yeah.
Let's just say it wasn't a great evening in the Wilson household, because then Vanessa was like, "So when are we gonna go get your car?" And
why did she say it like that?
Because when she gets really pissed, she sounds like Katharine Hepburn.
Is that right?
I don't know what it is about her family.
When are we gonna get your car?
Now, why would you do that? See, I swear.
He's like a 1920s sports reporter.
Yeah, she's also doing this thing where when she's annoyed with me or like I'm being incorrigible and she wants to be mad at me, maybe she can't because I'm charming as hell. She goes, "Nick." I've never heard her pronounce my name in that way, and I don't know if she's had a stroke in the last 6 months. I don't know if there's a condition that's coming out here.
Sure.
But now it's gotten so bad that she's starting to do it. It's in her head that she's doing this with like the kids.
Yeah.
So it's like, "Liv," and I'm like, "You don't talk like this."
Maybe she does now.
I think she does.
You got to keep people on their toes.
Maybe this is her midlife crisis.
You got to keep people on their toes. This
Right?
many years into the marriage, you got to throw some
That's true.
curveballs in people's direction.
That's true. Just don't bring that up. Like if we're in the middle of having fun and I hear, "Nick," it will kill the mood.
I constantly remind myself because my wife she's very attentive and she's very good at basically what she's taught me is I can be a very predictable human at times, right? So I constantly throw her curveballs just because I can tell her brain being like, "Wait, that's not what you normally do." That's not something that I know what you do. That's not what you normally do.
I like this is my theory that if I find out the universe is a simulation, my entire existence will be committed to screwing up or corrupting the simulation. That I feel like you're just doing that with your wife.
Oh, it messes with her head so badly. Yeah. And I have to keep doing it because I didn't know before her how predictable of a human I actually am. She can call out my shot before I can. Yeah. So I don't like that. So I got to keep her guessing. Got to keep her guessing.
Hey, got to keep that spirit going. You know what I mean?
You know, that's exactly
keep
right.
Keep that love alive. Keep it fresh. Keep it clean. Keep it fun.
kind of promo was that?
Don't know. But I started going down that path and realized we just got to finish it off and see where it goes.
Are we going to have a chance to be cornhole partners again at some point in
I
life?
sure hope so.
That'd be fun. I think we'd have a lot of fun with that.
I really enjoy
maybe not
cornholing
against
with you.
maybe not against pros.
Yeah.
Maybe this time, maybe not against people that travel hundreds of miles to go ahead and try to win a cornhole tournament.
Should we get Hacksaw and another person who's really bad at it? Should we just go find the opposite of ringers?
I kind of like that idea, actually. A rigged cornhole event for us to win to make us feel better about life.
About half of the cabin most years is everyone just trying to coach Hacksaw up to have the confidence to barely lose at cornhole, right? Like that, because what happens is he'll get on the board, he's really excited, and then he'll just fall apart. And it's gotten to a point where I don't realize I'm getting in his head, but he just completely collapses. And so, Hacksaw would be the great guy to just dominate.
And so much of my high school age, those years was playing cornhole in alleys for another thing I just did for money.
We're talking about the
game,
right, with boards? Okay, I didn't know what else.
Yeah. We call them bags in Chicago, oddly enough.
I bet you do.
Yeah, it helps that conversation we're just having.
All right, Cavs, Raptors. Game 3. What's this one about?
Oh, yeah. Just give us thoughts here. I'm surprised by it being a 2.5 point
think about
spread.
this game?
Yeah, I know, right? Well, that's kind of where we're at with this analysis of this series.
Yeah.
People have bored themselves to death with what is happening in the series because the Cavs they've shown enough in the first 2 games that people feel like they don't have to pay attention now. It's what I asked the Cavs to do, by the way. I asked them by the time we got to the NFL draft, make it where the NFL draft is primo territory, lead TV screen. We don't have to worry about it, and they did that, and so now I don't have to worry about it tonight.
I don't have to worry about it either. And by the way, a loss is not the end of the world. It makes sense that if you lose, it tends to be that if you're the heavily favored team, it makes sense the first trip up to Toronto would be the one that you get, right? I do understand that.
And there are adjustments that Toronto's making. I keep bringing up Jakob Poeltl for a reason. I don't think he's going to play a lot tonight.
See, to me, I think they finally just figured out
CMB.
how to put pressure on the ball and how and to use their length on the perimeter defensively. And I think that's what's interesting. Can you find that gear again, but can you find it in the start? Because if so, we'll have a hell of a game.
Well, and another part of this is that we're not going to find out what happens with Quickly until around game time. And I'm not saying Quickly makes or breaks the series in any sort of way, but you'd
like to know Quickly?
We're not going to know Quickly. That's the thing about it. We're not going to know that. We're going to know very slowly. They're going to take that one right up to tip, and so we'll find out about that. There are going to be some bounce back games from guys like Ingram. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to happen.
I think, to me, this game is about keeping your eye on the ball. And I know you've mentioned the flukiness of NBA playoffs, and NBA officials are just crooked as hell.
Oh, my gosh.
There's really just no other way. And
Did you hear Devin Booker last night?
Yeah.
Devin Booker just straight up
name on it.
Straight up called out the refs and their names because this is how this works in the NBA.
Okay, in fairness.
Now, they weren't winning that game anyway.
That's what I was going to say. Devin Booker sounded like a big old baby bee last night, crying about officials. It's like, you're Devin Booker. You should be one of the 10 best players in the NBA, and you're consistently underperforming in the playoffs.
Great. Strong move by Ishbia, though, the owner, to go ahead and back him on social media.
I'm out on Ishbia.
No, that was the right move. He's like, I defend him 100% on this, and then went into a whole thing.
Nope.
Like the move of the owner is to just unabashedly, he might be, but the move is to unabashedly defend your star players.
Nope. Devin Booker's a big old baby, and Matt Ishbia has a stupid last name. Somebody's got to say it. And
Isn't he also like a 1T, Matt? Isn't that right?
I have no idea. I just know that he's anti-Dan Gilbert, which means he's anti-Nick Wilson.
Oh,
That's where we are.
I didn't know you were that hard for Dan Gilbert.
Excuse me? What am I for Dan Gilbert?
Is this a three-way?
Not that way, Jeff. Not that way. Just in normal
watching
talking
JP.
sense.
If you guys are watching on the 92 to the Fan YouTube channel, watching JP realize what he said several seconds afterwards, maybe my favorite thing that's happened in today's show. But no, today's game's just about not getting in your own way. And this series still could go 6 if you get in your own way. Or if you look at those first 2 games, there have been times where the Cavs have gotten a little fat and cocky in the NBA playoffs.
I thought the Orlando series, they got fat and cocky. They won it by the same stretch in games 1 and 2 of this series 2 years ago in Orlando, and then game 3, Orlando won by 38. And then game 4, Orlando won by 20.
I think it was about 10 games into the Harden era here. There was a lot of fist pounding and chest thumping, and I thought to myself, ooh, where have I seen this false confidence before? That's just what I want to avoid. Because to me, again, it's a series against Toronto. I think they're going to sweep. I think they should sweep. And so once you get to those stakes, you can start to diminish the accomplishment. I don't think we should. But this is still the first step in changing your narrative in my mind. And so it's interesting, relatively low stakes because you have a 2-0 lead here. But in terms of the Cavs swinging the narrative as quickly as possible, that's the implications that tonight has for me.
Yeah, and it's not why you do it, but they still have not earned the national respect the way that I thought they would.
I actually thought Kelly was right about that. One of the I almost said one of the things she was right about. She was right about a lot of things.
Basically said it.
But one of the things I thought she was spot on, beyond all recognition on, was the idea that the Cavs are being ignored.
Yeah.
And that's where I want them. Right? You've been together long enough, and you haven't accomplished what we had hoped you previously would.
No, but she was talking the Pistons and all this other stuff, and it's we watched the Pistons play basketball last night.
I just gave her a nice compliment. I just wanted to be nice.
I know, but she had mentioned, she's like, oh, and you know, I put teams like the Pistons, and it's yes, I saw the Pistons after halftime respond, which everyone, by the way, on Detroit was credit to J.P. Bickerstaff for getting us where we needed to be. Okay, great, fantastic. You took that basketball game back to 2005. Mm-hmm. That was an offensively atrocious basketball game.
Yeah. Well, by the way,
that made my eyes bleed.
They couldn't do it by themselves. Orlando had 83 points last night.
I know that game. It legitimately felt like a 20 years ago basketball game. That was the lack of offense was insane. And great, they went on a 30-3 run. Congratulations, you finally did something in the third quarter.
How'd we get here again?
It was atrocious. Well, the idea that Kelly in Vegas she talked about Detroit as if it's a team that's above the Cavs.
Oh yeah,
and it's
that's not what she got right. I was focusing on the other things she got right.
I can't imagine a world where you watch the NBA and you think to yourself, Detroit, after what you saw last night, should be mentioned before the Cavs in any sort of world.
216-474-0092. What is Game 3 about for the Cavaliers tonight? It starts with getting out of your own way and taking care of business. And this should be another great night for Evan Mobley just to continue to do what he's done the first two games. It's funny. It's James Harden, let's give him a lot of credit crowd, and then there's the people who of which I'm in the camp of I think Evan Mobley is over criticized, and those two camps do seem to be on the opposite end of the Cavs debate. So the people who want Evan Mobley to get credit right now for his first two games are still but I'll believe it when I see it with James Harden, and vice versa. The people who are I need to see more from Evan Mobley are it's just two games, but isn't James Harden great?
Well, each side is kind of waiting for the inconsistency to appear, right? Mm-hmm. Each side is kind of waiting for which one of these players are going to finally showcase a little bit of a lapse. But I think that one thing I've seen out of the first two games that feels like it's almost universal is that Mobley settled into the 3 role on this team, and he's done so in a really prolific and awesome way.
So you think it's real?
I don't know what's real and isn't real, but if that's your recipe, the idea that it's Donovan, I just was confused by the question. That's all that really was. I didn't understand what you were
getting existential
asking.
real quick
I just didn't understand what you were actually asking.
What is real, man?
I didn't know how we got from my comment to that question. That's all that was. But Donovan, Harden, and then Mobley. That's the setup of command there, and I think that worked really nicely for the first two games.
So what I was asking is, you're in the Evan Mobley needs to show more camp. I'm in the James Harden needs to prove it camp. Mm-hmm. So we're in opposite camps here.
Yeah.
So 2 games in, how certain are you that Evan Mobley as the third guy on this team?
Yeah, that one seems sustainable.
Okay.
That's what I like. Yeah. That role seems like something that he can play with and something he can work with.
Why is everything so green? 216-474-0092. What is Game 3 about for the Cavaliers? And I think JP is uniquely equipped to help me tackle this next issue in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Lance Reisland coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. It's interesting. So we don't have a lot of actual breaking stuff in this hour, but as people's final mock drafts come in, Carter Donick, who's an NFL draft analyst, he did the What Would He Do mock draft.
Oh, that's your next mock draft.
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
That's the one you need to do.
That is so good.
That's perfect.
Oh, I'm going to rip that bit off. But he said Freeling at 6 for the Browns, Jordan Tyson at 24.
Okay. So what's interesting about that, I heard a couple different national people today make the suggestion that Tyson has a chance to free fall tonight because of the injuries.
Mm-hmm.
And now I didn't hear anything about 24 at all, but I do find that interesting because we've always talked about Tyson and the injuries. Today was the first day that I heard national people really discuss the idea that Tyson into the teens and then start to free fall is it's a big reality that could exist.
Yeah, if it happens, I will be a happy boy.
Oh, for sure.
Now, here's the thing.
Well, that's kind of like the Gabriel Sanders quarterback thing from last year, where it'd be like you got him in the wrong order, but you got him. You eventually got the guys.
Yes, I also think Monroe Freeling is a guy who might not have who might have more of a floor than people realize. I'm not talking about his draft, like his abilities in the NFL. What I mean is, I've seen a few people suggest Monroe Freeling could be there at 24. I don't think it's outlandish, because there are going to be teams who I think like, whether it's Lomu or Ihanachor or Proctor more, or Blake Miller more, and so I think that's, I think what has maybe been underreported or under talked about is, in the same way you can do this with the quarterbacks after Fernando Mendoza, where I think it's outlandish to say Carson Beck might be a better prospect than Ty Simpson. I really don't think there's that kind of gap between those two. I think the tackles are, even Fano, I think, is in that conversation. And if you ask me, who's the first tackle off the board, I don't honestly know, because I think it's going to be a kind of dealer's choice.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes this draft so interesting. And this is why everyone discusses the trade downs the way that they do, because the separation between a lot of these offensive linemen just isn't that great.
Now, this being said, I think you're the right guy to help adjudicate this, because you're going to be able to play the part of Vanessa here.
Yeah.
So my nephew had his 3rd birthday party back in February. We weren't able to attend. We were going to, but we weren't able to attend because that's right when I had that little weird illness that knocked me out for a couple days.
Okay.
And I started getting it that Saturday. And so I didn't want to take it, because that was right when influenza B was big there, and Izzy had just had it. We didn't want to be the super spreader, right? And so because my brother lives up in North Olmsted and we live down in Wadsworth, I have not had the chance to deliver this gift yet.
Okay.
I was going to do it a week ago, because we were here in North
the dinosaur
Olmsted.
racetrack, right?
Well, I mean, let's not give it away in case young man's listening.
I thought you said it yesterday.
I did, but he wasn't listening yesterday. You never know when 3-year-olds are listening to sports talk. However,
he's got the Odyssey app. It's
That's
downloaded
true.
on his iPhone.
Yeah. Hopefully he's not
Clearly.
listening to this while opening or not opening his present later today. But so today, I finally remembered. I'm going to take little Rowan, his dinosaur racetrack, and Vanessa jammed me up at 12 o'clock. She's like, "So when are you going to wrap it?" And I was like, "I'm not going to wrap it." She's like, "Why not?" I was like, "Because it's a gift for a 3-year-old for a birthday that was 2 months ago." I just, I think, I remembering who I was at 3, wrapping just got in my damn way. I didn't really want it. And she got really, offended.
Okay.
I was somehow chincing my 3-year-old nephew in experience.
Well, yeah, because unwrapping is half the fun in a lot of ways.
For who?
For the 3-year-old.
I would disagree.
Okay, so maybe this is just me because I like to wrap presents.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fun. In fact, when you first said it, I was like, I would have brought you wrapping paper. I would have just done it here for you.
You actually were like crestfallen. You're like, oh, I would have done that for you.
Do you know how much wrapping paper I have at my house?
Like
a ton. And like I'm the guy that also the day after Christmas I then go to the stores and I buy wrapping paper and like keep it in my closet for the entire next year.
Great. I'm married to Jonathan.
It's like 85% off at that point. I mean, it's the insane deals on wrapping paper. So you have to do it.
Yeah. You'd be a fool not to.
I have an insane amount of wrapping paper. I would have loved to have brought you a bunch. I have a whole closet that's just wrapping paper.
Yeah, I don't want it. Just so we're clear. I hate wrapping
but
paper.
I would have done that. I would have brought the wrapping paper. I would have wrapped it for you. We could have put a bow on it. We could have made it really nice, and it would have been all sorts of like. Now, Elise is your way, by the way.
Yeah.
Elise doesn't
The
wrap
right
anything.
way?
Well, her trick, she just puts things in bags.
Oh.
She puts things in bags and then puts the little paper on it, and that's that's the most that she'll do literally ever when it comes to this discussion. And I'm always like, no, come on, wrap it up, like because little kids love that.
I just made a face.
Yeah, I know
you don't
what
have
you
to
did.
let everybody know.
I know what you did. No. It's not that I let everyone know that you made a face. It's that you then have to. You need the acknowledgement of the face happening.
I did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
That's how you get to have 2 kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get that way wrapping it up.
Yeah, that's true. So
about that.
Am I in the wrong if I did because it's
you're not in the wrong.
It's unwrapped.
You're not in the wrong. The kid's not gonna. Well, so it just showed up as if like how you bought it wherever you bought it.
Well, I mean, it was in a bag, and I took it out of the bag.
So you're just gonna throw it to the kid, like here's your present.
I'm not gonna throw it at him. I'm a giant man.
Softly hand it
I would
to the
knock
kid.
the kid out.
Here's
cold.
your present. The part of wrapping paper that makes it matter is the idea that it's an elevated part of the gift.
Nope.
It's an understood elevated part of the gift. Instead, the kid might be like, "Would you pick this up outside on the porch?"
This kid's
Where'd
gonna
you
see.
get
This
this?
kid's gonna see dinosaur racetrack. He's just gonna see the dinosaur. And his little ginger ass is going to lose his mind.
Oh, he's a redhead.
Yeah. My brother Sam's a redhead.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why that's germane to the story. But the kid's going to go crazy because he's going to see the dinosaur. I don't want to have to sit there and I don't want to wait.
Unwrapping can be half the fun, though.
By the way, who wants to unwrap a gift 2 months after your birthday party? You just want the gift.
Oh no!
Make
This
me
is a bonus gift, is what this is. No one's expecting a gift 2 months after your birthday. In fact, I love the idea of spreading out gifts all throughout the year and having like different designations for people. So like, all right, if my birthday was yesterday. If I got a gift from somebody in July for my birthday, and then another one in September, let's let the good times roll. That sounds like a great time.
Would you want to unwrap it though?
I didn't get many gifts yesterday though, so it kind of is what it is.
Yeah, Coach totally went up to me. By the way.
Oh yeah, Coach got me a
Bringing
gift. That
in
was
a
great.
Sixer.
Yeah, I got me a 6-pack of an IPA that he's talked a lot about. Wants me to check out.
I will freely admit
that was nice of Coach.
I overthought it because I had thought of different gifts that I would get you.
You don't have to get me a gift.
Well,
I'm not much of a gift guy.
So here's the thing: because you're not a big birthday guy of celebrating your own birthday, I didn't want to make it awkward by getting you a gift, and then there's that weird.
No.
Are you going to unwrap it? And how do we like?
So you'd wrap my gift?
No, probably not.
No, probably not. You just hand it to me.
Yeah, like Coach in a bag.
In a bag.
Yeah, but that would be me wrapping it.
This was a grocery store bag.
Because that's
and
a timely gift.
You know what I thought with that, though? It would have been much nicer if it was wrapped. It'd be insane because it's a 6-pack, but it would have been nicer if it was wrapped. It gave less vibes if you just went to the grocery store as you were coming over here and then you purchased it.
Because he heard us teasing him?
Because he heard us teasing him.
Yeah.
It would give less vibes of that, like, oh, you really thought this through.
I wonder if
by the
that's
way,
going to come up in 10 minutes with Coach, by the way.
I like that we've set the standard that we're not doing gifts for each other. Because that would have been a really bad, you get me a gift and I have to get you a gift, and then we don't.
And then we're escalating. They get more expensive.
We have too many responsibilities in life. We don't have to be thinking about that for each other. Yeah,
between the two of
we
us.
just don't have to be thinking
we
about
can't
that for
afford
each
other. Really?
No, we really can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I put your gift on layaway.
Our gift is
That's
we
how
don't
you'll
send
get
each other into debt, giving each other birthday gifts.
That's how you'll get it 3 months later.
216-474-0092. Vanessa was aghast. She was infuriated, as if I somehow was besmirching her auntly honor by not wrapping my 3-year-old nephew's 2 months delayed gift. Am I a monster? Am I wrong? Feels like you're actually kind of in agreement with me, even though you're Captain Rapid.
You're not a monster. I just think it makes the gift nicer.
I think
It gives also less vibes of I just happened to I just went and got this, and I thought of you very, very late in the equation.
Oh, when I show up at my brother's house, am I going to show him on Amazon where I bought this sucker in January? You're damn right I am.
Well, then he's going to see the price.
Oh, I don't care about that.
Okay.
Because then he'll see.
Did you spend a lot on it?
More than maybe I should have.
Oh, that's what he's going to think.
Yeah.
He's going to be. Nick just wanted me to see the price on that.
Also, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like credit. I like to spoil my nieces and nephews. Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey.
sure to be around the rim, finish, and do those things that we know you can capitalize on against most teams. But the Raptors, just make sure that you stick with Scotty, and Toronto needs Scotty to be a unicorn right now. The Cavs don't need that from Evan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Check out the post-draft edition of the Fan Off-Season Special Tuesday night. It's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder as they break down the Browns' moves on draft weekend and look into the remainder of OTAs and minicamp ahead. That's the Fan Off-Season Special right here on 92.3 The Fan, streaming on the Odyssey app and YouTube Live.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on Afternoon Drive. We're live here from Game On, located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted until 7 p.m. You guys can win exclusive merch courtesy of Bud Light, but we're having a lot of fun here. Again, hot garlic parm wings, nailed it. Had some frickles, some fried pickles, which I've been...
Nice.
Charlotte, living in the South, turned me on to frickles, and I'm never going back.
Only way to really do that. You couldn't do like the inverse. Frickles is the only way to do that.
Why? What would it sound like?
Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Okay, we'll work on it. Matt?
Chips or Spears?
Chips. Yeah. But both, just so we're clear.
The
both.
correct way.
But chips, yes.
Chips.
This being said, we got our own mock draft. We're going to do live on air.
It would sound like pied.
He's got JP's going to have half the picks. I'll have the other half of the picks. And, of course, we're getting ready for the NFL draft. It should be noted, Concepcion No Recepcion is taking over the Twitter streets. Rod saying he can't get No Recepcion out of his head.
I love it.
KC stands for can't catch.
Yeah, you've
Bang.
really done something there.
Yeah, and I got to say, you egged me on.
It's your innovation.
Yes, but you rage-baited me.
You made it fly.
To shout Concepcion No Recepcion.
The amount of mock drafts that have the Browns taking him at 24 is a lot.
Yeah,
it's
no
a
Recepcion
lot.
to that,
It's a
while
lot
we're being
right
clear
now.
on it.
Yeah.
But to go out, so rather to talk about the Browns, 6-24, is he going to lock it in? Daryl locked it in yesterday. If we can get Daryl to lock it in, we can get Coach Lance Reisland here, 92.3 The Fan, Cleveland.com on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. All right, Coach, welcome to the show, my friend. Happy draft day.
Happy draft day, boys. What's going on? How's the bar down there?
It's very nice. We're seeing a lot of our friends here. And as I'd mentioned, hot garlic parm is the flavor today for wings. I believe, am I correct that that's what you had last week that I stole from, or was that Spencer German?
No, that was Spencer. You got me onto the sweet chili, which was also fantastic.
Yeah, I had to switch it up because they're going. See, look, we're getting shout-outs on the sweet chili here. My brand is growing. So I do want to ask you about KC Concepcion because he is of the scariest prospects in the draft to me. I get it, he's fast, but I lived through a fast receiver that can't catch. His name is Anthony Schwartz. Where are you on KC Concepcion has been linked and mocked to the Browns a lot at 24?
Oh, I like him at 24, and here's why. For me, when you catch the ball, there's two things that I look for. Is he a natural catcher of the ball? And he is. What he does is he has lapse in concentration. So for me, if you have a guy that looks like he can't catch it, it looks uncomfortable, that's when you worry because you're going to continuously work on it. They're pros, but you got to be a natural. You got to be able to pluck that ball out of the air, and he does that. He just really inconsistent with his concentration. So he's got to work on the catch and tuck. But the ball goes into his hands fine. And what they want to do with him, I think he's fine. He's going to be working that underneath stuff. But you're talking about a guy that gets you where you need to get to on second down. Not only is he going to get you big explosives off short plays, but remember, you got a guy that's going to allow you not to have all 11 guys be right. And that's where the Browns have been for 6 years, where everybody's got to be right on offense for them to score. A guy like KC Concepcion, Omar Cooper, these guys who can get the ball and create easy yards will help this offense and help these young quarterbacks.
Okay, a couple things, though. First off, I think it's a problem that we have so many guys in the team that can't catch already. If we throw another guy in there that can't catch. But you're not the first person I've heard use it where they describe it as that's a lack of concentration, as if to almost excuse the idea that he has these drop passes. But if he can't concentrate in college, isn't the expectation that he won't be able to concentrate in the pros as well?
Well, it comes down, JP. It comes down to his position coach and how they look at it. And what ends up happening is that you get a guy like him. He's always been better. And when you get a guy who's always been better, he's been able to get away with bad habits. And again, have the Browns done their homework enough to see him? I want to see him like literally just play catch. And when you see a guy play catch, for me, you know if he's a natural catcher of the football. I think he is. So those lapses in concentration aren't because he's being lazy, aren't because he's not focused. It's because he's trying to do what he does best, which is run after catch. So they're just going to focus on making sure it's in the tuck before you get going. But no, I really don't see it. The guys who, when you look at Anthony Schwartz.
It's more like wrong concentration than lack of concentration.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, it's the idea that he's always been, he knows when he gets the ball, he can go score, especially at the college level. That won't be the case. So catching the ball is always the primary goal. Especially in the NFL, but he'll be fine. I think that's a good way to say it. It's just that he's got to do it in order. He's got to catch the ball first before he starts to run. You see him a lot with the head turning upfield to run. That's all just reps and being coached.
All right. So while we're talking drafting for need, I know you and I are both more simpatico about let's get some good football players in here than maybe people who are more. You got to take a wide receiver, you got to take a tackle. But if the Browns decide tackle and wide receiver will be their first round, what's maybe the most optimal way they could do that? Wide receiver first and then tackle later, or stripe that and reverse it? And who would those names be for you?
Well, I think you got to look at what are the top three receivers? What do they think of Lemon? What do they think of Tate? And what do they think of Tyson? So if they think those guys are really, really high on their board, if they think they're excellent, you got to go get them. I think you got to go get them with 6, because I think at tackle, you never know about Freeling. He could slide because of experience. And then Ian Achor, he's a guy that I think is out of this world. I think he has the most talent. And I don't think he's a guy that you got to plug in right. You got Jenkins. You do, obviously you're not relying on DeJuan Jones, but there are bodies and guys who have played well out there. I think he's really, really good. And after I get out of the top 10, for me, then the need kind of slides in there. And now I'm looking for guys who have elite traits and I've seen it on film. And for me, I love Freeling. I think he's outstanding. But I think Ian Achor's got the highest ceiling. He may have, the more you watch him, he may have the highest ceiling. So if I were the Browns and that's the route they're going to go, I'm going with Lemon, and then I'm going with Ian Achor at 24.
Coach, I heard you last night, and just tell me if I heard it wrong. I got the impression in you describing the 3 wide receivers that you think Lemon is the best of the 3. Did I mishear that?
No, I do. I think he's the best of the 3. Yeah, he's number 1 on my board.
So where's the disconnect? Why do you think he's number 1, and why do you think he's ahead of the other 2 we've been talking about, and back of that in Tate and Tyson, and the draft majority disagrees with that assessment?
Well, I would look at Tate. First of all, he's an outside guy, and I think outside guys are really good in system offenses, but they're not guys who are going to get you run after catch, and they're not guys who are necessarily matchup guys. That's what Monken is. Monken's going to find matchups, and I think Lemon can go inside or outside. He's a very tough guy. He's competitive at the catch point, but more importantly, he's going to get you run after catch. I have Lemon first and Tyson second. I would have Tyson first if it wasn't for the injuries. The injuries do bother me just because of how he plays and how electric he is and how he contorts his body. Those can lead to injuries. I love Tate, but I love Tate in system offenses. And, again, he's not a guy who's going to give you a ton ran after catch. I do think he's going to be an outstanding receiver. But in Monken's offense, again, your O-line is going to be – so for me, Lemon is kind of the best of both worlds now if you're going receiver. I think he's the best receiver in the draft, and he fits what the scheme is. So you get lucky. I would take him anyway, even if it was his system offense, but I think he's the best guy after catch. He's the best guy that – I got to find a matchup against the backer. I like a corner that you got a tall corner. He's so elusive. He can go outside. So I just think his skill set for what Monken likes to do and the idea of finding matchups, I think he's the best guy in the draft at the receiver spot.
All right, Coach, let's talk about 6. Is there a player that they could draft at 6 who would have you scratching your head and really questioning the draft philosophy of Andrew Berry this year?
Caden Proctor, absolutely, Caden Proctor. It would be without question, just because when you hear people talk and you watch them on film, and the thing that worries you is because, that's how they do things. And once again, I like how, I'm not necessarily into all the numbers that Andrew Berry uses, but that's his style. And I like guys who stick with what they do well, and that's how he operates. Whether we like it or not, that's how he operates. And a guy like Caden Proctor checks a lot of boxes in terms of footwork and arm length and all these numbers that they like. So when you see him on paper, he's probably the best tackle on paper in this draft. But there's got to be what those numbers don't measure, especially up front on offense, is 1-2. And the daily grind of being an offensive lineman, which is really, really hard to do. You get no limelight. Only time people know you is when you do it wrong. And I just don't know. I just haven't seen that 1-2 at 6. I wouldn't take him at 24 either. That's a hard thing to outcoach. The idea that you never lose your stripes. That's real. And if you're a guy that, if it's not a passion and it's a job, then offensive line is going to be really tough. And you see those guys that get in and out of the league really quick because it's a job. And if it's not a passion, it's like, why would Joe Patonio want to play more years? Because football is his passion. He likes to play. He likes to put the pads on and down block and double team and do all those things. I just don't see that out of Caden Proctor. Could I be wrong? Could he be a young kid? Absolutely. But I'm going with what I see on film when the play's away or when you get a big run, does he go celebrate? There's not a ton of 1-2 in my opinion.
Matt Miller reported earlier today, in fact, like an hour ago, on ESPN, that he doesn't anticipate the Browns. That's what he's hearing. He doesn't anticipate the Browns taking a quarterback in this draft at all. Do you buy into that logic that they won't end up taking a quarterback at all through any of the rounds of the draft?
I would hope not. And for me, I think what the health of Deshaun, I think Shedeur looked really, really good. You could tell he's been working on his craft. And I just think there's so many holes on this offense. I don't care how many picks they got. You can get a guy like Zachariah Branch on day 3. I'm not saying it'd be a wasted pick, but you got 2 guys that you need a guy coming back off major injuries. You got 2 other guys who are projects in themselves. I just don't know if you want to throw another project in there. And the bottom line is that everybody's talking about the 27 quarterbacks, and rightfully so. It's a really outstanding group. Bottom line is Monken's trying to win week 1. And whoever that quarterback is week 1, I don't know if another quarterback helps them decide that. That means you have to get more reps to other guys. I just think you go with the guys you have, get some things around them, and then you'll know what you have for the future at the quarterback position. So I don't think they will, and I don't think there's a guy out there, including Mendoza, that is, I think both Watson and Shedeur Sanders, and I think Dylan Gabriel is a good person on this team in terms of what he brings as a third-string guy if he's here. So I think they have a room that they be happy with and shouldn't waste that pick and go get some guys that can make some plays for you.
All right, Coach, we appreciate you, buddy. You've been killing it all draft season long, certainly back in the regular season as well. We appreciate you. Great job, man. You've been really awesome. I know we're going to keep having you on. I just want to give you props too, bud.
Well, I appreciate it. You guys, too. It's awesome listening to you guys every day. It's been a long time. I don't know about you guys, but, paralysis from analysis. I'm looking to get this going, see what the Browns do.
Right there with you, buddy. Lance Reisland there, 92.3 The Fan, and Cleveland.com on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say and talk about Andrew Berry guaranteeing himself another year in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Before your road trip, ask yourself, what do I bring? With the Kia Sportage X Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need.
customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
The top three receivers, what do they think of Lemon? What do they think of Tate? And what do they think of Tyson? So if they think those guys are really, really high on their board, if they think they're excellent, you got to go get them. I think you got to go get them with 6. Because I think at tackle, you never know about Freeling. He could slide because of experience. And then Ian Achor, he's a guy that I think is out of this world. I think he has the most talent. And for me, I love Freeling. I think he's outstanding. But I think Ian Achor's got the highest ceiling. He may have, the more you watch him, he may have the highest ceiling. So if I were the Browns and that's the route they're going to go, I'm going with Lemon, and then I'm going with Ian Achor at 24.
That was Coach Lance Reisland in the previous segment there. Great stuff with him, as he has done all offseason long, all regular season long as well. Back here, Game On. Nick and JP with you. If you haven't come on out yet, come on, stop by and see us. Our guy Robert just left. Did I? Oh, no, he did leave. All right. For a second, I saw a guy with a backward hat, and I was like, oh, did I prematurely evict Robert from this beautiful place? But stop on by and see us here again. Game On, North Olmsted. So I do want to get to what Coach just had to say, but Ian Rappaport was just on, which one's he on? He's NFL Network. And said the 2 spots that he's hearing most for Ty Simpson are the Cardinals and the Jets, and basically talking about how both teams are primed potentially to trade back into the first round to pick up the 5th-year option on Ty Simpson. If the Browns don't trade down at 6, don't sleep on them being one of the teams that could move back to get future draft capital for somebody to come up for Ty Simpson.
Yeah, that's definitely in play. And the Cardinals, it's been odd ever since Jacoby Brissett was like, you need to pay me more money. I want an extension. And I want this done immediately. Because he knew. The Cardinals are clearly interested in taking someone like Ty Simpson. You start off the LaFleur tenureship there. It makes a lot of sense. Jets are interesting too, though.
The Cardinals are just in an interesting spot because their GM and their head coach are on different clocks.
Well, and
so maybe Mike LaFleur would be willing to wait a year, but I think Monty Ossenfort knows he's got to produce something quick.
Well, there's a couple things off that, right? Like the idea that that's why the Reese and Bailey convo at 2 is so fascinating, is because Aaron Glenn realizes he's got to win right away, and Bailey's the better player right now. Reese will be the better player 2, 3, 4 years from now. So what do you do in that regard, right? It's similar with the Cardinals, but the difference there is that the Cardinals, they have an active ownership.
Yeah.
And, it seems like, at least the impression that I've gotten is that the ownership really likes Jeremiah Love, and they want to take a splash player like that and somebody you can sell tickets with. Meanwhile, Monty Ossenfort has not given the impression to anybody that does this that that's the direction that he wants to go.
So to get it back to what Coach had to say, it's been, I would say, frustrating for me at points to hear that everybody, Browns tackle at 6, simply because I just don't think there's a true tackle worth that spot, and I think there are wide receivers there. So I think it's interesting when Coach comes out and says, get the best wide receiver early and take that next tackle later.
Yeah, and that seems to become a sentiment that a lot of people are carrying right now.
So, but I do want to play this out because it's not that I've dismissed it, but I just don't want it to happen. So if the Browns go or offensive lineman, because we can't guarantee Fano or Maui Noah or Freeling, I think we can guarantee he's a tackle. We just can't guarantee he's going to be good. If they go tackle first, what does that tell you?
Oh, I'm sorry. You reversed that. I thought you meant receiver first and then go tackle at 24.
No, because I think you and I are both receiver guy first.
And I thought that's what Coach was, too, in that, right? Because it was Mekhi Lemon, and which we can discuss the Mekhi Lemon angle of that maybe like a couple minutes, because I thought that was fascinating, too. But if they go tackle first and then try to get receiver at 24, I think the sentiment for a lot of people is you didn't get anywhere close to the top 3 wide receivers.
Yeah,
it's going to be a disappointment for a lot of fans, I would imagine.
So I agree, and especially if it happens to be Concepcion at 24. Like if I got a Caden Proctor, Monroe Freeling, guys who I feel, and again, there's a chance Freeling and Proctor are good players. I'm not saying they're not. It's really rich for my blood at 6 there when there are guys that I think as much of, or maybe a little bit more of at 24, but to then go for a guy like, listen, Casey Concepcion has not consistently played outside in his college career. He's done a lot of stuff that's close to the line of scrimmage. And if we're talking about yak guys, I get that people look at the hit and miss skills of an incredibly fast player and love that. I'm sorry, and you better be able to catch the damn ball if you're one of those guys. If we're going yak guys, give me Omar Cooper Jr. at 24 all day long.
Well, if you're going yak guys, then Tate is off the board for you too, just in general, right? There's a couple different pieces out of this that's interesting. If they go offensive lineman at 6 overall, everyone still thinks Fano, and everyone still is just in love with that. I think you get the lesser version of what you would need in the offensive line, and the lesser version of what you would need in the wide receiver, especially if that 6 overall pick is not Fano and it is in fact a Freeling or Proctor.
It's going to be tough for me to be disappointed with O-line at 6 because the two guys that I think could go there are ass kickers. And so this is where, and I'm not trying to say they're in a no-lose situation because it's the Browns. They lose. They find ways to lose.
Find ways to lose, yeah.
But I like Fano and I like Mawanoa. I'm just trying to reverse engineer here. Where can I get the best players at each group and to the highest ability? And I think the first 3 wide receivers are true top 6 picks. I can find a nice right guard or a strong right guard at 70. I can find Jennings Dunker at 70. Maybe not Quentin Nelson, but certainly a Wyatt Teller-esque kind of guard. And so I just struggle with this because I'm not going to react negatively if it's one of those guys. But what it will tell me is I think Andrew Berry will have overthought it. I think if you go tackle first, because we talked about this before. There are going to be runs in the draft specific to the way this thing is built in the first round.
Yeah.
And so you're trying to time up when's that first wide receiver run going to go and when's the offensive lineman or the tackle run going to go. 7 tackles gives you a chance to go across probably 20 to 25 picks tonight.
Yeah, but that'd be the scary part, or that'd be the part that Andrew Berry doesn't want to miss out on.
Well, but I think
that if you have a 7 tackle run like Peter Schrager suggested, and it stops basically at you at 24, then all of a sudden, all right, great, you got this wide receiver, but then you're in a really bad spot as far as tackles are concerned. But I would say it's fine.
Yeah, we're right there. Then you and I are in simpatico because I would rather say, hey, so if the worst case scenarios in Andrew Berry's mind, if the first one is, hey, I got this great wide receiver, but I missed out on a nice B-ish kind of tackle later, or the other one is, hey, I got the best tackle that I thought I could find in this draft, but I missed out on a number 1 receiver, even a top 2 receiver later. The last one is the disaster. A lower ceiling offensive lineman with a lower ceiling wide receiver. And listen, Casey Concepcion isn't a lower ceiling wide receiver. He's a lower floor receiver.
Yeah.
And that's where I do think Proctor and Concepcion are guys that you can fall in love with because you can say, well, how many guys test like that are 6'7", 350 pounds, especially if you can keep the weight down?
And when we're talking about
same thing with
we're talking about Mekhi Lemon, we're talking about Carnell Tate, and we're talking about Tyson. Those guys, they might have different ceilings, but every one of those guys can be number 1s. You get to the Concepcion level, and you're instantly thinking Zay Flowers at best.
Now, I do think, listen, I think we all know this is an important night for Andrew Berry. If last year was the thing that gave him the drop on Kevin Stefanski, where Kevin was the fall guy and not Andrew Berry.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's a way Andrew can get the drop on Todd Monken.
Yeah.
But do I think Andrew having another draft where 2 or 3 guys step in and play a big part and play competitive football this year, do I think that solidifies him for 2027? Yes. And I think that's what's at stake here.
Well, so we got to figure out, right? Like, if many people are living with the idea that it was always DePodesta until last year, if Berry knocks this out of the park once again, then people in the building are just going to be convinced Andrew Berry, whether it was through years or just kicking DePodesta to the side, is just awesome at this. And that gives him value that he doesn't have right now. The sad part for Berry, though, the way this draft is set up, I don't know that there's enough good players in this draft to be like, oh, yeah, he knocked this one out of the park and this was obvious.
Oh, I actually disagree with you.
I just don't know.
I think there's a difference between there's not a lot of Pro Bowlers and there's not a lot of good football
People
players.
say the 3rd, 4th round, you can get a lot of different guys in this draft, but are you going to get the same caliber of guys of like a Harold Fannin like they did in the 3rd round where you could instantly pay off what Andrew Berry was trying to sell?
Let me ask you, do you think Jennings Dunker could be the equivalent of Harold Fannin Jr. at guard.
Do I think there's a?
'Cause I do.
Do I think there's a Carson Schlesinger and Judkins combo that he can do in the end of the beginning of the second round back to back like that? I don't know that exists.
So it's. I'm not. Listen, where you need help, and when you're probably going to target it, I think actually lines up with the Browns. Wide receiver and tackles in that first round, cornerback, edge rusher, tight end, interior offensive lineman in the next 3 rounds. I think they're there. And so I think it's, again, like if we talked about other moves or other teams with other needs, like if you really needed a defensive tackle here, it's luck of the draw. Maybe Zane Durant becomes your guy in the 5th round, or Landon Robinson in the 6th round becomes your guy. But where the Browns need and when they're going to be picking these guys, I mean,
you're going to have a lot of picks. That part's going in your favor.
Is there a little bit of luck to that? Yeah, but I think they require less luck than anyone else.
Well, you got 9 picks.
Theirs is just not outsmarting yourself.
No, I would say you got 9 picks, and that's the biggest thing that he has going in his favor. Is if this is all about darts at the dartboard, he's going to have more chances than not. Because even like last year, a guy like Sampson, for instance, that you acquired late, Sampson's not the greatest player we've ever seen, but no one holds against him because you hit in so many other spots.
216-474-0092. What can Andrew Berry do in the draft to guarantee himself another year? Let's go with, oh gosh, I can't see this, Rich in Doylestown. Rich, thanks for waiting, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir. What you got?
Right receiver definitely got to be first. Nick, you're wrong about the gift. You have to wrap a gift. You have to. And
I can't do it.
Yeah, you got to. When you're younger kids, I've got 12 grandkids. It's all about the excitement of opening something unknown, That's just my opinion on that one. But I do have a trade for you guys. I want to see what you think.
Okay.
Would you take 5, 12, and a 2 next year for Miles?
No. Wait, did you say 5? Wait, one more time. Run that back for me because your phone broke up.
That's all right. I'm sorry. Yeah, the Giants got 5 and 12 or 10. I'm sorry. And a 2 next year for Miles.
No.
You'd have 3 You'd have 3 top 10 picks.
Yeah. Here's the problem. And I thank you for the call, Rich. If there was a quarterback in there that I'd be taking with one of those 2 picks, I think it's probably more of a conversation. I don't need 3 top 10 picks in this draft.
No.
They're good. I think there are a lot of really good football players there, but no.
Just too many in this draft. Wow. Second phone call today about a Miles trade? Is this the conversation we should be having that we're not having today?
Like, here's the thing. Jay Glazer.
Seems very unlikely today.
Jay Glazer talked about juicy trades. I would just be surprised if the Browns felt the sense of urgency to trade Miles today.
I would too. You'd think it'd be about 27 more than it would be about 26. But
and salary cap.
I wonder how many people.
It's just an easier trade after June 2nd.
I know. We've closed the door on the convo essentially. We've humored people that have called in, but is this what the fans are talking about today? Is there a lot of Myles Garrett trade chatter that I'm just missing out on?
I did have a thought about what June 2nd could look like.
Okay.
If the Browns are moving like a G in lasagna in silence.
That's right.
And they really do have plans to really shake this up before the start of training camp. I feel like if you traded Miles on June 2nd, and at the same point, and I don't know the cap shenanigans behind this.
Yeah.
At the same point, you cut Deshaun Watson.
Oh no, you can't do it until March of 2027 for Deshaun.
No, you can.
Well, you can. It'd be $90 million is the point.
Well, my point is, if
so
they
you're just
did
going
that
to
the same day,
you're going to take.
Yeah.
Is the idea you take just one lump sum this season?
Yep.
And they don't have the open amount the amount of cap to do that right now. The way that their current cap is set up, and how they approach this season and got to this, it's just not possible. You'd have to get rid of.
Okay, but throw that out the window.
Okay.
Because my idea was, and again, thank you for answering the caponomics things that I don't give a rat's ass about.
Yeah.
But my thinking was, the only way you could mitigate the blow of trading Myles Garrett before training camp is if the same day you cut Deshaun Watson.
So, but your thought process isn't crazy in the idea. They can't do it. Obviously, it's not set up the way. But this is what some people wanted them to do a year ago when it would have been even more. It would have been about $125 million. But we talked about like a true poison pill year.
Yeah.
It would have been that. You would have executed a true poison pill year where you could have just taken on all the dead money and everything under the sun and tried to do it. The problem with that, though, was we were already paying way too many other offensive linemen and way too many other people, like paying not only Wyatt Teller, but then Jack Conklin and David Njoku and all these other guys. And the poison, it just wasn't set up for the poison pill year that people wanted.
Sharp, Russ, Joe, Jim, you guys stick there. 216-474-0092. What can Andrew Berry do in the draft to guarantee another year? More from you guys in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan has the
during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
With the first pick.
The build-up to the NFL Draft is here, and we're on top of the latest news and rumors ahead of Round 1 on April 23rd. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. I just saw my friend Bridget, who went to high school with, who I believe the last time I saw her was about 2005. So that was nice.
Okay, 21 years.
Now, I just realized while doing that...
That baby could drink responsibly.
And should, I would say.
Well,
it would be my child. So that, now you really took it to a weird spot there.
No, you just did. I didn't make it your child. I just said there's a 21-year-old difference. I didn't make it how you guys made it.
The sun was in my eyes.
Was there a thing? Was there a thing between you two that I'm not aware of?
No.
I didn't get those vibes.
No, yeah, no. She's a girl I went to high school with. They didn't know I existed.
That's all I thought. Was that true? Was that true?
That is 100% true. You can. That's true.
She said it's true.
I really was hoping she would lie there.
She's supposed to lie there.
Yeah, no.
You're supposed to be like, no, they couldn't keep the girls off, Nick.
Nope.
But you're like, no, that's the accurate accounting.
At least we know, for record, everyone knew Nick had no chance with anyone in high school. And a little bit in college, too. Hey, I found Vanessa. That's all I need to know.
That's all you needed.
Now, we are talking about the NFL Draft. We are about just over 3 hours away from the commencement of the NFL Draft. We've got loaded phone lines on this. I will say, there's a part of me that's going to say, if Andrew Berry doesn't secure at least one trade down tonight, on some level it's going to feel a little bit like a failure.
A failure?
Yeah, I said it.
No, that's ridiculous.
Why?
Because if he gets the guy you want at 6 and the guy you want at 24, then you've just done a job well done. Well, you don't have to play the trade game if you get the guys that you want.
Okay, but what are the odds he gets both players I want? Jordan Tyson and Caleb Lomu.
I don't know that it'll be
or
Tyson.
Ihanacho.
How about if it's Carnell Tate because he likes that wide receiver better, and then Lomu at 24?
I said the guys I wanted.
Let's even say Freeling. Like there was such an easy way for him to win this first round. It's not that difficult. And
by the way, I said on some level it's a failure, not a massive failure.
I don't remember some level in there at all. You said it's a failure.
You're too busy enjoying me completely being embarrassed about my complete romantic woes in high school.
I think your brain might be reliving that convo.
It
You're
hurts.
like, wait,
It
how
hurts.
did
But
that
listen,
go? How did
guys,
that
the
go down?
truth hurts.
Was that something? Was that actually? I mean, she could have set you up better though.
Yeah. Well, no.
You know,
I needed
it's
the
not
honesty.
It's not
I
on
needed
her,
the honesty.
but she could have
and
set you
I
up a
got
little bit better.
216-474-0092. Is it some sort of a failure if Andrew Berry doesn't secure at least one trade down tonight? Let's go with Joe in Cleveland. Joe, welcome to the show. Joe.
Hey guys, great listening to you. No, but what a day, huh? What a day to be a sports fan in Cleveland where, like, we got the Cavs going tonight, which we forget to mention, and, and it's going to be a brutal game. It's going to be awesome. It's going to last seconds out. We all know it. And we'll be watching the draft, and let's face it, 6 teams with 2 first-round picks, it's going to be hopping. And I'm telling you what, listen to you guys with that KC Concepcion kid. I'm really helped me with my thought because 2 weeks ago I was probably like, give me one of them boys from Utah, But now I want Carnell Tate because I think of the NFL and those outside receivers. Why do you think they get paid? Because when they go pie, these defensive players and coaches, let's face it, best part of our team is our defense, right? Especially, Ward going up, contesting a guy. But guess what? Carnell Tate always pulls it down with another guy, and that's what the NFL is all about. This last guy that was talking about the little slot guys and all these minutes, we got that golden kid. We got one of the Goldens, right? They're quick, but that's where the speed's at. But give me somebody. Jerry Jeudy was not the dude. I thought he was going to be. I want that guy that pulls it down in the NFL like you guys can think of all the players that I'm thinking about, right? So that's why I'm locked in on Carnell Tate.
All right, I think you threw Joe off there.
I did.
Joe, we appreciate you.
did.
I think he meant, when you say the goal
He was rambling. I didn't know what else to do.
I think he meant Isaiah Bond. I think that's where he was going.
Oh, okay.
We already have a player that plays close to the line of scrimmage and is fast. And I think Isaiah Bond can catch.
I also like when he's like, and no one's bringing up the Cavs at all, but they're going to win. It's like we spent 40 minutes in the Cavs today.
Also, I think I'm going to take a little victory lap here.
Okay.
My Concepcion, no Recepcion.
It's starting to go.
It really has helped Clevelanders understand what matters in this draft and who to completely avoid. If only I could think of a rhyme for Proctor. If you draft Proctor, you better call the doctor. It doesn't work, but my point is, if I could find my Concepcion, no Recepcion.
You're calling the doctor because your mind went crazy? Is that the idea? Is that what's attached to that?
We didn't hash it out.
Which level of doctor are we calling?
If you draft Proctor, you better call a proctologist. The point is, we're working on it, okay? But Concepcion no Recepcion has caught on, and it is blocking the Browns from doing something exceptionally stupid. Also, you realize how many times I'm going to say can't catch, KC can't catch.
Yeah, I almost don't want him to draft him now just because I can't. I didn't want it to begin with, but like I really don't want it now because if they draft him, then I just won't be able to shake the can't catch KC thing.
Jax, I can't read that, Jax.
I might be able to.
No, I know. I just had to let you know.
I won't.
We're waiting for it.
Yeah, you're right. I can't read that.
It rhymes with Tate, guys. That's what Jack sent us there. You can guess what that might be. 216-474-0092. Can we print the T-shirts? Concepcion, no Recepcion.
What other wide receiver rhymes you got? You want to take your stab at Mekhi Lemon?
Tyson, Jalen, Justin. Which one is Jordan Tyson, right? Jordan. No, gosh, that would be bad too. Okay, well we'll work on it.
Okay,
let's go with. I really can't see that far, so.
Yeah, well, the computer's like a mile away from you.
Sharp in Cleveland. Welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
What's up, guys? How you doing today?
Hey, Sharp.
Doing all right. What you got?
Man, listen, I first want to set the record straight. I called in about 4 weeks ago, and I got excited and tried to record the call. Do you remember this? And you said it was a jail call? Come on, man.
Oh, yeah,
that was JP.
That was my bad.
I'd like you to know, Sharp,
Dude.
I did not say that.
No,
Nick Wilson.
I was hearing about that for a week. I was like, guys, I'm not in trouble. No, listen, so I wanted to weigh in on the draft. I think in order to win the draft, Andrew Berry needs to come away with, 3 cornerstone starters. And I think the way he would go about it, and let me know what you guys think, at 6, stand pat, take the best overall. I'm liking Tate. He seems a little bit like an Amari Cooper type. Like, you can trust him to catch the ball. You can trust him to run routes. And from what I remember, Cleveland fans used to love them some Amari Cooper. I think at 24, you get the best available left tackle. And then I would like to see them double dip early at the wide receiver position since we've gone so long without addressing it. Get 3 sexy picks. The Browns haven't been sexy yet, So in order to win the draft, I think we need to double dip with the wide receiver heavy. But overall, at 6, you got to go with the cornerstone generational type player because you build teams around those guys. And, the Lions seem to do pretty darn good with Montgomery and Gibbs, right? So if it means going and getting that boy out of Notre Dame, if it means going and getting that safety, do whatever it takes. But I think the Browns have a real unique opportunity to take over the North. What do you guys think?
Sharp, we appreciate you. Browns fans loved Amari Cooper until he went into the – I don't think I can say that because it's going to sound suggestive.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't say the other one. It's short for Porta-John. I was going to realize it sounded like an act. And I was like, well, I don't think I can do that.
Yeah, and once you came up with that rhyme in your head, there was no anything that our buddy
in
just
fairness,
said. It was not going to –
it's Cooper and Pooper. Those are the two.
That's all it was.
That's all we have.
Also not a drafted guy by the Browns.
That's true.
So we need to trade for receivers after this? Is that what we're suggesting?
I don't think the Browns – no, you know what? I think the AFC North is a little weak this year, and a good draft from the Browns – will set them nicely to compete within the division in the AFC.
Yeah, so we've drafted 1 wide receiver in 15 years, Corey Coleman.
Yes.
And then I think we've had 1 wide receiver in the second round in the past 15 years as well. The Browns have not done it historically is the point, or at least in recent memory, and Andrew Berry really hasn't done it either. But the cool thing about 6, Nick, is that between the 3 we're discussing, if Andrew Berry goes with any of those 3, people aren't going to be like, "Oh, you really screwed this up." It won't be on Andrew Berry from that perspective because I don't know that he knows what he's doing when it comes to drafting wide receivers.
I think I'm going to stop rhyming for a while.
Yeah, I mean,
Concepcion, no Recepcion really just
you
took
got
the
it in
cake.
your head, and now
Yeah.
you're just trying to come up with too many of them. The funny thing about it is it's not even like you were on a heater. You know, it'd be different if, like, you were, like, from the outside. You just kept, like, coming up with ones that were just going.
I was like Don Draper of draft rhymes.
Like, you're like, all right, let me bring – I got Concepcion, Recepcion.
Proctor with Doctor was pretty good.
You had that.
rhymed.
Well, it made no football sense, though. Like, what made Concepcion, Recepcion stick was the idea that it made football sense, and it rhymed from a football perspective. All your other ones have been nowhere close.
If you no.
You need someone to be named with like a rhyme of like just simple catch.
In
like
the
Charlie
case-
Batch or something like that needs to be taken.
In the case of Caden Proctor,
Jack
he's
hates
so
this segment,
fat,
by the way. Yeah.
you're going to need a doctor. No? Got
Better.
close there.
Better.
Close. Yeah.
That'll stick.
Yeah.
I think we got like a one
Got a
applause,
half nod.
like a one,
Yeah.
like a one. She might have just been like just readjusting her hands, but
Yeah,
like
it's true.
it seemed like there was an applause that was there.
A half clap.
An attempt at a
Yeah,
half
I'll
clap.
take a half clap.
It's a little wordy. Concepcion, Recepcion, you got two there. It's really easy. Precise
Why
to the
don't you
point.
do it there, Dr. Seuss?
You're the big man that gets paid to talk on the radio, so why don't you?
Dynamite rebuttal there for too wordy.
This wasn't our best, was it? We've done better.
Okay, it started with basically somebody I went to school with being like, that guy never got it.
Never got any attention.
And the fact is, she was right, and she told the truth, and we appreciate the truth here.
Yeah, but she didn't need to tell the truth there.
20 years later, it still hurts.
Yeah,
still hurts.
She could have gone to bat for
I
you.
feel
a little
bad
bit.
for that little bastard.
You set her up to be like, no, Nick had girls all over him, and she just didn't want to do it.
No, he did not.
No.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
If the Cavs won a playoff game, but nobody in Cleveland got to see it, doesn't count.
And then Ken decided to take some pot shots at the broadcasting school I spent a lot of money to go to.
It's actually true. It's the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win an autographed Evan Mobley jersey courtesy of Window Nation, where you can save up to 50% off new windows, plus get them 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now. Enter the word SWISH, SWISH, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, back on Afternoon Drive. You guys can join us out here at Game On Bar and Grill, located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted until 7. You guys can also win exclusive merch courtesy of Bud Light. By the way, our buddy Albert Breer was just on 97.1 The Fan in Columbus, and he was asked about what the Browns' NFL draft strategy will be heading into tonight. I don't know that this is a surprise, but he said, and quote, I think what they would like to do is come away from the draft with a receiver and a tackle. So that's the latest from Albert there.
Very good.
I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna take my sources and refute them. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, it seems like that might be the plan for the Browns tonight. Although Barry's a wild card. I need this Barry wild card thing to hit in the absolute worst way for me.
The idea that Andrew Barry is just sort of some Svengali that is just out here.
He's plotting, man.
Just pulling strings and pulling like mind games with other GMs who just completely get deked out by him.
You saw everyone got deked out last year.
Well, here's the thing.
Everyone got deked out last year.
Here's the thing. Jacksonville doesn't have a first this year. They would have to come up from 56. They're not going to come up from 56 to 6. They're probably not coming up.
Don't tempt Gladstone with a good time.
They're probably not coming from 56 to 24, but the Rams are practically cousins of the Jaguars.
That's
because James Gladstone came from the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's time for the originator of Bleep Them Picks, Les Snead.
Yeah, Les Snead doesn't care about these picks.
I think he should not care about these picks. I'm thinking, let's see, I'm just thinking out loud here, maybe 13-61 in next year's first. Bang biscuit. Let's make it happen.
And next year's first.
Yeah. Because if your boy Andrew Barry is the Svengali that you think, this medicine man, this voodoo man putting mind curses on other people, he could do it.
So Svengalis can also be crazy too, you know. Like, it doesn't mean he gets to pull things off. He's just kind of a crazy person.
Let's get to the lead here.
Yeah, let's do that.
Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com joined the Morning Boys today, and she was asked about the potential of the Browns trading back from the number 6 pick.
I think the chances are pretty good that they stay there because you have to make sure that you have the right deal to move down. They're not going to move down just for the sake of it. You have to make sure that you're not trading away from someone really great, and then you also have to make sure you get the compensation that you're looking for, and it's not always easy to pull off those deals. But they are one of the first teams that I think teams will target for a move up. So I do think that, they will get calls. They will have interest in the pick. It's just a matter of if the deal is good enough or not to make it.
So here's where I side with Mary Kay. I feel like everyone thinks the Browns are going to trade out and they're going to have an opportunity to trade out. And I don't know that it's going to materialize. But the other part of this, the Browns are greedier than people that do the mock drafts on Twitter are when it comes to compensation for number 6 overall. Or like you with the Rams thing we just discussed. And I get it. You want the most you possibly can get, but that's how the Browns have operated, and that's how they always operate. And if I'm dealing from an idea of like, all right, let's move up to 7, 6, 5, somewhere in that area, I'm going to target a different team. They're probably going to be easier to fleece because the Browns don't get fleeced in that way.
So here's the thing. Could the Browns stick at 6 and pick? I think they could. Could the Browns trade out of that pick? I think they could. Could the Browns take a wide receiver at 6? I think they could. Yeah. Could they take an offensive lineman, be it a tackle, a guard, or a center? I think they could.
Don't you think will happen?
I'm glad you. Not a lot.
Yeah.
I've already said lock it in. They won't trade up.
Yeah.
I also can pretty much guarantee with a certainty, and I talked to a source about this earlier today.
Oh, good. I'm glad you've talked to some sources.
They're not going to take a special teams player at 6. Not intentionally.
Yeah.
That guy just ends up stinking and playing special teams.
That would be a move.
But no punters, no kickers, and no long snappers at 6. Or 24 for what it's worth.
That's bold of you.
Listen, Nick likes to be bold.
And beautiful.
I don't know.
Okay.
Your turn.
Yeah, thank you. Andrew Siciliano, the Browns radio
We're really
network.
fumbling the Marconi this hour.
They don't want us out for a reason. You
That's
know what
true.
I mean? This
That's
is why
true.
they stick us in studios and tell us don't go out where there's way too many games being played and way too many things happening in front of us. Anyway, he was out with Baskin and Phelps today. He got into the Browns' thought process with the 6th overall pick.
I don't think they would take Jeremiah Love at 6. Also, I don't think he's going to be there. Trading out would be nice, but somebody's going to want to have to come up. If one of those guys is there, then yes, they're in a better position to get out. I spoke to Arvell Reese yesterday for my Yahoo show. I rolled that out there to him. I said, what do you think? What would you think now that you want to fall? But if Glenville's own Arvell Reese was there at 6, and you had the opportunity to play across from Myles Garrett, and his face lit up, and he said that would be pretty cool. But I don't know that he's going to be there either. I think they're going to have to choose between Tate, Tyson, and whichever offensive lineman is there.
I'm just cool if it's Tate or Tyson.
Yeah, me too.
I really, really want Jordan Tyson because I'm comfortable with the risk. I'm also understand, by the way, Carnell Tate is not falling to 24. There's at least a chance that Jordan Tyson could fall into the late teens and maybe you trade up for him.
That exists.
So I do understand that. I just think Jordan Tyson's a guy that I look at and say that's a number one wide receiver. And we have not had. And I know Odell was here. Guys, he was never a number one.
So
he never really was. He never played like
For
him.
a while, it's felt like to me it'd be hard to find a way where I'd end up disappointed. But now that we've gotten to the day that it is, if it's not Tate, if it's not Tyson, if it's not a wide receiver at 6, I am going to end up being disappointed. Will I accept it? Will I come on the radio tomorrow and be very upset? Or if they take like a Fano or someone like that? No, I won't be. But in my mind, I really want them to take a wide receiver. And so I have a clear favorite in this discussion.
Game 3, Cavs-Raptors tonight. Kelly in Vegas joined us earlier today. That's Kelly Stewart to you and me. And she previewed the Cavs-Raptors Game 3.
I think the reality is they know everybody's going to bet Cleveland, right? Again, Cleveland got the cover the first 2 games. So naturally, Joe Public's going to come back and lay it on the road with the Cavs. I think this is going to be a great game. I like the over in this one. I think we're going to see both teams march up and down the court. If you guys watch the last 9 games over the last 2 years, this has been really entertaining. Those games average 232 points per game. So sitting here at 221.5 has me a little perplexed. I think we're going to see a really good game tonight. Hopefully for your burger bet, the Cavs get the win. But I'm not in the business of laying road chalk, so I'm going to stay off this one because I really do not trust the Raptors.
I am debating. Obviously, we're in the world where I can watch multiple things at once. That's not really the biggest deal. But I am debating whether I should just focus all in on the NFL draft, multiple TVs, NFL draft, multiple coverage, NFL draft, and then just save the Cavs game for a watch later on tonight or tomorrow morning instead.
Yeah, it's getting that computer screen treatment.
Because it's
today.
not going to go anywhere. You know what I mean? Like it's like we act as if there's not a bunch of technology that exists, so I can't watch. I can watch the game tomorrow.
Now the difference
it's not
is
the end of the world if I watch it in the morning.
The difference is tonight. So I'm posting
know.
up in my office, which means the big screen over here is.
Sounds always serious when people are like, "I'm posting up in my office."
Well, that's how you know. If I'm in my office,
I got some real work.
I'm in the office chair. I'm going to have a notepad out. Probably won't write any notes, but I want it to be out in case I want to.
Yeah.
And then
in case something strikes you,
the computer will be right here for the Cavs game, and I'll look over at it. I'm going to be looking over at it.
Is that how this is going to go?
Yeah.
It is a playoff game. Are you going to watch it back later tonight or tomorrow morning?
Depends if it's a loss or not. If it's a win,
no. Either way, you got to watch it.
What will we analyze if the Cavs win tonight?
So that is the upsetting part of that. If I decide to completely ignore it and wait for the watch tomorrow morning, there's no way I'll be able to avoid the final score. But I'm pretty good about knowing what the score is and watching games back later when I have to anyway. But if it's like a 125-97 type game, there's not much incentive there.
Also, if the Cavs win, they're going to be up 3-0. Well, hey, they did what we thought they would do. And the only way tomorrow we're talking even 40% Cavs-Raptors, or if the Cavs lose tonight.
I got to watch the game live. I got to.
I can.
It's the way this is going to have to
with
go down.
this eye over here, and then look.
Well, I just think we got 10 minutes in between picks. I might just.
There's a lot of dialogue.
I'm going to forfeit Mike Greenberg's.
I'm going
to. Yeah, no, they changed it this year. I forgot about that. Good catch by you.
Yeah. So now you can't watch a game.
I'm going to forfeit 7 minutes of Mel Kiper's hairspray talking, and I think I'll be all right.
It's very smooth. His hair.
It's something. More on the Cavs. Joe Varden of The Athletic was on the morning show today. He was asked if the Raptors can get back in the series.
I think this is maybe the last pressure point that's available to the Raptors in this series. I think the Raptors did do a lot of stuff that was better in Game 2. They were quicker. They were actually better on the glass than Cleveland in Game 2. The Raptors were able to get back out in transition, which they were not able to do in Game 1. And, they lose by 10 on a night where Brandon Ingram goes, 3 of 15? You could say, hey, if the Raptors' best player just plays anywhere near average, they've got a great chance to win Game 3. But I'm not so sure that's true. This may be a series where, if the Raptors are going to get a couple games, that the Cavs would have to help them, just like have a collectively bad night shooting.
So I do think that this starts with, a Raptors win tonight starts with the Cavs just not showing up the way they should. But I do think, to give the Raptors credit, if they play defensively on the perimeter the way that they did in Game 2, in that third quarter, it'll at least be an interesting game. The problem is, offensively, I then don't trust Brandon Ingram, who is their best offensive player,
That's going to be the question
turn around
today.
and have a 40-point night or a 35-point night.
Well, is Dean Wade going to stop Ingram like he did in Game 2? I don't know. That's what we'll find out. It's 7 points in Game 2 by Ingram, not enough, and that's going to be the difference. The Raptors should have won Game 2 by many, many metrics. If Ingram had just had a good game, a respectable game, the Raptors win that one. There was 7 different things they did better than the Cavs in that game. But we made it to a Game 3, and we're up 2-0.
All right, you guys have been very, very patient. We got callers here, Al, Chris, Jim, and Jeff, who want to hop on talking the Browns draft. We are, now about less than 3 hours away from the first pick being turned. It's Fernando Mendoza. However, once we get to that second draft, baby, about 8:08, it's going to really get interesting. 216-474-0092. Are you divided over wide receiver or tackle? At 6, more from you guys talking the Browns and the NFL draft in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Listen to True Crime News available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. If you guys missed a moment in our show today, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Here's the I almost read the next thing. I almost Ron Burgundy.
Oh, no.
I almost read the rest of Jax's tweet to me.
The
It's
one that
been a
rhymes
day.
with Tate?
No. No, not that one.
Okay, because that could have been problematic.
It was, here's the integrated read again for whenever you'd like to do that, friend. We're having a day here.
Our good buddies over there at Integrated Restoration
do a great job.
They do.
Unlike me earlier in the show, where I dared ask Bridget, who went to high school with me, on air, to confirm that I had no luck with women in high school, at which point, again, you got to understand, nicest human being in the world.
Yeah.
At which point she said, none. Had none.
Didn't even attempt it for you.
Yep.
Pity me, please.
Now, should we have set that up differently? Oh, let everyone know how great I did. And then she probably would have lied. But because I pressured her to tell the truth.
No, I
she
think
told
no,
the truth.
No pressure at all. That was the funniest thing about that is that I think you thought it'd be like, oh yeah, you'll understand. Like, no, Nick got some action. Sometimes I was at a party at once where he got some outside of the pants action, stuff like that. And none of that happened with her at all. She was just like she couldn't be quicker to be dismissive about you getting anything.
Very specific, very specific, and very disappointing. Much like Nick Wilson in high school. This being said, here's the thing. So we're having the conversation about what the Browns do with their first pick here.
Yeah.
And I threw this out on Twitter because I just wanted to see where Browns fans were, because it's felt like there's been maybe a division for a long time.
And today people planted their flag?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about guy Rob over here. Rob says,
Is Rob the one with the Browns kilt?
He is.
Okay.
He's saying trade down, but he wants a wide receiver first.
Yeah, it's orange, so it doesn't actually look like a kilt. It just looks like he's wearing
It actually looks
skirt.
awesome. I'll take one. I'll take one of those. Thank you very much.
You'd wear one of those?
Yeah. Dude, you see my legs. I got tree trunk for legs. These are beautiful things here.
I could see you wanting to be a kilt guy.
Yeah. Well, okay. I don't like that accusation in your tone.
What do you mean?
Wanting to be, but not being a guy? Is that a little wannabe?
Have you ever been a kilt guy?
Well, no. I'm only 40.
Until then, you're wanting to be. Oh, you have to be a certain
something
age?
I want to tackle in my second half of life.
Is that right?
Yeah.
At 60s when you want to become a kilt guy?
Maybe sometime in the 40s.
No time like the present.
You know, cocaine in the 80s. But in the 40s, maybe some kilt action.
No time like the present. But I think, I'm going to stop the kilt conversation.
It's the wrapping of it.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. Like we had a guy, Slater, big
Slater.
kilt guy.
Yeah, Slater
and he
loved
would
kilts.
explain to me how you have to wrap it. That's a lot of work.
That is a lot of work.
And you and I you love rapping. I don't love rapping.
Plus, it looks like a skirt.
But I sent it out there, and Nick Wilson says, what should the Browns' first pick in tonight's NFL draft be spent on? So this allows for room for if it gets traded, right?
Okay, yeah.
And again, it's early. We had like 12 votes in. That's 66% saying wide receiver, 16% saying tackle, and the other 16% saying
Your
other.
true feelings come out on draft night. It is
Just
put
like
up or shut up time.
When you're drunk, what you really feel comes out. That's
exactly
how draft
right.
night
Same
is?
thing with draft night. Like you can talk anything you want for the previous 3 months or whatever it is. The moment draft day actually hits you, that's the put up or shut up time. And I think for a lot of people like myself, it's sitting there and it's obvious. We'll be disappointed if it's not a wide receiver. Will we be accepting of it if it's an offensive lineman? Of course. It's fine. But we want that wide receiver at 6.
216-474-0092. Are you divided at all? Wide receiver versus tackle at 6. We're going to get to the different combos in what could work and what won't work for you. But we got our guy. Oh, my gosh, now I can actually see this. Jim in Cleveland's been waiting. Jim, welcome to the show, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Happy draft day.
My message to Andrew Berry before he takes the general manager job of the Washington Generals, because that's about what he's qualified for, even though last year was a great draft, good draft. Anyway, please take Carnell Tate, and please.
Well, I don't think we can say that.
Well, that's up for maybe Jax to make that decision.
we got it covered. We got it covered.
Right, thank you, buddy.
Okay,
good call. I mean, he does.
That
drop,
was your decision. We got nothing to do.
In
over
fairness, a lot of people are saying Concepcion, no Recepcion. So he's not wrong.
No,
It's
the
just-
branding's hit.
Yeah,
the branding's
it
definitely
has.
hit. You've definitely gotten through to people.
It is funny if it's Caden Proctor at 6 and Casey Concepcion at 24.
That's your nightmare scenario.
I might just have to take tomorrow off. Because, like, the draft, the greatest drug on the planet is hope. And nobody slings hope at a more affordable rate than the NFL.
Yeah.
And what is the greatest hope producer in all of the land, in all sports? It's the NFL draft.
Yeah.
So whether you think they're a 5-win team today, if they really knock it out of the park, we should be thinking bare minimum 6 wins
The
tomorrow.
NFL sells hope. We don't have to sell hope. Our job isn't to sell hope.
Oh no, but the point is, I also don't like selling.
But if you
the
don't like
lack of hope.
but if you don't like Concepcion, you don't like Concepcion. And
Well, yeah,
I
but
think
I want hope.
Proctor's the lineman you've been the most against. I would say. Is that correct?
Yes, he's fat.
Because Proctor's so fat he needs a doctor, right? Wasn't that the line?
We were workshopping it. I don't.
You didn't
exactly
get through
remember
it completely, but I think we were close. And so funny, by the way, you only come up with ones for guys you don't like. Is there
That's
any way
true.
we can come up with ones for guys you do like? But we'll get there.
Well, Jax did.
Well,
Tate.
yeah,
It
that's-
rhymed with Tate.
Again, that's fair.
I think the second part of the word was bait, but I don't remember the first part of the word.
So your doomsday scenario tonight, if it does exist, again, the job is tomorrow isn't to come on and sell hope anyway. The job is just to shoot people straight.
Yeah, but I'd like to be able to come out tomorrow and be like, well, here's what I would have done, but here's what I like that they did. I can't sell you anything. There's nothing. I can't come out and be like, well, Caden Proctor, we get to weigh him in for the next 5 years.
Well, and you also can't do the Concepcion did have drops, but Coach Riz says that was concentration drops, and then that'll be fine. And give the reasons why Coach Riz actually likes Casey Concepcion.
Yes.
Because it'll just sound phony.
Yes.
It'll sound fake. It'll sound like you don't believe it.
Correct. It would be like me after 2 games being like, this James Harden thing
Exactly right.
is on fire, and I've
can't-
never been more wrong.
Yeah, you can't turn that quickly.
All right, is that your? Are we just in simpatico?
We feel
when
the
it comes
same
to
way when it comes to the draft, but
the nightmare?
it shouldn't be a surprise because we've sat here for 3 months dissecting the draft and then obviously hitting the same landmines and getting to the same spots. Like it's not. I also don't think this draft is that hard to read. Right? Like, I mean, it seems pretty straightforward, the guys that can play and the guys that you got big question marks on. The weird part that we agree on, though, is that we're not scared off by the injuries when it comes to Tyson.
Yeah.
It seems like everybody else that we're doing this discussion with, you bring up the injuries with Tyson, and it's the boogeyman convo.
Yeah, and the Tyson thing that drives me crazy is, and listen, the NFL does tend, if one of the things that can drop guys in the draft is injuries. I can't remember which, maybe it was Field Yates in his final mock was saying if Chris Bell had been healthy, he thinks he would have gone from somewhere in the 10 to 20.
And he's one of the ones
range this year.
I brought up 2 months ago because I'm like, he's outstanding,
And it's
but
like-
the injuries were worrisome,
It's like-
definitely.
It's like Chris Bell's going to be healthy by October. What are we doing here, right? Like the idea.
But the injury did matter.
It's only the first half of the season he's going to miss. It's like, come on, what are we? But my point is, like the thing that drives me crazy about Tyson is, I don't understand the logic of, well, not at 6, but if you trade down to 12, I'm okay with it. Because again, like I've heard people say, it was the Tyson thing with the Giants. I wouldn't take him at 5. That's too rich. But if he's there at 10, it's like, what are we doing? Like,
I heard multiple
Getting way too cute
prominent
with
national people today say that very same thing. Too rich in
Give
the
me
top 15.
their names and their addresses, and I'll handle it.
Too rich in the top 15, and that's why they think he's going to drop tonight.
But
and
at
then
16,
he'll be.
that's
But if
the
he's
spot.
there in the late teens, somebody might even come up to go ahead and take him, and it's like, okay, if that's how the NFL feels, but that's clearly how the NFL feels.
All right, Chris in Medina, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got?
How do you follow the last caller? Oh, my goodness. Hey, I got one. If Barry drafts Proctor, send him home to his rocker. If Barry drafts Tate, give him the keys to the gate, baby. Let's get a wide receiver.
All right, I do like the gate
Okay, the Tate one
The
works.
gate one was the well, okay, in fairness.
The first one was like, you ever hear the Sammy Adams song where he tries to ride? He tries to ride Champion with beer pong.
They can't all be winners.
They just don't. It doesn't work.
In fairness,
It doesn't work.
In fairness, I'd like to say, I like the Tate one.
Yeah, Tate one works.
We at least had the Tate.
Yeah,
one.
but Tate rhymes with so many different things.
Like what other things?
Gate,
Uh-huh.
state, mate, fate, bait.
I like that I asked you, what does Tate rhyme with? And then you stole Chris's rhyme to start.
No, I was just buying myself time before I could come up with the other 6 that I happen to name in that.
Tate.
It was the exclamation point in the convo, I thought.
Al, welcome to the show,
You're
Al.
telling me it doesn't all of a sudden rhyme with gay?
How you doing, buddy?
Who is
this?
Who is this? Who are you? You called us.
I am the great Al.
Okay.
You're the great Al.
And I watched the doctor.
Proctor.
The Doctor Love, baby.
Shut up. What is happening? What is happening?
All right, Al.
Don't you want Dr. Love? Jeremiah Love?
No, that wasn't
like-
the connection anyone was supposed to make.
Oh. So you want Jeremiah Love? Is that what I'm hearing?
All right, I'm done for today.
Yes, that's what I want because he's like a Jeep Wrangler with a Lamborghini engine.
All right, the great Al there. Oh man,
That was a 4-banger call.
yeah, that might have been a 2-banger. We might
What
have.
kind of banger is a Lamborghini engine?
We might have taken the 2-banger and rode it into a ditch. Okay. Woo. So, Browns, huh? What do you think? There's really no way to pull the nose up on this one after where.
Why don't you find a prospect you can rhyme with banger with? Don't think about that. You're thinking way too hard about that. Don't do that.
Give it stall for time.
Nope, you don't have
Banger.
it. You don't have it.
Banger. Banger.
Yeah, do it one more time. It might hit the 4th time you do it.
Banger. S&J pressure washing. That was tough to say.
Yeah.
Banger. Saying tank for Jeremiah Smith. Can you imagine how pissed people would be?
Wait, is that a company name?
If you go, I think it is.
It's a great low-key way to get free advertising. Just tweet us and then have your handle be a company name.
And then have a take worthy of sharing on the air.
We'd read it. I mean,
Yeah.
Like if it's like, oh yeah, Arby's chimes in and they'd like to tell us what they think about Carnell Tate. We'd read it.
Here's the thing. They might tank. I don't think they're tanking. But they could tank. They're not going to tank for Jeremiah Smith.
No.
Can you imagine how pissed
If you
Browns
tank,
fans would be?
If it's for a quarterback.
If you tanked and they got the number 1 pick and you're like,
then you take Jeremiah
no
Smith.
Arch Manning. We're going to go Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah, that's not how that's going to go down. That would be a wild turn of events. No thank you.
Banger. Well, let's take one more call here.
Yeah, we're having such good luck today.
All right, let's go with, Jeff in North Carolina. You've been waiting patiently. Jeff, welcome to the show.
Thank you for your time. Got a great idea for Garrett trade. Hear me out.
Another one? It's
Yeah,
our third
I
Myles
know. But
Garrett
this
trade
is
today.
Listen, this is a good one. He's been good to us. He's done well. We haven't won as a team. We need to rebuild. Let's send him home to Dallas. Jerry's, he's not long for,
Second
for
Myles
this
Garrett's
thing's an old
Dallas
man.
trade today.
So listen,
Now, just to be fair,
here's what
Jeff,
we're going to get.
Jeff, you're not a Cowboy fan, right?
Oh, I hate him. No. Go
Okay,
Browns.
that's good. That's a good answer.
Yeah. No, Ohio guy all the way. So
All right, give us
here's
your
what
trade.
we're going to get. We're going to get George Pickens. We're going to get pick number 12. And we're going to get a first rounder next year. With our 6th pick, we're going to take Carnell Tate. And now we got Pickens and Tate in the wide receiver room. With pick 20, pick 12, best tackle available. Pick 24, second best tackle available. What do you think?
Are those your names? All right, Jeff.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't have
sorry.
any
I
rhyming. I'm not as talented, but I was curious if you thought the trade
Clearly,
was a good
I'm not
idea.
either, Jeff.
That's what you call it.
Be good, buddy. Okay, we got to run.
Thank you, Jeff.
Listen, that's a different trade idea than we've heard.
Are other shows getting bombarded with Myles Garrett trade stuff today?
I think just us. We're
I
getting
think
the
it
gold.
is just us. That's
We're getting the gold,
third
baby.
one we've taken that has been a Myles Garrett trade scenario. Maybe this is the convo the fans are having that we're just not aware of.
216-474-0092. What 6 and 24 combo upsets you the most, and what makes you the happiest? We're going to get happy in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/DellPCs.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Odyssey Sports coverage is presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app. Lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only, and by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
JP and I have our very own personal mock draft. Now, this will be our final mock draft for the first round. Coming up at 6:20 tonight. More on. I think we have to talk about whatever the hell's happening with Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini.
Yeah, I'd like to.
As not only was there more pictures posted of them canoodling from the resort, now someone's tracked down pictures from 2020 of them canoodling from a casino.
Straight up kissing.
And I got to say, between those pictures, between Mike Vrabel announcing he'll be taking the third day of the draft off because he's going to attend counseling as part of his commitment to be better, his press conference.
Because he doesn't want to commit before the draft starts.
He doesn't want to commit.
Or during the draft.
You commit to that marriage, right?
It's just the fakest thing I've ever heard.
But, also then Mike Vrabel's awful press conference, Diana Rossini resigning. They did hire. The Patriots reportedly hired a crisis management team. I don't think they're going to get a good Yelp review out of this one.
I don't think it's their fault.
Because they've looked as Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel have went from, this is kind of ambiguous, this isn't great, to looking like the most guilty human beings on the planet.
And then Diana's kid is named Michael.
Ooh, that's a rough one there.
And that was the kid that was born about a year after Mike Vrabel and Diana had this kissing photo that has been unearthed. And then the other tweets where Diana is asking, I'm looking at my 4-year-old named Michael, who's the best coach player in NFL history, and it's it just the hits keep getting worse and worse for this. I don't know what they're doing.
Now,
the trail was always there is kind of the point.
Now, here's the thing about that.
Are we the dumb ones for not catching on earlier?
Well, no, I think it tells you that you really have to be overt and continuously overt.
Is that the lesson out of this?
You have to make it so obvious for anyone in the NFL media to come across the fact you're having an affair with a reporter. Think about how out in the open they were with this.
I know.
For half a decade.
For a very long time.
Now, this being said, I still don't think – okay. Do I think a lot of the married people in this? No, not great. Wouldn't do it. Wouldn't suggest doing it.
Yeah.
Do I think anyone should lose their job out of it? No. Mike Vrabel's going to lose half his stuff out of it. But in the end, is it
we
still,
don't even know that. She might stay with him. I don't know.
Is it still anything more than a good scandalous story? Not really for me.
I do think you have to somehow show your players. The players have to be wondering to themselves, is he just going to go out and tell everything to whatever reporter he wants to speak to? Because he was doing it to Diana, apparently. So, I do think that's a part of it. And then the ethical side of things, from a reporting standpoint, I think Diana did lose the plot here. There's a reason why she lost her job. But it's gotten worse. The whole entire thing's gotten worse. It lost me. I told you I was uninterested in the story.
Are you back now?
I was back in it today for a couple hours. Yeah, I am.
I think it's the duration of it that I'm most impressed with.
And it keeps being the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Are we going to remember it even 3 years from now?
Yes.
Me and you will, because we remember these type of things because this is what we do every day. Will the common sports fan remember this 4 years from now?
Yes, and the reason being is because it's a slow draft cycle and a slow offseason, this has become the biggest story. This would still be a huge story, guys, if this was a normal year. But the fact that it's a dimmer year with other news – what news is competing with these two having a 5-year affair? And now Mike Vrabel basically this last week lighting the whole thing on fire with his actions, making it seem like, oh, yeah, I did that bleep.
Oh, no, they definitely both seem guilty. But then the other side of this, too, is who's the guy that had these photos from 6 years ago with them kissing at the bar just stashed away for what?
Well, I don't know if you know this. People are D-bags.
Is that what that
and
is?
so you
he
just
waited
know.
6 years. He's like, this is going to eventually come around and be useful.
I mean, it's honestly, okay. Is it
what a payoff?
It's not great. I think if you hold on to these pictures for this long, I worry about you as a human being. Is it also a little impressive that you held in the game that long? Yeah. A little bit.
You had to just think it was a lost cause, though. Like, nothing was ever going to come out of this photo of the two of them kissing. And also, then, if you ever thought it would, wouldn't you have just released it at the time that it happened?
Maybe he tried to. We don't know.
And no one was interested then? It's like, Vrabel and Rossini just isn't a good enough.
On.
It's not a good enough story at that point.
No, that was middle of COVID.
Rossini's clout did gain steam in the past half decade in a way that didn't exist, let's say, 6 years ago.
Yeah, I don't think it's Mike Vrabel, though. I think by the way, here's the thing that kills me. I think Diane Rossini is awesome. I think she's awesome on air. I think she's funny. I think she's personable. I think her podcast is one of the better NFL podcasts because she was willing to say some things that Schefter and Rappaport weren't. But, it's not great.
Yeah.
My point is, what stinks about this is she is incredible at her job. Like, outside of the sleeping with the coach of an NFL team, allegedly. Beyond, if we just set that aside,
I know.
she's good on air on
The sad
both
part about
airs.
it is it's like, well, how great are you at your job if you're not sleeping with the person that is giving you all the info?
I mean, I think she might just be a very personable person. I think the sleeping with might just have been a fringe benefit. I think the information was the foremost, and then the kinky stuff, that was just a nice little sidecar.
Yeah, well, Vrabel kept the sidecar going.
He did. By the way, again, cheating, not good. Don't do it.
No.
Cheating for 5 years.
I did have that same thought process. Like, you've heard stories before about people that cheat on people, and it's like a 20-year affair.
Yeah. At some point, it's got to catch you, right? You just go 5 years. You're just like,
you're gonna do like a 5 or a 10 or a 20. Just if you're gonna do any years, get divorced, obviously. But like that seems like an incredibly long time. I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't understand the cheating world. So
Mac is very interested in the story.
No, the other thing I was going to add in too is that somebody had pulled up an old tweet where she was doing a sit-down interview with Mike Vrabel, asking about how athletic his wife is, and like how they compete against each other and everything like that.
He gave an answer about like ping pong.
Yeah.
Is that what he calls it?
No, the only compliment he was willing to give his wife was that she might be a better ping pong player than he is. Again, the tip-offs were there, guys.
Also,
they were there
it's the same guy that said he would cut off a vital part of his anatomy to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then he lost in the Super Bowl after using a vital part of his anatomy to cheat on his wife. Now, this could have been solved. He could have won a Super Bowl and might still be married if he had just cut it off.
My advice, don't boink Lady Schefter. That's my advice.
I don't judge others.
Oh.
What do you have there, Mac?
Yeah.
So the other part of this, too, and this is from Mark Daniels who covers the Patriots for Mass Live. He also had said that Mike Vrabel is scheduled to speak to the media tonight if the Patriots make a pick.
Well, they're trading out.
If they trade out, Elliot Wolf is scheduled to talk to the media on Friday, and then on Saturday it'll be Ryan Cowden. So if they don't pick tonight, Mike Vrabel will not speak to the media until May 27th.
Mike Vrabel is going to pull into Deshaun Watson. Mike Vrabel is going to try and send out a second rounder to move back 3 spots just so he doesn't have to meet with the media today.
Yeah. All right, we told you guys ahead of time. This is what was going to happen.
We will take a 7th.
Yeah,
we will take a 7th.
Actually, I'm going to do a one-on-one with Rossini.
Diana, what are we doing?
They did a lot of one-on-ones already. Yeah. That was the problem.
There could have been a 1-on-2 in there. I don't know. Again, I'm not judging. 216-474-0092. What 6 and 24 combo upsets you the most and what makes you the happiest? Dan, John, second Dan, Dick, you guys stick right there.
Why'd you say it that way?
That's his name.
Dick. Why'd you say it that way?
Let's see you in the 6 o'clock hour.
This
our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin here, live from Game On Bar and Grill, located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted until 7 p.m. You guys can stop by, win exclusive merch courtesy of Bud Light. I got our great promotions team here as well. We do have, in case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes, we will be doing the Nick and Jonathan on-air mock draft in about 20 minutes as well. And then this is the final one for today.
Yeah, and we want to see how many we get right.
Yeah. And by the way, between that and my what I'm hearing, because I'm not talking to anyone, if I get more than those national draft nicks, I think we can just put to bed that those guys know anything.
A lot of Muppets.
If you and I just guess and we get more right, fire everyone.
Yeah, what if we don't? What if we don't get more right?
Well, then maybe they got a point. You know,
maybe they're the pros for a reason.
Yeah, maybe they're good at sourcing
and
information.
You keep your job for another year, Schefter.
And now you don't. We get more right. We're taking that job. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be funny if jobs worked that way? It was like
we probably would have lost our jobs many times over from the times we've been wrong.
Today.
Yeah,
definitely today.
Yeah, definitely about. Well, there's 420, there's 440, there's 5. That last segment.
My brother-in-law texted me. He's like, "You two really sound like people that have basically just been talking about the draft for 3 months and are now done talking about the draft."
That's a pretty accurate take from your brother-in-law.
Yeah, like we got there,
Yeah.
we did it, we did the whole thing for 3 months, and now the day of, it's like we're so close to the finish line. We could do it. We could take it really seriously for this last hour or so, but that's not going to happen.
Now, we do have actually some NFL news coming in here.
Yeah.
George Pickens is signing his franchise tag. And Adam Schefter following up on this saying once he signs his franchise tag, he can be traded anytime.
Yeah, correct.
I will have you know that have I gotten multiple texts suggesting look out for Pickens tonight and that the Browns might be involved?
We took a phone call already today about Myles Garrett and Pickens trade. I would imagine the text you're getting does not involve Myles Garrett attached to it.
No. This is
okay.
Now, in fairness, I haven't asked what the price would be. I would be surprised if it was 6 or 24. But then again, could that be part of a pick swap for Dallas? Like, I've been anti.
Yeah, but if Dallas wants to get to 6, that'd be the idea, right?
Like, I have been anti 6 and 24 for 12 and 20 or 6 and 39 for 12 and 20. You do a double pick swap and George Pickens come here? No, in fairness, he's a clown. And I feel like the Browns.
Yeah, he was really good last year.
Okay, but he's not going to bring Dak Prescott with him. That's the problem. Like George Pickens.
Are we getting Pittsburgh's Pickens, or are we getting Dallas?
That's what I worry
Pickens?
about, because you're giving him Pittsburgh quality quarterbacks instead of Dallas quality quarterbacks.
Yeah, and also with the idea is that once you traded for him, you'd then have to give him a boatload of money as well.
You know what's funny? That never bugs me. I'm fine. You want to give George Pickens $150 million? Sure. I wouldn't, but if you want to. It's more, what does it cost me in the draft collateral at this point in the build as well?
Well, because we have a secret weapon and Jimmy Haslam that's willing to spend a lot of money. So we don't have to allocate it the same way that some other teams do. So that is a bonus, I guess.
Now, one of the 3 people who texted me about this also said Watson 2.0 looks like Watson 1.0, and I can't today. It's Thursday. I've been talking about this draft for 3 months. It's been a wonky NFL offseason.
Yeah.
I can't entertain George Pickens coming here, and then Deshaun's going to all of a sudden rebirth into somebody that doesn't stink at football.
Well, so it is a weird part of this draft and really trying to go for our wide receiver at number 6 overall is that you are, in fact, you're going to help out whatever quarterback that we eventually have in week 1. Like that is part of this goal is that if you're like a big Shador guy like I am, part of this you want Carnell Tate, you want one of these wide receivers. And the understanding is that if it's not, in fact, Shador Sanders week 1, you are helping out Deshaun Watson.
216-474-0092. What should the Browns' first pick be spent on? Now, it should be noted. That could be at 6. That could be at 12. We're about 100 votes in now. 74% still saying wide receiver.
Yeah.
13% saying tackle. 12% saying other. Let's go with John in Lakewood. Welcome to the show, John.
Hey, how's it going, guys? And I have good news. I don't have 7.5 Myles Garrett trades, so there's that.
Thank you.
All right, so you have like maybe 5.5, maybe, you think?
Tomorrow. We'll see how tonight goes.
That's a smart man right there.
Jesus Christ. No,
Nick Wilson.
Point notwithstanding, we were talking about what would actually make me upset. I got 2 words for you, and it's Ty Simpson. If I see his name at 6, I'm going to scream, because then I have no idea what this organization is doing. And I think that's actually a good thing, because most of the other results that we could have, I'm fine with. I know everybody's talking up a wide receiver at 6, but if it's an offensive tackle like Fano or even Freeling up that high, I'm fine. Hell, if there's a guy like Love or Styles that ends up there and we just go BPA, I'm fine with that. Just don't get cute. Don't turn this into another 4-quarterback room. Don't you know what you need to do, and that's get talent at the key positions. That's what this all boils down to.
What if it's Ty Simpson at 24?
I think if you go Ty Simpson at 24,
you're starting a lawnmower.
I get it, but I don't want it.
All right, John,
I don't want it at all.
I thought Mike Vrabel was in the room. Diana.
It's him, the two-man Taylor.
Oh, man. John had such a good call and then put us right back into the dumper.
I know. It's
Maybe that's just where this show belongs today.
I think so.
No, and by the way, none of us are enjoying any of that Bud Light because that's been a big question. No, it's not 420. Nope, just slap happy because, as your brother-in-law said, we have been talking about this exact same draft for 3 months.
That's it. We're just we've exhausted all the angles. We've exhausted all the different things. In fact, that reminded me of like a take I had from 2 months ago, essentially, where it's like the only thing that can piss me off is Ty Simpson at 6 overall. He's 100% right. That would be the only way you can get a lot of people angry. It would be a complete wild card Andrew Berry move, though. So that would continue on, and that would enjoy me, but not at the expense of watching Ty Simpson play football.
All right. So the 6 and 24, the best combo for me is some semblance of Tate or Tyson, and then give me the best offensive lineman you can find.
Good.
It can be Iowani. It can be Ifano.
Whoever is there. Yeah.
Even Freeling. And I've seen some people suggest Freeling could fall at 24 as well.
Sure.
Monroe Freeling at 24 has never bugged me.
You'd be thrilled with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I do like there are more. And by the way, that's just on tackle wide receiver. If I get Tate or Tyson, and then at 24 we do pick up another. I don't know it's going to be Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, but that's a player I like.
He's all over the place, by the way.
If Jermod McCoy falls, that is a top 15 talent if you get him at 24.
You like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren a lot. I've seen you take him in a couple drafts that you have, but you've been taking him in like 39.
Mm-hmm.
What's weird is I've seen him as high as 13. I've seen him like the wide range for him. I find to be incredible.
Yeah,
people don't know what to do with him.
So the funny thing is, that's like 20 players from pick 10 to pick like 45. That it's just like if you told me they were pick 11, I'd be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. If you told me they fall into the middle, like I've even seen Chris Bell fall into like the 3rd round. And it's like if somehow you got Tyson with that first pick,
like
and then
Chris
Tyson,
Bell, for instance, at like 13 though.
Oh,
you
no,
know
that's
what I mean?
fair. That's fair. But I have seen him fall into the back end of the first round.
Sure.
So, like, the idea that kid could go anywhere from, I don't know, 24, but 28, 29, all the way to 70, 71, 72, that's insane.
Yeah, wide range for a lot of these guys.
You know who also, by the way, I think has more of a floor than we don't realize?
Who's
that? Ihanachor.
Your guy.
Like I've already thought him into first-round existence.
He is, by the way, one of the few players we've discussed that has actually been in on a Browns top 30 visit.
That is true. Which for the Browns, if we look back at the guys that were on top 30 visits last year, I think all 4 of your guys you drafted were top 30 guys.
That's correct.
So there is some Andrew Berry tipping his hand with that.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, let's go with Dan in North Olmsted. Dan, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, thank you. So this is a bit of a curveball, but I was thinking at 6 we draft Caleb Downs, and then we trade Grant Delpit and maybe a draft pick for a proven receiver. We get receiver out of the way. I mean, this is a curveball here, but like Marvin Harrison Jr. somehow, some way, you trade like a 3rd-round pick or something like that. But everyone's talking about receiver and tackle. I'd rather take the best safety in college football in Caleb Downs, get younger in the position, and then go tackle 24. That's
don't
what
even
I
know
was
that I don't even know that he'll be there. The Giants at 5 and Caleb Downs have been linked heavily today, and so if he's not even on the board, the expectation I have is that he won't even be on the board.
That's fair. Okay, I was thinking he'd go at 10. That's what I was seeing, like some mock drafts, but I'd love that. If we just got younger with Caleb Downs, putting more defense, our defense would be unstoppable with that kid. But
Dan,
that's what I was thinking.
you, buddy.
So, thank you.
Happy draft day, buddy.
Yeah, and it could exist. That's the fun thing about this draft, too, is that as many people that have said Caleb Downs at 5 to the Giants, there's so many different scenarios you can play out in the top 10 here.
So every time I think of Caleb, and the fact that I do think we're going to look up in 5 years and go, yeah, how did that guy go there again? My only thing I would say is, and maybe this is different because the draft with Kyle Hamilton was a great draft. There were a lot of really good football players in it. But what I will say is Kyle Hamilton should have been a top 5 pick and fell to, I think, the 14th pick to Baltimore that year.
Yeah.
That every time we come back to Caleb and every time I think, well, he should be a top 6, top 8, top 10 pick, every time I come back to Kyle Hamilton. And again, what do we say every time we play Kyle Hamilton? How the hell did this guy fall to Baltimore?
Well, and you can even take it a step further because obviously that's a direct Harbaugh connection there. The other side of that is, and this is just as a Harbaugh thought process in general, the Harbaugh brothers love safeties. That's part of their DNA. Jim Harbaugh constantly talks about how Derwin James is one of the best players he's ever coached, and like how much easier he makes his life and all these other type of things. And that's again why he's so heavily believed to be going at number 5 overall to the Giants.
Real quick, Sam and Westlake, buddy, what's your best case and worst case at 6 and 24?
6 and 24, I think we take a receiver at 6, Jordan Tyson. And at 24, I think we just take the best player available. And I don't really think we should take a tackle at 24.
Oh, you said you don't think we should take one at 24?
Yeah, he just wants best player available is what he said at 24.
Okay, here's the thing, Sam. I don't think that's a crazy take. Like, I really like the tackles in the back half of the first round and early second round. But if the Browns said, we think we can't function on offense without a wide receiver, so we're going to take that off the board first, and then, again, within reason. Like, it's tough. If Caden McDonald was there, it's a little tough to take another defensive tackle.
Yeah.
But edge rusher's not insane, depending on who's there. Safety, cornerback.
Like how far does it extend? If Sadiq happens to be there at 24 somehow, do you take him?
No.
You know what I mean? Like I want to know like positionally there is a thought that has to exist there. It can't just be BPA no matter what.
My no's are probably tight ends, defensive tackles, off-ball linebackers.
Okay.
And pretty much everybody, and maybe Ty Simpson. Everybody else is on the table. 216-474-0092. What's your best case and worst case scenario at 6 and 24? And JP and I will submit, humbly, our mock draft in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Count down the hours until tip-off with us, Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back live from Game On Bar and Grill here, located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted. Well, this Mike Vrabel story continues to develop, I guess, or unravel, depending on who you are. The Patriots have announced that Mike Vrabel will speak before the NFL draft begins. Is Mike Vrabel going to resign?
So I did wonder that. Yeah, I did wonder that. I don't know what he's going to do, and it's going to make it wildly interesting. This is like when Aaron Rodgers basically held every Packers fan hostage before draft night, and then obviously did what he had to do. It's like this could be historic levels of something that would play out here
right.
with Mike Vrabel. I'm not expecting it, though.
So here's what I'm struggling with. On one hand, Diana Rossini lost her job, and we're going to see what her career is after this.
Yeah.
So if Vrabel loses his job, or if he resigns, there will be something symbolic and poetic finally about it. Both parties taking the same amount of responsibility for their actions.
Robert Kraft's trying to buy off the initial photos and then realizing he can't, and this getting too big for even someone like Robert Kraft with his past.
Yes.
That to me is the remarkable part of this.
In the end, that's where I come back to this. If anybody in this had handled this story differently, you don't have to get here.
Yeah, I do wonder if he just lost the locker room, though, in many ways. Like you can't boink Lady Schefter and then expect everyone to be cool with what you're doing.
Do you think the locker room cares about half that locker room?
I think they care about what happens with their own reports and their own conversations around themselves, for sure.
Listen, this is just me. I'm not in an NFL locker room. I think that thing has been overblown. Everyone who I've heard say that has been journalists. And again, I understand the point, but in the end, half those guys are going to be backslapping.
I don't know, between that and then you come out and your whole big speech is I got to make better decisions. I got to make good decisions moving forward. It's I don't know. He doesn't have much of a leg to stand on right now. I don't know what to expect because think about it. At 7:20, there's no draft picks for you to discuss. And there's no we're going to do this to discuss. The only thing he'd be discussing is this. What else is he going to possibly tell us? Unless he just comes out. Unless he just comes out and is like, hey, listen, I said I was going for day 3. Turns out I'm just going to go right now. This thing got away from me. I need to go right now. I will not be available after round 2 or after round 1 or round 3. I'm not available at the end of this weekend. I need to go immediately and take care of family stuff, and I'll see you back in a week or whatever that is. Maybe that's what he's doing, but I don't know what else he'd be saying.
Mike Vrabel going to speak with the media in 1 hour's time, 40 minutes before the first round of the NFL draft gets underway.
What are you expecting him to say?
I expect him to resign. Why would you call this press conference? What else can he say other than, and honestly, might have to resign to save his marriage. That might be, this might not be the Patriots forcing him to do this. It might be him saying, I've been with the same woman for 20 years, and everything has come all at once, and the only way I can save my marriage is, because it's not like...
it instantly makes it the story of the year then if that happens.
If 3 years from now, Mike Vrabel he quits today, it's not like he's not going to be a head coach again in the NFL. He will have suitors. And by the way, if I'm Todd Monken, I do not love this development because Mike Vrabel being out there that's not great.
You got to take at least a gap year, I would imagine.
But I don't like that phrasing. But
what's wrong with the phrasing?
Think about it. 216-474-0092. Do you think Mike Vrabel's retiring? Let's go ahead and get to our mock draft. Now, this is going to be a very quick mock draft because we only have 10 minutes to do it.
The idea, we want to get things right here.
Now, so it's what we think is going to happen.
Yeah,
but we're not doing trades.
We want a lot of wins tonight.
Okay.
With the reality that we might end up getting 3 predictions right. Isn't 7 usually what wins these things in the first round?
If we get 7 in this,
I think 7 is what usually
gods.
wins. Yeah, so but I'm excited for this.
All right, with the number 1 pick, the Las Vegas Raiders select
Fernando Mendoza is going to be the selection there. I think we got one right out of that. Yep. That's what we're doing.
All right. With the number 2 pick, the New York Jets select Arvell Reese, edge rusher out of Ohio State.
Oh, you went Reese.
That brings us to the Arizona Cardinals. Let me check here. I want to read this tweet real quick because current favorites at 3, Ooh, a running back.
That's what I was going to take. I was going to take Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, all right, love it. All right, number 4, the Tennessee Football Titans. I don't know why I said football there. I'm a real man. I'm going to take Sonny Styles, linebacker of Ohio State. The New York Football Giants, picking 5th.
Caleb Downs.
Caleb Downs. You Downs with that. Then we go to the Cleveland Browns at 6. I want to be right? It's not what Nick Wilson wants.
Yeah, you want to be.
I want to be right. Oh, I want to take Jordan Tyson so bad. I can feel it in my loins, guys. I'm going to take Carnell Tate, wide receiver at Ohio State. Had to do it.
Okay, I'm then at 7 for the Commanders. I'm going to take Bailey.
All right, David Bailey. All right there. At 8, the Saints. I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do it. Jordan Tyson, wide receiver, Arizona State.
All right, 9, the Chiefs are taking Reuben Bain.
Reuben in Bain. Wait, how did I screw this up?
You're back to the 10 with the Giants.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to. Oh, that's never mind.
The
guys.
hard part is, have you been keeping track? Because the hard part is finding out who's there and who isn't there right now.
Yes, I'm trying to do this. This is the toughest damn thing we've ever done. I'm trying to find out who we take for the Giants.
At 5, we took Caleb Downs.
Francis Maui Noah, offensive lineman out of Miami.
Yeah, this is where this gets hard. Now I have to think ahead.
Miami.
Yummy. All right, the Dolphins take Delane, the cornerback.
Ooh. All right, that brings us to the Dallas Cowboys. Well, you kind of screwed me there because I was going to go.
Sorry.
So I forgive you. Jermon McCoy isn't going to go there. All right, if they're in on Jordan Tyson, could they be in on Mekhi Lemon? Is that too? Mac looked at me like he sniffed a fart.
Whatever you need to do.
Well, they're 2 different receivers. One's a slot receiver, one's an outside guy.
Yeah, thanks for explaining that to me. Something I've said 7 times.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're the one
week.
that asked it, Jack.
Well, no, my point was, if they're in on one wide receiver, is the point you want it because
we really hurried through the top 10, so we got time to do this discussion.
Let's go. Oh my God, what the hell do they need? I don't even know. You painted me into a corner, Peterlin.
I didn't do anything. You can have all sorts of options.
Sorry, I'm yelling
that's
at
kind
you.
of that's kind of the advantage of the Cowboys is they don't really have too many needs. I've maintained for a while they need cornerbacks and then they need depth. That's kind of been the 2 things.
I'm going Jermon McCoy because I got nothing else.
I think that's the right call. That's if I was in your spot, that's what I would do. Rams are taking Mekhi Lemon.
Okay. All right. Now the Ravens are an interesting spot because we could go literally anywhere here, but Spencer Fano is on the board. Yes. And because they need guard, they need tackle, they need center. Spencer will shake out somewhere there. I'm going to go Spencer Fano, a top 10 pick who, because of position, falls to them at pick 14. Where have I heard this before?
Okay, so we have, I'm trying to think of who's on the board and who isn't.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Mac Robinson is on the board.
Yes.
All right, we'll go with Mesidor.
Ooh, that's okay. I actually don't hate that at all.
Thank you.
I meant that as a compliment. All right, we went Arvell Reese earlier, so we're back to the Jets here. Oh, man. This is like the worst-case scenario if you're the Jets because none of the 3 wide receivers are there. Edge-wise, you already took care of. Are you going to take Ty Simpson here?
You tell me.
I think that I am going to speak very slowly.
So to come up with an answer?
I can come up. I'm going to go Omar Cooper Jr., the wide receiver
that's a good pick.
out of Indiana there.
All right, so then the Lions at 17.
I ain't lying.
Ione?
Not a tackle?
No. Everyone says tackle there.
They got Freeling. No. They got Lomu.
I said what I said.
All right. Iowani?
Yeah.
Iowani. All right, Minnesota. Minnesota needs a safety.
That was really funny with Lima earlier today with Iowani.
Oh, what? I didn't hear it.
He said it the way I said it, basically, just nowhere close. And he was like, I've never heard of the guy. I don't even know what's happening.
I'm going to go Peter Woods out of Clemson, although I thought about Tiananmen, the safety out of Oregon.
And that's who I'll take then for the Panthers.
Ooh. Why did I make that sound?
I don't know. You liked it.
What was the sound the guy made earlier?
It was Tim the Toolman Taylor is what it was.
All right, we're back to Dallas here, which means
I've stopped. Are you submitting these as we go?
Yes, I'm trying to.
Okay, because I've stopped.
Dallas is just cornholing me here.
I couldn't keep up.
Which Dallas does to a lot of people. I'm gonna go. Keldrick Falk. That seems like a guy that's going to stink. And it feels like an edge rusher for the Cowboys there. We go to the Pittsburgh, the Squealers. Because they squeal.
This is where they then take Caden Proctor there.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think Ty Simpson there?
No. The boots on the ground in Pittsburgh suggest that that is not on the table for them the way that we all thought it was for months on end.
And I like when the boots on the ground. Get it right. You could go guard here. They don't really need tackle, which is wild because Freeling's on the board, Lomu's on the board, Blake Miller's on the board, Ihianshore's on the board. By the way, we're doing this in great time.
Yeah, we really are.
The edge, you know what? I'm going to go Caden McDonald, the defensive tackle, out of Ohio State there. That brings us to the Eagles.
And then I'm going to have the Eagles take Blake Miller then.
Not Freeling.
No.
Not Lomu.
I said what I said.
Okay.
You got to stop questioning what my choices are.
All right, that brings us to the Browns. Now here's what's tough.
You got a lot of options. You have Freeling where you wanted.
I wanted Lomu more.
Yeah.
Monroe Freeling, tackle out of Georgia. I hate every bit of it because I want Caleb
Lomu is still there. He's there. You could take him.
No, I didn't. I said what I said.
You could take him.
All right, we're to the Bears.
All right, Bears go T.J. Parker.
T.J. Parker. I got to go to the second page here. Oh, I got to go even deeper. Okay, easy. All right, that brings us to the Buffalo Bills.
Can you tell us who's off the board that we have not taken that probably should be?
Caleb Lomu, Sadiq, Casey Concepcion, no recepcion, Colton Hood. Yeah, we're kind of getting there.
Okay, all right.
I'm actually going to double up on edge rushers here. I'm going Zion Young, edge out of Missouri. That brings us to San Francisco.
Yeah, and that's where Sadiq goes then.
With George Kittle? Sadiq? No Lomu?
Yeah, he's too hard to pass up.
All right. I thought we wanted to be right here. Then we go to the Houston Texans. Oh, gosh. They're kind of in a crappy spot. I'm going to go – no, I'm not going to go there.
They probably go somewhere on the offensive line.
Yeah, but they need a guard. Caleb Lomu isn't a guard.
Oh, your guy Ihianshore's gone.
No, he's not. He's right there. I'm going to go Christian Miller, defensive tackle out of Georgia. That brings us to the Chiefs. Georgia. Chiefs.
Chiefs, we could basically do.
What did we do earlier with the Chiefs?
You got to tell me. Who did we do?
I can go back here. You
did Ruben Bain.
Oh, I did Ruben Bain. That's right. Edge took care of that. Is Colton Hood gone yet or no?
He's not. Remember, Casey Concepcion, no recepcion, is on the board. Yes.
I'm going to piss off all their fans and go double defense.
Oh, Colton Hood?
Yeah.
All right, Miami, I'm going to go Casey Concepcion. Yes. Patriots, but not Mike Vrabel. This feels like a great spot for a tackle.
Yeah.
Or at least a couple.
Who's the best player available right now?
Lomu, Ihianshorer, Brandon Sissy, Ty Simpson,
all right,
Denzel Boston.
Lomu goes here. That's fine.
Damn it. All right, Seahawks, who most certainly will not be making this pick. So I don't know who. I'm going to. Okay. Can I do it under the guise
that whoever takes pick 32 is the.
All right. Yeah. It's going to be Ty Simpson.
Okay.
There we go. All right. What did we get right? Wait, did I do 7 rounds? Oh, God, I'm not doing that. Can I just sim the rest of it?
Oh,
man.
Oh, were they going to give us a grade and everything?
Yeah. The problem is I set it to 7 rounds, and they don't have a sim the rest. This has been just a hell of a day here. This has just been. Anyways, what did you like that we did? What didn't you like that we did?
Mac, what kind of grade do you want to give us with our draft? What do you think we earned there? Was that an A- draft?
I would give that a solid B+.
That means you didn't like it.
All around.
That means you didn't like it. What was our least favorite pick of yours or of ours?
Probably Jermon McCoy.
Yeah.
Had to be one.
I would have gone with Thieneman.
So Browns went Tate and Freeling. By the way, at 6-24. That's it. It's our final mock draft. I have no idea how I'm going to get the draft results here so that all of you can see it, but we got that going for us in case you missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
cloudy overnight, low near 59.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Final segment of today's show. Going to say several shout-outs here. Kelly Stewart, a.k.a. Kelly in Vegas at 3, got us ready for Game 3. Cavs-Raptors. Lance Riesland.
Coach
Big
Riz.
ups to Coach Riz, 92.3 The Fan and Cleveland.com. Big ups to us for our 92.3 The Fan mock draft, the Nick and Jonathan mock draft, which I then painstakingly wrote down because there's not a scroll function on the draft thing that I was using, and then redid. I'll be tweeting that out at the end of the show there. Big thanks to Game On here in North Olmsted for having us out. We got to meet Kurt, the owner. What a good dude that is.
Wait, did we get a grade on ours then, if you re-put it in or no?
Yes, I did, which I will get to. Well, individual guys got grades, but I don't think they graded our overall mock.
Okay.
But for some reason, whether Spencer Fano to the Ravens, a B. Okay. And big thanks to Bud Light as well for having us out. It's been it's now 2 remotes we've had out here 1 week's time, and it's been a lot of fun. And so I want to say again, thanks to the cast and crew here who's helped us out. Big thanks to the promotions team, which always kicks butt out here. Big thanks to Mac Robinson, not on the board. Yes. Engineering, of course, Jax Gregory, Jake Murrin, Matt Gorelli back in the studio as well. But let's go ahead with our closing seconds here. There hasn't been any other insanity in the NFL, right? I'm not missing anything?
No, I think we're good.
All right.
Although the expectation is now pretty clearly set that Vrabel's going to, retire in 40 minutes. That's why it's just wild to me.
Oh, this is actually good. I almost said this is actually a good one from Mac, which would have sounded really condescending. But teams have called, this is from Jordan Schultz, teams have called the Texans to check in on 2-time Pro Bowler Nico Collins with an understanding in the league that he would need a contract adjustment. So one, we'd be pro Nico Collins here.
I like Nico Collins.
You would be sandbagging C.J. Stroud in such a significant way going into what feels like the year. You've got to make a decision on CJ after this year. That would just be stupid.
You saw what happened last year between the Collins injury and the Tank Dell injury, and then you watched him go into the postseason, and the only reason why they beat the Steelers the way that they did is because, 1, Aaron Rodgers sucks, and 2, they had one of the best defenses in the NFL. It had nothing to do with C.J. Stroud. Bad offensive line, no wide receivers when those two were not healthy, and that's a dangerous combo. You're 100% right. You're sandbagging C.J. Stroud in a way that the Texans got to be embarrassed by if that's what happens.
So we are on George Pickens' watch because he signed his franchise tender in Dallas. We are on potentially Ruben Bain watch. There's some reports that he could be a guy people are trying to trade up for. We are on Mike Vrabel watch. A lot of watches here, but let's get to in case you missed it.
All right, trying to stay in the draft theme of things, Arvell Reese has debuted his jacket for tonight. Somebody that you have him at 2 in our mock draft. I was a little surprised by that. I really think Bailey's going to go 2 overall.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that disrupts our mock draft at all. Or maybe helps it. I don't know. You tell me.
I'm not sure which one. But definitely one of those two things.
One of those two things. Anyway,
not both.
So he came out with his jacket, and his jacket is sponsored by Reese's. And it's got Reese's peanut butter cups everywhere on it, and it looks fantastic. This is one of the – there's a few no-brainers that exist in sponsorships across the NFL. This is another one of them, and Arvell Reese capitalizes.
I got to tell you, I'm so jealous of Arvell Reese. It would not be good for my health if Reese's gave me a sponsorship and a lifetime supply, but it would be good for my happiness. That is like a dream. Like we talked Heinz ketchup yesterday for pick number. Nobody wants a lifetime supply of $5 bottle of ketchup, okay?
And the taxes that come with the lifetime supply.
But a lifetime supply of Reese's? Oh.
How many Reese's a year would they have to give you in order to satisfy the lifetime supply commitment? Because they always do it they do it in one drop off a year, and they do it in bulk, and that's the problem with the lifetime supply wins.
Well, but no, here's where the brilliant thing is with me, is that because of the lifetime supply, my lifetime would be a lot shorter.
Is that right?
So I would ask for a lot more up front. All right, it'd be the
You
opposite.
don't get to ask for a lot more up front. You get a standard number.
It would
It's not a lot more up front.
It would basically be the opposite of a baseball
You'd be like,
contract.
hey, Reese's, let's be honest. I'm not living past 65. Cut this thing up.
JP, with a lifetime supply of Reese's, I'm not living past 45. All right?
How many could you eat?
It's gonna.
How many in a day in, day out could you eat? I genuinely want to know. At some point, you just got to call
It's unknowable.
a spade.
It's unknowable.
Wouldn't you get tired of it?
It's peanut butter and chocolate.
I know, but you'd still get tired of it.
What would I get tired of it?
Eventually, you get tired. I remember when I was a kid. We went to the Cubs convention every year, right? That was a thing.
Mhm.
And one year, Famous Amos, remember those cookies?
Oh, yeah.
They had, I don't know why, they had like a big sale or whatever it was, and it was like the end of the Cubs convention. Long story short, we basically got what would be a year's worth of supply of Famous Amos cookies for like $20, like just an insanely cheap number, right? And so then
those things had mold on them
for
too.
months, I ate Famous Amos cookies. For months, I ate them.
Yeah.
And around like 3 months in, I said, I can't. And not only do I not want cookies anymore, I can't even look at these cookies anymore. Like at some point, you do draw a line.
Yeah, but not with Reese's.
You'd get tired of them eventually.
No.
How many a day do you think you could take down?
Infinite.
What do you mean infinite?
How
walking around
often,
with like
how
Reese's
often,
everywhere in your pockets?
How often am I devolving into a diabetic coma? Because that's the quantifiable here that I need to know. The quantifiable? I don't know. I wasn't great at math.
I don't think there's anything good enough in life when it comes to food to do it every day.
You're wrong.
Well, day in, day out until the end of. I just could not do it. I would need a break.
Chinese food from A-Walk.
You'd get sick of it.
I could
You'd
do
get
pizza
sick.
every
Pizza's
day.
the one that I would try. I would really think maybe I can give a run for.
My
but
friends-
I know I'd get tired of it.
No. No.
What happened to the win a lifetime supply contest that used to exist everywhere? You just don't see them as often.
Probably killed one too many people. Again,
There's
like-
some big hang up in that world that we're just not aware of.
Yeah.
But like
I think it's the taxes.
It might be.
Which is not great.
They used to be everywhere.
All right, today is where the rubber meets the road. We have heard. In the last week, we saw Jordan Tyson work out at Arizona State on the 17th. We got a Deion Sanders tweet about it. Kenny Dillingham this week. We have the audio, but we don't have time to play it. Kenny Dillingham was basically like, that kid's a stud. He's going to be a star. Almost everybody on the planet has gone to bat for Jordan Tyson.
Yeah.
Will it stop the Tyson slide tonight, or will he be available within the range of 24 for the Browns?
I think Tate's going to go 6 to the Browns, and I think Tyson's going to go 10 to the Giants. End of discussion. Like that's my. I don't think Tyson makes it past 10 to the Giants, and if he does, then I think we are in store for a slide. But I think 10 is the stopping point for him.
Now, will a Jordan Tyson slide be as significant as the slide for Shedeur Sanders 1 year ago?
I don't think there can ever be anything as significant as the Shedeur Sanders slide. It's a quarterback.
I did ask a Shedeur fan that, so that's
but it's a quarterback, but it's also the guy we talked about being number 2 overall for months on end. Like there is so much that came with
One of us
that.
did.
There's so much that came with that discussion that
was dirty pool.
It will never be replicated. It'll just never be replicated.
All right, one more time. Big thanks to everybody out here at Game On. Go Cavs tonight. Want to get that? Let them know. Hashtag let them know. And hashtag let me keep getting that burger from Daryl. And hey, we arrived. Can't wait to see you guys on the other side. Can't wait to see what the Browns do. Hopefully, I'm not cursing at my TV in about an hour and 15 minutes. Actually, it's going to be more like an hour, a couple hours.
Yeah, I think they're not going to like 9.
We will see you guys tomorrow.
9.
Reacting to round 1. Probably a little more on the rails than today. See you guys for an F-Off Friday, a Football Friday, Feel Good Friday. Peace.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.